In the room, which was as messy as if it had been ransacked, the girl's sobs echoed. She knelt by the bed, grieving for the young man who was breathing his last. At the foot of the bed were a group of people. Although they didn't say anything, their coldness showed that they had no sincerity at all. The girl wiped away her tears, looked at the trembling, emaciated hands of the young man, and called out, choked with emotion, "Xiao Zhanglao." Seeing that his master was about to kick the bucket, the fifth disciple, Li Shan, turned to the first disciple, Yi Qiuhan, and shouted, asking what to do when Xiao Xian was about to meet his maker. Hearing this, the latter coldly replied without batting an eye, "What to do? How can you be so stupid as to ask that? Of course, we find another Zhanglao to become disciples under. Are we supposed to stay here and mourn for him?" The third disciple, Wu Feng, shook his head and disdainfully said, "What a waste. He gets injured even when he goes out on a mission, wasting his time." The second disciple, Lin Haoran, stroked his chin smugly. "If it weren't for me revealing his martial arts techniques, how could this old geezer have died so easily?" The fourth disciple, Wang Jing, fanned himself with a fan and turned to pat Li Shan's shoulder with a sly smile. "His death is timely. I've wanted to leave this place for a long time. Whoever likes this monk's temple can stay. This young master is going to become a disciple under—" Hearing this, Ji Nu's face darkened, and she clenched her fists in anger, shouting, "Despicable!" She stood up abruptly and yelled, "If it weren't for Xiao Zhanglao, none of you five would have had the chance to set foot in Xianshan. You would probably have turned into piles of white bones by now. You are truly an ungrateful bunch of beasts." This caused the five disciples' anger to flare up, and they cracked their knuckles. Wu Feng raised his hand and gave her a thunderous slap, sending her sprawling backward. He looked at her coldly and said, "Who gave you the audacity to talk back?" A red, murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he growled, "Who do you think you are to dare speak to me like that?" At this moment, the ungrateful Yi Qiuhan glanced at her and said, "Lao San, why waste words on that good-for-nothing with poor aptitude? If she wants to stay and wait for death, let her stay." As he spoke, he casually picked up a bottle of elixirs on the table and said, "Anyway, we've swept away all the old geezer's belongings." With that, the scoundrels all left with their loot, not forgetting to insult the girl before leaving. "Haha, a useless Zhanglao deserves a useless female slave. How fitting!" Ji Nu trembled with anger, struggling to get up and muttering, "Ingrates!" She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes already filled with tears, her gaze full of resentment. "A bunch of rebellious disciples, damn them!" Hearing a soft voice calling her name, Ji Nu, she rushed to the bedside and cried out, "Zhanglao, how are you? Don't worry, those rebellious disciples have left. Which is just as well. I can take good care of you." At this moment, Xiao Xian's lips were pale and dry as he weakly said, "After bringing you up the mountain, I never let you become a disciple or taught you how to cultivate. Don't you resent me?" Hearing this, the girl's face flushed red as she said, "Ji Nu knows that her aptitude is poor and that she is unfit for cultivation. Zhanglao saved Ji Nu from the hands of slavers. Ji Nu is very grateful to you and has never resented you. Ji Nu only hates that the heavens are unfair, the wicked are rampant, and good people don't have a good ending." Xiao Xian used his emaciated, trembling hands to try his best to sit up and said, "If only I had taken you as a disciple sooner." As he tried to speak, his health failed him, and he was seized by a fit of coughing. But, cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, the little girl cried out, "Zhanglao." The setting sun cast a dazzling golden light, with a few birds flying among a forest of green trees, withered like Xiao Xian's mood right now. But he covered a mouthful of blood that he had just coughed up with his hand, with a few leaves mixed in it, and sadly said, "Now I am like a candle about to burn out." Hearing this, Ji Nu immediately knelt down. "If Zhanglao doesn't mind, please accept me as your disciple. In the future, I will personally kill all the rebellious disciples and avenge you. If Zhanglao doesn't agree, I won't stand up." Hearing this, Xiao Xian was stunned and stammered, "You." He gave a faint smile, shook his head, and sighed, "Haze." He gently touched his wound and said, "Ji Nu, I'm sick, not stupid. Accepting you as a disciple would be like sending you to your death." The girl worriedly said, "Zhanglao, please don't move." Seeing that someone was so devoted to him, Xiao Xian took out a bottle of elixirs and handed it to her. "There is still one last bottle of Ningyuan Dan left here. Although it's not anything good, it's the last thing I can give you. Regardless of the precious gift, She only worried about his health. Don't worry about me. Please lie down quickly. Xiao Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not. But before he could finish speaking, he vomited blood, his eyes rolled back, causing the bottle of elixir to slip from his hand. It fell to the ground and shattered, the elixir flying far away. His eyes blurred, and he vaguely heard Jinnu calling, Zhang Lao, don't be angry. It's all Jinnu's fault. I won't become a disciple anymore. Please wake up. Xiao Xian gradually felt death approaching more clearly. Jinnu. Your crying is too loud, crying so much that my ears hurt. How irritating. What's irritating? If only I had accepted Jinnu as a disciple sooner. He closed his eyes, blood trickling from his mouth, thinking regretfully. Just when he thought he was about to die, the system appeared, confirming that the host's relationship with her as master and disciple was genuine. The system of rewarding disciples for rebellion is officially activated. Xiao Xian was surprised. System? The system rang out an announcement, reward. 6 Qingyuan Dawn. The host is detected to have given 1,000-fold reward to the disciple, obtaining immeasurable golden dan. Looking at the elixir, Xiao Xian couldn't help but be amazed. Immediately afterward, Xiao Xian laughed loudly, his hand reaching out to take the golden dan. As expected, it really is the immeasurable golden dan. Xiao Xian's whole body was immersed in a circle of fire. This was an immeasurable golden dan containing spiritual energy of heaven and earth, almost equivalent to 10,000 Ningyuan Dan. After eating it, not only could it increase his realm, but it could also heal all his injuries. Xiao Xian cherished the golden dan like a treasure. After transmigrating to this world for 20 years, my golden finger has finally arrived. 20 years ago, because of a car accident, I transmigrated to this world, thinking that I had the script of a long-out yin, with a prominent family background and extraordinary talent. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 10. Unexpectedly, after 15 years of joining the Hongmeng sect, my cultivation has stagnated without any progress, becoming the laughingstock of everyone. Xiao Xian thought to himself, fortunately, the heavens have eyes, giving me a chance to start over. Xiao Xian then asked the system, what exactly is rewarding disciples for rebellion? The board displayed information. The meaning is as the name suggests. Any item that the host bestows upon a disciple in the name of a master will receive a random number of times the reward is returned. Xiao Xian asked, does transmitting cultivation and bestowing enlightenment to disciples also count? At this time, the board displayed again, yes, under the guidance of the host, the cultivation or everything that your disciple comprehends will be returned many times over. Simply put, if the host imparts the equivalent of 200 days of cultivation to the disciple, the cultivation received will be 200 days multiplied by n times. Similarly, if the disciple comprehends a certain level of swordsmanship taught by the host will directly comprehend n levels of swordsmanship. He continued to ask the system, so if I give this golden dan to my disciple now, can I receive a return of n times? The notification replied, no, the system cannot return twice for all items. But if the host receives the system's merit, and the disciple has a new understanding, then within this range, the host can receive a second return. Xiao Xian suddenly understood, so that's how it is. He put the golden dan into his mouth. As expected, you can't turn on infinite hacks. He thought to himself. If that's the case, I will take this opportunity. Xiao Xian immediately broke through to the golden core stage, his whole body exuding a dazzling golden circle of power. Jinnu lowered her head and sobbed, Hu, Zhang Lao, please wake up, I promise you, I won't become a disciple anymore. I won't take revenge anymore, and I don't need the Ningyuan Dan. Jinnu just needs you to wake up. Suddenly a hand was placed on her head. Silly Jinnu, remember, the first thing I want to teach you as a teacher is. Xiao Xian, his whole body covered by the flames of power, continued, we must return to take revenge for any grudge decisively and ruthlessly, and it has to be multiple times than what was done to us. A call echoed, I, Wu Feng, beg Wang Zhanglao to accept me as a disciple. At the 6th peak of the Hongmeng sect, here are all the secret books of the 7th peak, Xiao Xian. A young man knelt down and offered them with both hands, saying, now, please accept them, Wang Zhanglao. He offered with both hands with all his respect, to show my sincerity. The secret books at this time seemed to be covered by a mysterious source of power. The elder of the Sixth Peaks Enforcement Hall accepted it, saying, Xiao Xian really taught a good disciple. The once unparalleled genius of the Hongmeng sect, but he also has this day. Wang Zhonglao continued, it's okay to want to worship me as a teacher. This is the special disciplinary ruler of the enforcement hall, which can dig out a person's spiritual root. He put his hands down and bowed his head to the ground to express his respect to the elder. Wang Zhonglao pointed at him and said, if you can dig out Xiao Xian's spiritual root, I will immediately accept you as a direct disciple. Remember to do well. Once the disciplinary ruler sees blood, it is not easy to pull out without secret techniques. He took the disciplinary ruler from the elder's hand. Looking at the disciplinary ruler in his hand, he said, Wang Zhonglao, rest assured I, Wu Feng, will not disgrace the order. Suddenly, a source of energy came from behind Wu Feng. The source of energy was really great, and it rushed away at a dizzying speed. Unexpectedly it hit him, catching him off guard and unable to resist. An explosion occurred immediately afterward, and the entire area shook because of it. Wu Feng put his hand on the cracked ground, and he coughed with a choking sound. Wu Feng slowly stood up in a difficult manner. Suddenly he stared down below. The disciplinary ruler, which was originally gold, had turned red. He screamed in terror, no, I can't die here, my immortal path has only just begun. Wang Zhonglao also had to look up to see who it was. He shouted, who is it? Above, a young man with white hair and handsome features, none other than Xiao Xian, asked, Wang Zhonglao, if you want my spiritual root, why don't you come and get it yourself? Wang Zhonglao gave a fake smile. Xiao Zhonglao is serious, I'm just joking with your disciple. But he had a different thought, didn't you say that this waste is about to die? How is the breath so powerful? It seems that he has broken through the golden core. Xiao Xian stood in the air and said, oh really, but... At this time, he cast his power to create a ball of energy in his hand, and thousands of swords appeared around him, waiting for orders. Wang Zhonglao was immediately shocked, and he recognized the move. Is it Sunlong sword art? He recalled the memories. Remember that year. I and Xiao Xian joined the Hongmeng sect together, but because he created that Sunlong sword art, he was favored by the head and received countless cultivation resources. Below, he also slowly moved his moves, and he thought to himself, fortunately, I broke through the golden core first, and he became a waste. Wang Zhonglao created a solid shield. Xiao Zhonglao, don't be excited. Now that I have broken through the second level of the golden core, if you and I fight, you may not be able to take advantage. He concentrated his power and poured it into his fist, creating thousands of swords to take Xiao Xian's move. I don't know what happened that made him panic. What? Only to see Xiao Xian put one hand forward and laugh. Ha ha ha, Wang Zhonglao, the second level of the golden core is just like that. Only a few seconds later, he was surrounded by Xiao Xian's power. Wang Zhonglao was shocked. This power, at least the third level of the golden core, or even higher. That source of power injured his arm, causing him to shout, "AAA my hand." Wang Zhonglao had to retreat continuously to avoid the attacks from Xiao Xian's sword. Xiao Xian, if you dare to kill me, the sect will not spare you. How could Xiao Xian be afraid of his words? He said calmly, really, I want to see, if I insist on killing you, how will the sect deal with me? As soon as he finished speaking, he used a move to attack Wang Zhonglao. He took out something and thought, Xiao Xian, you're dead, I have to use that. He immediately used the profound-level high-grade magic weapon to create a mask-shaped shield to shield against Xiao Xian's attacks. Wang Zhonglao seemed to be struggling with these torrential attacks. The profound-level high-grade magic weapon can only be used 3 times in total. This is the last time. Originally intended to be used when breaking through the nascent soul to block the thunder tribulation. Xiao Xian observed from above and clicked his tongue. Wang Zhonglao is really deep. You have hidden a lot of treasures in these years. So how about taking this move? A huge source of power descended from the sky. It created a huge source of power that rushed directly towards Wang Zhonglao. He shouted, Xiao Xian, you dare. Xiao Xian smiled back, why wouldn't I dare? The source of power was getting closer and closer to Wang Zhonglao. His eyes also lit up because of it, and hidden in his eyes was the source of Xiao Xian's power. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. The explosion created a huge pit, with smoke and dust everywhere. Wang Zhonglao's clothes were also blown away, lying panting on the ground and coughing. Seeing Xiao Xian approaching him, he put his hand up to stop him. You you don't come over here. Xiao Xian said, the shield is at least a mysterious high grade, right? The magic weapons in this world are divided into 5 levels from low to high: human, mysterious, earth, heaven, immortal, which are divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and excellent. Mysterious high grade, it can also be regarded as a treasure for suppressing the sect in ordinary sects. I didn't expect Wang Yan to hide such a treasure. Xiao Xian cast a circle of power, he said, however. It can only be like this, he said as he put his hand on Wang Zhonglao body. He screamed and sincerely begged under his sword, Xiao Xian Zhonglao, please show mercy. He screamed and sincerely begged under his sword, Xiao Xian Zhonglao, please show mercy. Xiao Xian's face was cold, looking at him without any mercy. At this time, the head of the Hongmeng sect, Zhang He, appeared. Xiao Zhonglao, don't be impulsive, fratricide violating the rules of the sect, will be expelled from the sect. Xiao Xian looked up and laughed loudly. Wang Zhonglao rejoiced in his heart, great, I'm saved. He shouted, head, you have to make the decision for me, Xiao Xian, he wants to kill the same sect. Immediately, he was slapped by the head, shut up. The head said angrily, Wang Zhonglao wants to follow me into the heart pond in the enforcement hall to see who should be expelled from the sect. Wang Zhonglao was so scared that he covered his face with his hand. No, no. The head clasped his hands and said to Xiao Xian, congratulations, junior brother, you have finally entered the golden core. He replied, thank you, head, if I haven't broken through the golden core, I'm afraid I will be taken by the traitor to cooperate with others to dig out the spiritual root. Wang Zhonglao explained, it's all a misunderstanding, but this matter is indeed due to my negligence. I accept the sect's punishment. I hope Xiao Shidi doesn't care. Xiao Xian crossed his arms and glanced at him. For the sake of the head, I can spare your life for the time being. Xiao Xian glanced back. The head said, but Wu Feng, betraying the teacher and destroying the ancestor, taking revenge for kindness, must be abolished and expelled from the division. This made Wu Feng, from a well-behaved and beloved student, suddenly lose everything. The head continued, from now on, you are not allowed to set foot in the Hongmeng sect. Wu Feng called out and begged the head earnestly, head, save me. But the head only stroked his beard and said, well, Hayes, leave it to Xiao Zhonglao to deal with it. Ji Nu quickly climbed to Wu Feng. There is no need for the master to do it. Wu Feng was lying on the ground but still very face-saving, launching a force towards Ji Nu. With a waist like you also want to do something to me. The blue force rushed straight towards Ji Nu, but she was not afraid at all. A pink source of energy began to appear in her hand. The source of Wu Feng's power was just near Ji Nu, and it was blocked by her power. Wu Feng was stunned at this time, even unable to comprehend that Sunlong sword art. He was shocked. Aren't you a waste? When did you learn that Sunlong sword art? Xiao Xian closed his eyes when he heard this and said, waste. 3 days ago, the information displayed, her name is Ji Nu, and her status is the eldest female direct disciple, with 260 comprehension and 15 roots, with the unactivated innate sword power. The activation condition is to reach the foundation building realm, and it is recognized by the Lin family's sword-making ancestor. Xiao Xian rubbed his chin and said to Ji Nu, so it's a rare innate sword body. Ji Nu asked while sitting next to him, Master, what is an innate sword body? Xiao Xian glanced elsewhere and replied, it's nothing, the teacher only feels that you have the talent to learn swords. Xiao Xian began to teach Ji Nu the moves. Go find Wu Feng in a while, the teacher can't let you lose face. He used a simple move to easily chop off the big tree. This is the key to remember, he continued. Sunlong sword art is the technique that the teacher created himself, you only need to learn a little bit. Ji Nu also tried to control the sword to make it float. Master, see if this is right. The system announced at this time, Introduction to Sunlong sword art. The host teaches Sunlong sword art, the best human-level product to the disciple, and receives the Xian-level high-grade heaven-slashing decision. Xiao Xian replied. Damn it, oh no, the teacher said you learned very well. In Xiao Xian's heart, he knew clearly, she is the real treasure. Ji Nu went to Wu Feng's side and stepped on him. With the master's teaching, you can't understand it slowly. Wu Feng only begged, no, don't. Ji Nu stepped harder on him. I don't know who is a waste. After solving that guy, she left. Xiao Xian praised, well done. The head also contributed. The spiritual root of the rebellious disciple has been broken by me. Please ask the master to check it. The head continued, if Xiao Zhonglao has already hit, and has been punished, then I can take Wang Zhonglao back to deal with it, right? Xiao Xian looked up. When did I say this matter is over? The head was surprised. Didn't you just agree to spare his life? Wang Zhonglao stood up. What else do you want? Xiao Xian gave an evil smile. I said I would spare his life. Then he pointed at him with a cold look full of hatred. But I didn't say to let him go like this. How to make me satisfied, it depends on the sincerity of Wang Zhonglao. Wang Zhonglao smiled and replied, okay. He offered a bag with both hands. All my wealth is in this Jiankun bag. I hope Xiao Zhonglao doesn't dislike it. Xiao Xian used his power to control the bag to fly to his place. Wang Zhonglao is a smart person, understands the reason, then thank you Wang Zhonglao. After getting what he needed, Xiao Xian said goodbye. Goodbye, Wang Zhonglao, Ji Nu, let's go. Ji Nu kept praising, Master, you were really powerful just now. He replied, go back and rest for a day. Tomorrow the teacher will officially teach you to practice. The head also rode away on the bird. I'm leaving too, Wang Zhonglao. Take care of yourself. Wang Zhonglao was so angry that his muscles were all over his face. Xiao Xian, wait and see. The sun just rose brightly, at the first peak on a bright early morning. Xiao Xian reached out and took a treasure. Xiao Xian sat and checked. 1 yen has accumulated a lot, all the elixirs for the golden core stage, but, the quality is normal, just SOSO. Xiao Xian took up 2 volumes and hesitated. Human level, Xian level, human level, Xian level. The best innate earth level middle grade technique is suitable for Ji Nu to stabilize the foundation. He took out the 5 elements ruler, which is an earth level middle grade. If you say the most valuable thing in Wan Yan's pile, it is still this, but I can't use it. Give it all to Ji Nu, let's see what treasure the system returns. Xiao Xian carefully looked at the shiny treasures in the bag. The rest are all spirit stones. The bright red spirit stones are dazzling. A small elder has 100 top-grade spirit stones. Maybe Wang Yan has done a lot of indecent things in the past. Xiao Xian propped his hand on his chin and rubbed it, smiling. I'm rich this time, build a small villa someday. Ji Nu just ran over. Master, you told me to come to you for practice after 2 hours, can I come in now? Xiao Xian replied, come in. Xiao Xian called, Ji Nu, come over and sit. She listened, yes, master. The realm of cultivators is divided into 10 realms, Hotian, Xiantian, refining Qi, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, dividing spirit, combining body. Great perfection, crossing tribulation. Each realm is divided into 10 small realms. The Hotian realm stimulates the power of Qi and blood, refines tendons, bones, skin, enhances the physique and strength of the body. The Xiantian realm, abundant Qi and blood turns into internal strength, enhances the power of attack moves and the body's defensive power. Until after experiencing the thunder tribulation, cultivating to the top, can ascend to immortality. But that is a distant realm in the legend. Xiao Xian passed on the skill to Ji Nu. A source of fire covered the 2 people. The teacher will pass on the Xiantian skill to you. Feel it with your heart, Ji Nu replied, yes. First, you should run a small cycle to feel it. The system displays Ji Nu's information. Her identity is the eldest disciple, with 260 comprehension, 15 roots. And the talent is the activated innate sword, reaching the foundation building realm, and it is recognized by the Lin family's sword-making ancestor. Xiao Xian thought to himself, the roots are only 15, system, what is the roots and comprehension of ordinary people? The system displays, the average is 50 to 60, no wonder Ji Nu's speed of comprehending the technique is very fast, but cultivation is very difficult. He reached out to Ji Nu and cast the technique. It seems that I can only forcibly instill it, washing the essence and cutting the marrow. Xiao Xian slowly brought his hand closer to Ji Nu's head and passed on the technique to her. A golden source of power shone around Ji Nu's body. At this time, Ji Nu's eyes became bright. Her whole body exuded a strong power, and Ji Nu cast a circle of power with her hand. Ji Nu said worriedly, Master, how can you directly instill it to Ji Nu? I heard that the price of installation is very high. Not only will it damage the cultivation, but it may also fall into the realm, and even damage the roots. Xiao Xian reached out and stroked her head. Don't worry, the teacher is fine. He glanced at the system. The host transmits 100 days of cultivation, the reward is returned 5 times, and receives 500 days of cultivation. Xiao Xian smiled and thought, even better. Xiao Xian added, you also take these, the teacher didn't give you anything good before, today it is considered to make up for the apprenticeship gift. Ji Nu's eyes lit up. Master, give it all to me? The system displays, the host gives the disciple a small 4th grade returning pill, 10 2nd grade Ning Yuan Dan, and returns it 10 times. Receiving a 4th grade big returning pill. Ji Nu was very grateful, clasped her hands. Thank you for the life-saving teaching of the master. If the master has any requirements in the future, just tell Ji Nu. Ji Nu will definitely do her best, and will not refuse even if she dies. The system reported again. The host gave 17 martial arts techniques to the disciple. Returned 20 times, and received the best celestial level spreading thousands of miles imperial sword decision. Xiao Xian just smiled and said, what are you being polite with the teacher? Go back and comprehend the power. Wait until you have finished integrating it. The teacher will instill the skill to you. Ji Nu was suddenly stunned and dazed. There is one more time. The system displayed at this time. The host gives the earth-level middle-grade 5 elements ruler to the disciple, returns 20 times, and receives the best celestial-level sword-wielding soft finger. Ji Nu worriedly said, Master, you are exhausting yourself to pass on the skill to Ji Nu, are you really okay? Xiao Xian put his hand on Ji Nu's shoulder to comfort him. The teacher is very healthy. If you don't believe it, wait for the teacher to retreat for 3 days, and ensure that I will break through to the 5th level of the golden core. Ji Nu clasped her hands. Then I will protect the master, and not let anyone get close. Xiao Xian said, Okay, don't be so nervous, you also take care of digesting it. Ji Nu said, then I won't bother the master anymore. After Ji Nu left, Xiao Xian muttered, Okay, next, let me see what the system has returned. He picked up the big returning pill. I have heard about this 4th grade big returning pill for a long time, at least the nascent soul cultivator can refine it. When the big returning pill was taken out, its fragrance spread, necessary for heavenly treasures. It is also the top existence among the 4th grade elixirs. Even if you turn over the entire family treasure of the Hongmeng sect, you may not be able to find the number of 5. Xiao Xian hesitated and continued, However, what I am most satisfied with is still the spreading thousands of miles imperial sword decision, the best celestial level. This seems to be the top sword decision of the Imperial Sword Dao. With this sword decision, combined with the earth-level excellent sword-wielding soft finger, it is really invincible. Xiao Xian thought, try its power. Cutting off his thoughts, he cast a force forward. Sure enough, its power was extremely great, and it blew up the rocks in front. The sword also returned, and he smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. The spreading thousands of miles Imperial Sword decision values the Imperial Sword Dao. If you can collect more powerful swords, then it is just a small matter to challenge beyond the level, and you should also digest a little of the cultivation returned by the system. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up. He thought, this time I can at least break through to the 5th level of the golden core. At the sect fair, Hongmeng sect, the market scene was noisy and bustling, and there was the 5th disciple Li Shan. In front, the 4th disciple Wang Jing walked forward with 2 girls with his arms around their shoulders. On the other side, 2 girls whispered to each other, Did you hear? It seems that Senior Elder Shao of the 1st peak has broken through to the Jinan stage. I heard there was a conflict with Elder Wang of the 6th peak, and Elder Wang got beaten badly. One girl said with admiration in her eyes, I also heard that Senior Elder Shao didn't hesitate to expend his own foundation to perform a Guanding empowerment for his female disciple. The girl next to her drooled and said, Senior Elder Shao is also very handsome. I really envy having such a master. Li Shan was shocked when he heard this. Xiao Xian performed a Guanding empowerment for a female disciple. Who is it? Could it be that little Ji Nu? The woman in Wang Zheng's arms curiously asked. Wang Shidi and Li Shidi were at the 1st peak before, weren't you? The girl next to her added, Why did you leave? Wang Jing said, Senior sister, don't believe those rumors. That old dog Xiao Xian is very stingy with his disciples. We couldn't stand his harshness, so we left. Right, Li Shan? He glanced at Li Shan, signaling him. Li Shan heard this, scratched his head, and replied with a smile, Right. The woman then said, "Oh my, Wang Shidi, is that true?" Behind them, a second disciple named Lin Haotian, holding a bottle of elixirs, also heard what was said. Lin Haotian squeezed the elixir bottle, causing it to crack. He pondered, that old thief Xiao Xian broke through to the Jindan stage? Even Elder Wang is no match for him. And he performed a Guanding empowerment for a disciple? Is it true or false? Lin Haotian quickly left. I have to go see what's going on. At the mountain gate of the seventh peak, a person arrived and bowed. Greetings, Senior Elder Xiao. In the distance, Lin Haotian was observing. The person was Zhang He, the chief disciple of the sect master, also known as Yi Qin. Senior Elder Xiao, I'm here to relay a message on behalf of the sect master. The sect grand competition will be held in 100 days. The sect master sent a disciple to remind Senior Elder Xiao in advance to prepare. His gaze suddenly shifted to Ji Nu as he said, however, this disciple will speak frankly. You didn't choose carefully when accepting disciples. This Shimi's aptitude, if she participates in the competition, I'm afraid she'll be scared to tears. Ji Nu was stunned when she heard this. She angrily retorted, You. Xiao Xian then spoke up in defense, Yi Shiji is afraid his eyes are blind. Yi Chen was enraged by these words, clenching his teeth. What did you say? Xiao Xian continued, 3 days ago, my disciple was still an ordinary person without cultivation. Now, she's already at the Hotian 10th level. This cultivation speed, dare I ask? In the gentle breeze, leaves flew by. Xiao Xian continued, Can Yi Shiji do it? Upon hearing this, he stood there blankly. An expression of astonishment appeared on his face. 3 days? Hotian 10th level? What a joke! It was time for Xiao Xian to show off his disciple. Don't you believe me? Good disciple, show them. Ji Nu quickly replied yes. As soon as she finished speaking, she circulated her energy, and a source of fire energy surrounded her entire body. Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Really at the Hotian 10th level? But how is that possible? Lin Haotian, hidden in the bushes in the distance, also witnessed this scene and was shocked. Xiao Xian turned around. Anything is possible, Yi Shidi. Ji Nu raised her hands to her eyes and made faces at the clueless Yi Chen. Lin Haotian bit his finger, pondering, that trash is actually at the Hotian 10th level. Based on her aptitude, if she cultivated on her own, I'm afraid she wouldn't even reach the Hotian stage. Even if she cultivated until she died. It seems Xiao Xian really performed a Guanding empowerment for her. He frowned. I didn't expect this old dog to change his ways. I heard that Guanding empowerment is very harmful to cultivation. Why not take this opportunity to deal with him? At the Third Peak's Council Hall, Lin Haotian returned to report the situation. The person sitting on the throne was the elder of the Third Peak. He said, You mean, Xiao Xian took all of Wanya's wealth and is now performing a Guanding empowerment for his disciple, making him the weakest right now, so he can take the opportunity to attack? Lin Haotian cupped his fist and smiled triumphantly. Elder Meng is wise and mighty. You should have obtained the most cultivation resources in the inner sect. That bastard Xiao Xian is just wasting the gifts of heaven. The dignified elder of the Third Peak said, If that's the case, then you come with me on a trip. His face was full of ambition. If things succeed, I will take you as my chief personal disciple. Lin Haotian immediately replied, Thank you, elder. At a thatched hut. This was Xiao Xian's cultivation room. Are you ready? Today, I will help you break through to the Xiantian stage and, at the same time, perform a marrow cleansing for you. If all goes well, your future cultivation path will be much easier, but it will be very painful. Ji Nu was full of determination. I'm ready. In her heart, she cursed, That damned Yi Chen, he dares to look down on me. When I finish learning, I will definitely make him open his eyes and see. Xiao Xian saw her determined look and smiled with satisfaction. Although that little brat Yi Chen is spoiled by the sect master, seeing Ji Nu's burning fighting spirit, I feel it's not a bad thing. It just so happens that Ji Nu's breakthrough to a major realm is a good time for marrow cleansing. Xiao Xian took out a marrow cleansing pill and thought, I took a lot of wealth from Wanya last time and bought a grade 4 marrow cleansing pill. Today, it will come in handy. Xiao Xian circulated his energy with his hand on Ji Nu's forehead. Then I will begin. The energy was transferred from Xiao Xian to Ji Nu, and she struggled to comprehend all of this vast power. Ji Nu's expression was extremely painful, and she clenched her teeth. It feels even more painful than the last Guanding, but after enduring it, she felt her entire body become light, as if she were cultivating in a refreshing stream. Xiao Xian glanced at the system. Host transmitted 200 days of cultivation to disciple, aptitude increased by 70 points, reward doubled, received 400 days of cultivation and earth grade low rank autumn. Water sword art. He smiled with satisfaction. Success? Xiao Xian used his gene and 6th level power. This feeling, this enjoyment, is not bad. Ji Nu was surprised by the tremendous changes happening in her body. She looked back at her body, which was enveloped in a surge of power. This is marrow cleansing? Now I've reached the Xiantian realm. Can I fight Qichin now? The system panel displayed information: Ji Nu, identity, chief true lineage female disciple, comprehension, 260, aptitude, 85, innate sword body talent not yet activated. Activation condition: reach the Jiji realm, recognized by the Lin family's ancestral sword mold. After completing this, Xiao Xian happily placed his hand on Ji Nu's shoulder. Be bold, hang that brat Yichen up and beat him. After beating Yichen, I still want to take you to challenge the Tianjiao of the world. Ji Nu was overjoyed. Can I really do it? Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the door. Is Senior Elder Xiao here? Your disciple was severely injured while gathering medicinal herbs to treat your illness and is about to die. Come out and take a look. Xiao Xian was puzzled. What's going on? Ji Nu watched with a thoughtful expression. Master's disciple? Besides me, does Master have any other disciples? Xiao Xian reached out and pushed open the door. Ji Nu was immediately surprised. Outside were the third peak and its disciples, bringing Lin Haotian along. Xiao Xian was surprised to see Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian? Why is it you? He was now covered in injuries, still holding a medicinal herb in his hand, calling out, Master. Lin Haotian's arm trembled as he offered the medicinal herb to Xiao Xian. Master, this disciple is useless, only able to gather a single long suiko to save your life. You please use it quickly. Ji Nu, speaking on behalf of her master, loudly scolded, traitor without shame. Haven't you already joined the third peak? What are you doing back here? Lin Haotian coughed violently, his whole body trembling as he struggled to sit up, and said, The reason I joined the third peak was only to seek the help of the third peak to gather the long suiko. To save Master's life. Two of the third peak's disciples spoke up in defense, pointing at Xiao Xian. Lin Shidi almost lost his life for the long suiko. What do you mean by this? That's right. That's right. You're not only ungrateful, but you're also saying such things. The third peak disciple also pointed at Xiao Xian and spoke up. That's right, Senior Elder Xiao, your disciple begged me to help and knelt before my door for 3 days. Even I was moved by him. Ji Nu pointed at the scum. Liar. He clearly betrayed the sect. Now he can even turn black into white. Xiao Xian stopped Ji Nu. Leave this to me to handle. Xiao Xian asked, You've already joined the third peak. Why have you returned today? He looked disdainfully at Lin Haotian. Don't tell me you want to return to my sect. Lin Haotian knelt before Xiao Xian, offering the medicinal herb. Lin Haotian knows he has committed heinous sins, betraying the sect, and is no longer worthy to be Master's disciple. I only beg Master to accept this long suiko. The green-haired third peak disciple said. However, seeing Senior Elder Xiao full of vitality, he doesn't seem to be seriously injured or in need of long suiko. The brown-haired one added, I'm afraid Lin Shidi has damaged his foundation. If he doesn't have a grade 4 elixir, his future cultivation will be difficult. The green-haired one continued. Senior Elder Xiao, don't tell me you can't produce a grade 4 elixir. The other one piled on, as if placing all the blame on Xiao Xian. Lin Shidi was injured because of you. Lin Haotian pretended to turn his head and said, You two are speaking too heavily. Xiao Xian could see through this terrible acting and just chuckled. He immediately joined in the act, pretending, Yo, who said I don't need it? My master's body is very precious and needs a long suiko to nourish it, right? Ji Nu? Xiao Xian winked to signal her. Ji Nu replied, Right. Master has been very weak lately. As she spoke, she pushed Xiao Xian forward to receive the award like an actor receiving an Oscar. All 4 of them stood there dumbfounded and confused. Lin Haotian gnashed his teeth, thinking, Why has this old dog become so shameless? Forget it, the long suiko isn't worth much anyway. If I can really exchange it for a grade 4 elixir, it won't be a loss. Lin Haotian appeared extremely worried. If that's the case, then master, please take this long suiko. After all, my worthless life is nothing. Xiao Xian quickly reached out and took the long suiko, then turned back. Quick, take it and make chicken soup tonight. Ji Nu was shocked. Chicken soup with long suiko? The system displayed information. Host gifted a long suiko to disciple, received a tenfold refund, an earth-grade long suiko. Lin Haotian continued his acting, cough, cough, cough. It's good if I can help master. The two others chimed in. Lin Shidi sacrificed his cultivation to save master. Senior Elder Xiao is just standing by and watching him die. Elder Meng, you must stand up for Lin Shidi. Meng Feng sternly spoke up. Senior Elder Xiao, human lives are important. As a master, how can I stand by and watch someone die? If this spreads, how will the first peak recruit disciples? A gust of wind blew past, and Xiao Xian calmly said, take your time. What's the rush? Xiao Xian walked over and sat in front of Lin Haotian. We were once master and disciple. How could I stand by and watch you die? You want a grade 4 elixir, right? But you're seriously injured, so I'm afraid you can't withstand the medicinal properties. How about I perform a Guanding empowerment for you first to open up your meridians? Meng Feng smiled. Senior Elder Xiao is truly eager to nurture talent. He thought, it seems that Xiao Xian's empowerment of his disciple is real. He dares to actively mention empowerment. So he probably has a secret method that doesn't drain his cultivation. Let's observe. Xiao Xian said, you were willing to bring me medicine without hesitation. I can't refuse such a small request. As he spoke, he tapped Lin Haotian's neck. How could I not fulfill your wish? A surge of power appeared from Xiao Xian's hand. Lin Haotian screamed shrilly, his screams extremely ear-piercing, as if he was in great pain. The disciples said to each other, hey, is he really performing an empowerment? Why does Lin Shidi sound so miserable? That's right. Meng Feng said, don't panic. Guanding empowerment is originally very painful. This is your Lin Shidi's opportunity. Lin Haotian suddenly realized the problem. This old bastard isn't performing an empowerment for me at all. He's destroying my meridians and devouring my cultivation. Lin Haotian sobbed and foamed at the mouth. It's over. Why can't I speak? Elder Meng, save me. Meng Feng didn't realize anything and even praised, Xiao Lin, well done. Lin Haotian quickly fell to the ground, withered and lifeless. Xiao Xian clasped his hands and said, all right, to cure his illness, I was quite ruthless. His cultivation is low, and he couldn't withstand that little bit of pain. You should take him back to recuperate first. He pretended to be tired and dizzy, raising his hand to his head. I've consumed half of my power. I need to rest a bit. I won't keep you here. Ji Nu worriedly supported him, master. Meng Feng smiled with satisfaction. All right. A surge of green energy appeared in Meng Feng's hand. Although I can't see any patterns in the empowerment, Xiao Xian is indeed very weak. Why not take this opportunity? Just as Xiao Xian turned to leave, he lunged at him, intending to launch a sneak attack. But all of this was within Xiao Xian's expectations. He smiled. He turned around and retaliated with an enormous rebounding force. The two streams of blue and yellow power collided, creating a dazzling light. Xiao Xian smiled and said to him, Elder Meng, as a master, how can you attack a weak person who has just performed an empowerment? At this moment, he was alarmed. Wait, didn't he just perform an empowerment for Lin Haotian? Why is his spiritual energy so surging? More yellow spiritual energy emanated from Xiao Xian's hand. He used only a small amount of his strength to release the spiritual energy towards Meng Feng. Xiao Xian then increased the power in his hand, sending Meng Feng flying away with a palm strike. Seeing this, his disciple was stunned and rushed towards him, shouting his name repeatedly, Master, Master. After dealing with this troublesome group, Xiao Xian turned around, waved his hand, and called out, Ji Nu, let's go now. Let's go make chicken soup again. The girl eagerly replied, yes. The master, who had gone by the name Lin Haotian, suddenly sat up. Seeing Xiao Xian leaving unhurriedly, he went crazy and turned to yell at Meng Zhanglao's two disciples. Hey, you two idiots, what the hell are you waiting for? The two looked at each other, nodded in understanding, and decided to risk it all. Okay. One of them took out 3 dangerous hidden weapons, thinking, these are the hidden weapons that Meng Zhonglao concealed before he left to train, relying on a special method to control them. Furthermore, it can dissolve in the air, invisible and odorless, and no one has been able to stop it until now. The disciple smiled sinisterly and swiped his hand, bringing the 3 hidden weapons behind him, preparing to launch them at Xiao Xian. While still smug, he suddenly remembered Meng Zhonglao's instructions before coming here. Meng Zhonglao personally gave me this hidden weapon. If something unexpected happens, I will use this hidden weapon to deal with Xiao Xian. Therefore, I cannot let him rise again. After saying that, he launched the hidden weapon towards Xiao Xian. When the hidden weapons were about to approach Xiao Xian, everyone thought that victory would belong to him. Who knew that Xiao Xian would just gently move his head to the side and dodge? So the hidden weapon brushed past and hit the wooden planks. When the wooden planks were hit by the hidden weapon, the wood began to soften and slowly melted away. Seeing this, Xiao Xian slowly turned around, looking at the hidden weapons coming towards him and thinking, there really is something strange, but luckily, after using the immeasurable golden elixir, my senses have been enhanced, so I can recognize those who intend to kill me, otherwise, I might be in trouble today. The 2 disciples of Meng Zhonglao were surprised to see Xiao Xian dodge, escaped. So the 2 had to switch to a coordinated attack, continuing to throw the hidden weapons at him. Seeing the threat preparing to strike again, Xiao Xian immediately turned to Ji Nu and said, Ji Nu, use the Sang Lang sword art, the target is behind and to the right. Suddenly hearing Xiao Xian say that, the girl was a little confused. But following his orders, she took out her sword and used the technique, immediately slashing away all the hidden weapons. Later, when she lowered her sword, she was surprised to see the hidden weapons falling to the ground, and exclaimed in alarm, this is... Then, on Xiao Xian's side, the system displayed a notification, congratulations to the host, your disciple has learned the Sang Lang sword intent, first layer. And in return for your efforts, the system will return 3 times the reward, and give you the Spirit Dragon treasure armor, Earth grade middle rank. Overjoyed at this gift, Xiao Xian chuckled to himself. Truly an innate sword body. After teaching her the Sang Lang sword art for a few days, she has already been able to comprehend the sword intent. Meng Zhonglao's 2 disciples saw the broken pieces of the hidden weapons on the ground and their faces were sweating, their spines tingling as they said, what? How could this happen? Don't talk about the Xiantian realm, even the separation and combination stage cannot break it. How did you do it? Lin Haotian, witnessing this shocking power, was now trying to crawl away, trembling and saying, it's over, I have to run away. Ji Nu saw the trash trying to escape, and her face became full of murderous intent. Ji Nu glared and rebuked, Lin Haotian, after the master exterminated the sect. You dared to reverse black and white, and now you still plot to harm my master. Ji Nu gently held her sword. With this simple action, Lin Haotian, who was crawling away, was scared stiff. As Ji Nu stepped closer, Lin Haotian crawled away faster. Because she could not tolerate the kind of harm that had been done before, and in the name of Master Xiao Xian, Ji Nu raised her sword and rushed quickly to him. Lin Haotian cried out, screaming in despair, don't come over here. The response was a thunderous slash, cutting the person in half, with blood splattering everywhere. Ji Nu's green sword had also gradually soaked up the blood of Lin Haotian. He looked up and saw the remaining half of himself lying in front of him, terrified. With his last drop of blood, he was still not reconciled to this cheap fate. This is impossible. Xiao Xian and Ji Nu stood silently watching his death. The 2 disciples who had rushed to support Meng Zhonglao earlier, accidentally saw this scene and could not help but be shocked. Suddenly, Ji Nu turned her gaze to Meng Zhonglao. It seemed that she had not yet vented her anger at the many bad things that he had done. She took a gentle step forward, and all 3 of them retreated in fear. The disciple began to beg her, don't come over here. Meng Zhonglao was still arguing with Xiao Xian and Ji Nu, you have killed a fellow disciple, the sect master will definitely not spare you. The remaining green-haired disciple of his added fuel to the fire, no way, we have 2 Zhuji and 1 Jindan, why are all 3 of us afraid of a Xiantian like her? He was immediately scolded back, you idiot, are you blind, can't you see who is standing behind her? Ji Nu saw that the 3 of them were still stubborn and said to Xiao Xian, Master, don't dirty your hands, your disciple will deal with them for you. Xiao Xian stepped forward, gently placed his hand on her shoulder, and said, My disciple, this master still wants to teach you one thing, that is sometimes. Xiao Xian suddenly burst out laughing, like a villain full of desire. His eyes looked down at Meng Zhonglao and the two disciples, like pieces of trash lost in nothingness. He said softly, Death is easier than living. After saying that, Xiao Xian gently stepped towards them. The two disciples were frightened and stammered, Hey, you, what do you want to do? Don't come over here. Reflected in their eyes was a murderous Xiao Xian who was gently reaching out. He laughed triumphantly and said, So you know to be afraid now. The two disciples were constantly shedding tears, even after begging all sorts of things. But after all, it was too late for Meng Zhonglao and the two disciples to survive and leave this place. About a few hours later, at the Hongmeng sect, in the main hall, where the cranes were basking in the calm water. At this time, Xiao Xian had brought Meng Yu to report to the sect master. Xiao Xian clasped his hands and respectfully said to the sect master, The situation was like this. Meng Yu and his gang of rebels came to provoke me for no reason. But in order to protect myself, my disciple and I killed Lin Haotian and crippled the cultivation of these two disciples of Meng Yu. The sect master understands the great righteousness, so surely will not punish me, right? The old sect master listened and pondered for a moment. Only after a while did the sect master speak and instruct Xiao Xian, Senior Elder Xiao, although the rebel died without injustice, and of course, he deserved to be punished, but violating the rules again and again, so there cannot be a third time. Xiao Xian clasped his hands to thank the sect master for his decision. Yes, Xiao Xian carefully obeys the sect master's teachings. Meng Yu saw that Xiao Xian was not blamed, and spoke up, Sect master, how can you favor Xiao Xian so much? He is simply saying nonsense, nonsense. Meng Yu, annoyed, glared at Xiao Xian and continued to curse. I led my disciple to visit properly, but he went to kill Lin Haotian. He has fundamentally violated the sect rules for his crimes. So I propose that he be expelled from the sect. Xiao Xian glared with murderous intent and replied, Visit? If you have accepted Lin Haotian as a disciple, you must be responsible for his life and death. Why are you mentioning my seventh peak when everything is going well? To verify that, Xiao Xian threw a few hidden weapons onto the carpet, and shouted loudly, Moreover, who visits with this kind of thing prepared? You think the sect master here is an idiot, muddle-headed or what? The sect master was listening to this negotiation, and suddenly was pulled into a joke in front of everyone. Meng Yu although still pointed at him, but his mouth trembled and said, I did not, so you don't talk nonsense. Too many times the sect master was furious and smashed the chair, and said, Enough, it is rare for Meng Zhonglao to have the heart to follow the principles of the sect. I think it is better for Meng Zhonglao to take the lead and stop cultivating according to the principles of the sect. What do you think? Meng Yu heard this, panicked and turned and knelt down to beg sect master. The sect master frowned and looked at him, and said, This matter ends here, so now, I announce that Meng Zhonglao is acting recklessly, fined 3 months' salary. Go to Sigua Cliff to face the wall for 1 month, no arguments. Xiao Xian smiled contentedly. He happily clasped his hands and said, Sect master, you are indeed wise. The sect master then ordered 2 disciples to take Meng Yu away. Meng Zhonglao, please. Meng Yu was still kneeling there, not sincerely accepting this decision. He could only reluctantly stand up, and let the sect master's 2 disciples escort him away. Passing by Xiao Xian, he was angry, glared and thought to himself, Xiao Xian, this hatred, if I don't avenge it, Meng Yu swears that I will not be a human. On the other hand, in the 7th peak training room, Ji Nu was sitting cultivating for the next breakthrough. Xiao Xian at this time had just returned. He gently stepped forward and gently opened the door. Seeing that she was concentrating on practicing, he asked, Ji Nu, how far have you cultivated? Seeing him returning completely, Ji Nu quickly jumped up, and started running around to check him out, and said, Master went to meet the sect master this time. So did the sect master make things difficult for you? Ji Nu was young and impulsively killed the traitor. If the sect master wants to punish, then I will be willing to bear it alone. Seeing Ji Nu so worried, and even willing to stand up to protect him, he was a little happy in his heart. Xiao Xian stroked Ji Nu's head and said, Ji Nu is foolish. How can I let you bear this? Rest assured, if you have a master to protect you, then no one can do anything to you. Xiao Xian placed his hand on her shoulder, and instructed, in the future, remember well, don't say that it is a small betrayer, even if he is the all heavens gods and Buddhas or the human emperor. Prime Minister, if he dares to offend you, I will offend him back. Xiao Xian looked at her, and seriously swore that, even if the sky falls, there will still be master to help you. Hearing Xiao Xian say those affectionate words of advice, she was so moved that her tears wanted to burst out. Master. Afterwards, she knelt down, kneeling to thank Xiao Xian. He saw that she was too embarrassed and said, What are you doing? Ji Nu must have had something unexpected. Xiao Xian then went over and slowly helped her up. He said, If you have something to say, stand up and tell Master. Don't keep it in your heart. Ji Nu muttered in reply, There are some things I feel that I should not hide from Master. In fact, this disciple's real name is Lin Ji, the daughter of the Lin family head, the head in the southwest. After hearing this, Xiao Xian was surprised at this bad news. He asked to confirm. The Lin family in the southwest, that is a famous family with many masters in the southwest, but I do not know what happened 10 years ago because that family was massacred in one night. Remembering that painful memory, Ji Nu told her stormy life. 10 years ago, the Lin family had dug out a huge spirit stone mine on their territory. Of course, this mine was enough to create a force like the Hongmeng sect in one night. Ji Nu's father at that time was the head of the Lin family, and immediately ordered that this matter should not be spread outside for fear of causing disaster. Who knew that the son was a beast because he was not satisfied with how his father distributed the mineral resources, so he sold this information to the Luo Yun sect. All just to take over the spirit stone mine. The Yun sect slaughtered all more than 100 people in the Lin family. After that massacre, only Ji Nu was protected by her father so she could survive. After fleeing for a while, she encountered bandits, who took all her money and sold her as a slave. Fortunately, life led her to meet Xiao Xian, who accepted her as a junior apprentice. If it were not for Xiao Xian, she might have been lost in the treacherous human world. After listening, Xiao Xian was very moved, tears fell. Ho, I did not expect that the identity of my disciple would be so tragic. Why did you not tell Master sooner? No wonder you hate traitors so much. Ji Nu replied, Actually, it is not as serious as that. He then took her hand. Go, my disciple, Master will take you down the mountain. She was surprised. Down the mountain? Where are we going? Xiao Xian looked at her and said, You have worshipped me as a teacher, so we must repay favors and avenge grudges. The Luo Yun sect, right? Follow Master down the mountain, and personally avenge the grudge. With just this sentence, he implicitly admitted that her hatred would also be his. She knew was moved and could not hold back her tears. Master. She cried and ran to hug Xiao Xian. Master. I only ask that Master be safe all his life. I am willing to be by Master's side all my life. He gently stroked her head. Don't say those gloomy words. Our master and apprentice will ascend to the clouds one step at a time in the future. Unlimited future. He continued, Let's set off. Ji Nu happily replied, Yes. The road ahead of them was very bright. Outside the dense forest of Luo Yun sect, a young man and a girl, as if they had just gone through a fierce battle. The young man was Bai Luo Ri, the girl's name was Li Qin Quan. At this time, Bai Luo Ri was pointing his sword at the enemy. He gritted his teeth in anger. I knew it was you. For money, causing your subordinates to die wave after wave, exhausting our strength. Only you would do this kind of thing. Sun Moon Demonic Sect, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled triumphantly, worthy of being disciples taught by the immortal lady, killing so many of my subordinates, the green and purple twin swords, truly worthy of the name. Then, he announced, But this is the end. After saying that, he suddenly rushed forward, his eyes red with cruelty. Both of them were exhausted at this time. Li Qin Quan exclaimed, Damn it! Suddenly, a surge of energy was released from behind. It was aimed at Zhang Yi, but he managed to detect it, and dodge immediately. He angrily shouted, Which bastard? Bai Luo Ri looked at the move, a little suspiciously. This is... A female voice sounded, missed. It was the two teachers and students, Xiao Xian. He laughed loudly, See, I just told you that you acted too early. You too hasty. Ji Nu pouted, unconvinced. Zhang Yi saw the girl and his eyes lit up. Oh, so it is a little beauty. He stuck out his long, disgusting tongue and licked his sword, looking at Ji Nu evilly and saying, "You just ruined my good deeds. How do you plan to compensate me? Little beauty." She held her sword and rushed up to slash him. "Bold man. Your mouth is full of foul words. You want to die." But Zhang Yi immediately flicked the sword out of her hand. He sneered, "Little beauty? Didn't your master tell you, don't show your face if you don't have the strength?" Bai Luo Ri and Li Qingquan shouted anxiously, "Miss, be careful." But Ji Nu was not intimidated. She began to circulate her energy. "Master once taught me, when encountering scum like you." Zhang Yi didn't have time to understand what was happening. Ji Nu continued, "Absolutely don't be lenient." Immediately, many swords shot straight towards him. With no way to retreat, he could only scream in pain. The scream made even the birds in the forest scared and fly away. Ji Nu, after collecting the spoils of war, went to give them to Xiao Xian. "Master, this is his Jianquan bag. I looked, there are only some spirit stones and elixirs inside. Nothing good." He handed it to her. "You take it first." Bai Luo Ri and Li Qingquan bowed to the two teachers and students. "Thank you too for your help." Luo Ri introduced, "We are disciples of Elder Zhu Xian of the Hongmeng sect." "May I ask for your names?" Xiao Xian replied, "So you are disciples of the second peak senior sister." "Seventh peak Xiao Xian, this is Ji Nu, my disciple." Luo Ri and Qingquan hurriedly saluted. "So it is Senior Elder Xiao." "Greetings, Senior Elder Xiao." He waved his hand. "Forget about these formalities. On the contrary, I am curious, why are you here, and still being entangled by people from the Sun Moon demonic sect?" Luo Ri recounted the situation. The Sun Moon demonic sect and the Hongmeng sect have a feud, and some demonic cultivators even take killing Hongmeng sect disciples as a pleasure. This time, the adventure is all because of this. Saying that, he took out a box from his coat. Inside was a 1,000-year-old low-grade earth rank Wu Xian Chao. Xiao Xian looked at the item in the box and exclaimed, "This is good stuff for refining foundation establishment pills." "Not bad luck." Bai Larry recounted, "The Millennium Wuxin herb is only a material for foundation establishment pills, but its value is not low. It wasn't easy for us to find it at the auction. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi followed us because of it, and has been chasing us all the way here." With that, Bai Larry respectfully presented the item to Xiao Xian, saying, "Elder Xiao, if you hadn't arrived in time, this Millennium Wuxin herb would have been snatched away by the Ryuguimen. Therefore, to repay your life-saving grace, please accept it." Xiao Xian asked, "You want the Millennium Wuxin herb to refine foundation establishment pills, right? With foundation establishment pills, the success rate of establishing your foundation will increase greatly. Are you really willing to give it to me?" Both of them said decisively, "Our master taught us to repay kindness and avenge wrongs. This is what Elder Xiao deserves, please accept it." Xiao Xian praised, "Worthy of being disciples of Senior Sister Zhu. If that's the case, I'll share some foundation establishment pills with you when I refine them." They bowed their heads. "Thank you, Elder Xiao." Xiao Xian looked towards the forest behind and said, "It's a bit early to say thank you now, just in time to teach you three." He immediately released his flying sword. "After killing someone, you must pay attention to cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots." The flying sword shot out and chopped down a nearby tree, revealing two people who had been standing there for who knows how long. Bai Larry was stunned. "How long have they been hiding there?" The woman spoke up, a mere first-level Jindan, yet acting so arrogantly. They were none other than Qin Yangzi, a fourth-level Jindan, and Bai Yangzi, a third-level Jindan. Qin Yangzi said, "You dare kill my beloved disciple and even run into us nearby. Your death day has arrived." Xiao Xian did not flinch. "I've long heard that the Ryuguimen has two elders, Heibai Wucheng, who can easily snatch souls and take lives." He continued, "I reckon it's the two of you." He thought to himself, "Before setting off, I used some secret techniques to conceal my aura. Sure enough, I ran into two blind fools." Qin Yangzi began to get impatient. "If you already know the reputation of the two of us, yet you can still remain calm and composed, I really want to see what abilities you have." He finished speaking and launched a chain towards Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian quickly dodged to the side with ease. The damage it left behind was quite significant. Xiao Xian frowned as he glanced at it. It seemed they really wanted to eliminate the roots. Qin Yangzi proudly boasted, this chain was forged by smelting the blood of 1,000 people. Even Yuanying cultivators will turn into white bones under it. Boy! Enjoy it slowly. With that, he continuously swung the chain towards him. Xiao Xian laughed inwardly, you're just bragging too much. As long as I don't get touched by the chain, then it's fine, right? He suddenly felt something. Underneath his feet were skeletons clinging to him. It was created by Bai Yangzi. She said, my weeping staff uses the primordial spirits of 1,000 people as sacrifices. Boy, you'll soon be one of them. You won't be lonely. Xiao Xian smiled, and complimented, you know how to coordinate in a fight? Not bad. Bai Yangzi, with a crazy look in her eyes, laughed loudly, die. Xiao Xian was now surrounded by chains above and skeletons clinging below. He didn't know how to escape. Everyone witnessing the scene was very worried for him. Ji Nu shouted, Shizhuan, be careful. But Xiao Xian showed no sign of fear, but rather the opposite. He immediately used the longitudinal myriad miles sword control technique. Tens of thousands of swords were summoned. They glowed and shot towards the enemies. Seeing the two swords flying over, Bai Yangzi wasn't afraid and shouted, just surrender. Qin Yangzi mocked, you want to break our magic treasures with a bit of spiritual energy made into form? How naive! But he didn't expect that Xiao Xian's sword technique could penetrate his chain. Qin Yangzi exclaimed in surprise, what? Before he could react, the sword had pierced straight through his head. Only then did Bai Yangzi see the abnormality. How can his spiritual sword be so powerful? This isn't good. She immediately ran away. Ji Nu noticed and shouted, Shizhuan. One of them is trying to escape. Bai Yangzi analyzed, the sword technique that kid used is strange. A tiny, top-grade earth-rank sword art, even in the hands of a Yuanying cultivator, couldn't possibly unleash this kind of power. So running is the best option. From behind, Xiao Xian spoke, want to run? Xiao Xian smiled, and deployed his sword technique. Don't even think about escaping. Quickly, a surge of energy was released and chased after Bai Yangzi. She realized it and exclaimed, damn it! Bai Yangzi used her weeping staff to summon the primordial spirits of the sacrificed people to block for her. She created a formation to block Xiao Xian's sword technique, giving her some time to escape. Xiao Xian suddenly spoke, by breaking this formation, you can also be free. The primordial spirits were stunned upon hearing this. They suddenly paused for a moment. Immediately, the primordial spirits of the sacrificed people turned back and attacked Bai Yangzi. She was shocked. What are you doing? You've rebelled. Very quickly, Bai Yangzi was surrounded by the primordial spirits. They slowly gnawed at her and destroyed her. She could only painfully exclaim, let me go. The primordial spirits gathered more and more until Bai Yangzi could no longer be seen. With the mission completed, they began to dissipate. Xiao Xian watched them go and instructed, go and reincarnate. Bai Larry and Li Qingxian witnessed this scene and were full of admiration. The two elders of the Ryugai men were destroyed by Elder Zhao's two moves. Could it be that Elder Xiao is already a Yuanying? Ji Nu excitedly showed off the spoils of war to Xiao Xian, Shizhuan. All the treasures on those two are here. He excitedly praised her, not bad, obedient disciple, you're getting more and more familiar with collecting spoils of war. And Zhang Yi's Qianquan bag from before. You can take it too. Being praised, Ji Nu's eyes lit up, thank you, Shizhuan. Bai Larry and Li Qingxian gaped in astonishment, giving it all directly to the disciple? That's all the wealth of the two elders of the Ryugai men. Ji Nu also flexed slightly, hey. This has at least tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, right? And so many elixirs. Shizhuan, I can't use that much by myself. Xiao Xian was generous. It's yours, remember to keep it safe. He thought to himself, let me see what treasures will be returned. The system displayed a notification, confirming that the host has given the disciple 68,720 low-grade spirit stones, 4,600 mid-grade spirit stones, 36 second-grade Ningyuan pills, 16 third-grade Fei Huang pills, 1 Millennium Wuxin herb, 1 100 square meter Qianquan ring, and 2 50 square meter Qianquan bags. Calculating the return reward. Total return reward, 1 4th grade Yangshan pill. 1 15,000 square meter Qiankuan ring. 1 5,000-year-old wishing herb. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Xiao Xian was extremely surprised by this reward. He smiled happily, extremely satisfied. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones have 4 grades: low, mid, high, and top. The exchange rate between adjacent grades is 100 to 1. So don't I have 2 billion low-grade spirit stones? Xiao Xian waved his hand, celebrating the sudden influx of wealth. Getting rich overnight is just like this. Ji Nu hesitated and asked, Shizhuan, I already have a better Qiankuan ring. Then she said shyly, can I give the 2 Qiankuan bags from this time and the last time from Elder Wang to senior brother and senior sister? Bai Larry and Li Qinxian waved their hands. No, junior sister, we'd be too embarrassed if you did that. But it's true that they are too poor, they still haven't equipped themselves with storage items. Xiao Xian patted Ji Nu's head. If it's given to you, then it's yours, you can do whatever you want with it. Hearing this, she was very happy. She then took the 2 Qiankuan bags and left. Giving 1 bag to each of them, senior brother and senior sister, please accept it. The 2 of them accepted the Qiankuan bags and were moved to tiers, elder Xiao and junior sister. Are really good people. Watching Xiao Xian and his disciple leave, Bai Larry thought to himself, damn it, I admire Shifu so much. It would have been great if I had joined the 7th peak in the beginning. At the pill refining peak in Luoyun City. The disciples here actively refine pills day and night. Ji Nu asked her teacher Shizhuan, what are we doing here? He replied, we just got a millennium wishing herb outside the city, which we can use to refine foundation establishment pills for you. To avoid losing its efficacy. We'll refine it first, and then go to the Luoyun sect. A young woman named Su Muhan nearby overheard the conversation. She then paid attention to them. Foundation establishment pill? The beautiful young woman admired secretly. Want to refine foundation establishment pills, the cultivation must be at least Jindan. This young master looks so young. Yet he is already a Jindan cultivator? Su Muhan looked towards Xiao Xian and Ji Nu who were beginning to refine pills, and admired in her heart, indeed, such a person makes people look at him with new eyes. Before she could admire for long, Su Muhan saw the pill refining furnace that the 2 of them were using explode. Ji Nu hesitated and asked, Shizhuan, do you really know how to refine pills? Xiao Xian covered half of his face with a fan to hide his embarrassment, pretending to be okay. Ahem, I just haven't refined foundation establishment pills before. Actually, I am a genius who has never encountered a bottleneck before reaching Jinan. Su Muhan giggled. She spoke up and said, young master, if you want to refine foundation establishment pills, I can help. Ji Nu saw her and exclaimed, wow, elder sister is so beautiful. Su Muhan continued, however, foundation establishment pills require a large source of spiritual power, so you will still need to take action yourself. Everyone around began to stir. Miss Su, you're giving free guidance again today? You're really a kind beauty. Only then did Xiao Xian carefully observe the guest in front of him, and thought to himself, this young woman is very young, yet she is already a 2nd-grade alchemist? Xiao Xian readily agreed, then I'll trouble you, miss. The reward will be double the market price. Muhan immediately took the Millennium Wishing Herb and refined it with her skills, combining it with other materials skillfully and beautifully, quickly putting everything into the pill refining furnace. A special energy emanated from the furnace. After harvesting, Muhan announced, the pill is complete. Xiao Xian was very grateful. Thank you, miss, this is the reward for this time. Muhan immediately refused. No need, it's just a small matter. Suddenly, everyone clamored, the auction is starting. Quick, go to the 2nd floor. I heard there's an earth-rank treasured sword this time. It's just that I don't know if I have that much financial power. Muhan also noticed this matter. She immediately wanted to participate. She quickly bid farewell to the 2 of them. I'll go first. No need for the reward. Xiao Xian also listened. He thought to himself, auction? And an earth-rank treasured sword? She knew just happens to be missing a handy weapon, right? Moreover, there must be many treasures at the auction. Buying them all and giving them to his disciple, wouldn't that be making a profit? Thinking this, he said to Ji Nu, let's go, good disciple, let's go and take a look at the auction too. She happily replied yes. The second floor of Tianji Pavilion, the auction venue. The host introduced, this is the Tianluo whip, refined from Millennium Ironwood. Infusing spiritual power or attaching spirit stones can double the damage, and the grade can be increased to low-grade Xian rank. The starting price is 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Nu immediately raised the sign and offered 100,000. Everyone around began to feel indignant. Damn it! It's that master and disciple again. One person said helplessly, since they started, they haven't stopped. They bought all the dozens of treasures. Another person also said with a tearful voice, every time they offer sky-high prices that no one can keep up with, they're really rich and generous. Su Muhan heard everyone say that and felt a little embarrassed in her heart. The host continued to introduce, next is this item, Rongxin Fire Lotus, top-grade earth rank. She said, after appraisal, the quality of the Rongxin Fire Lotus is very outstanding. Therefore, the starting price is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Su Muhan trembled and thought, I must get the Rongxin Fire Lotus this time. Ji Nu immediately raised the sign excitedly. I offer 2 million. Hearing this, Muhan was struck by lightning and dropped the sign in despair. The host shouted loudly, 2 million once. Everyone below shook their heads, can't add any more. Another young woman said, make way for the rich. Then the host struck the gavel and announced, then 2 million is the deal. Xiao Xian stroked his chin triumphantly. Alas, the feeling of being so poor that only money is left is really. Ji Nu next to him was also speechless at Shizun's flex. An attendant brought the item up to them. Dear guest, congratulations on successfully purchasing the Rongxin Fire Lotus. Ji Nu exclaimed, wow! It's so beautiful. Su Muhan glanced over secretly. It's that master and disciple from before. Do they really want to buy all the treasures? She bit her lip and thought, if I asked them to give up the Rongxin Fire Lotus, would they agree? Thinking of doing it, Muhan mustered her courage and walked towards Xiao Xian and his disciple. She opened her mouth, young master. Ji Nu recognized her. Ah. You're the beautiful alchemist sister from before, right? She immediately knelt on the ground, earnestly pleading, young master. I am Su Muhan. My father suffered a chi deviation while cultivating and urgently needs the Fire Lotus to save his life. Please, sell this Fire Lotus back to me. She continued, I am willing to work like a cow or a horse to repay the kindness to the young master. Xiao Xian looked at Ji Nu. She hesitated this. Shizun, he said, good disciple, I have given this Fire Lotus to you. You can decide what to do as you wish. The system displayed confirmation that the host has gifted the Rongxin Fire Lotus. First grade, to the disciple. The return is multiplied by 5, and the Rongxin Fire Lotus, 5th grade, is obtained. Ji Nu was relieved. If that's the case, then. Suddenly, a whip with a sharp-edged tail was launched from somewhere. A voice rang out, wait. Ji Nu quickly noticed the abnormality. She immediately used her sword to block it, avoiding an attack. Ji Nu angrily shouted, who is it? Everyone around was surprised. Wow! A fight. A contemptuous tone sounded, hey, commoners. A subordinate stepped forward and said, my young master is offering 3 million to buy your Fire Lotus. The others were stunned upon hearing this. 3 million? Then it has completely exceeded the value of a human-rank spirit herb? That young master was Wang Rong, the son of the city lord of Luoyun City. He held a beauty in his arms, with a flirtatious tone. 3 million is nothing, for Miss Su's heart-stirring beauty. What is this worth? Su Muhan looked and sweated. It's him again. Xiao Xian noticed her attitude, and was puzzled. He also heard everyone discussing him. The young city lord is harassing Miss Su again. It's really creating karma. Since Miss Su inherited the position of family head of the Su family, this young city lord has been her relentlessly. I'm worried for Miss Su. Wang Rong's subordinate arrogantly spoke. Hey! Commoners over there, are you listening? My young master wants the Fire Lotus. Hurry up and offer it with both hands. Ji Nu was also stubbornly unwilling to yield. You want to buy our Fire Lotus? Dream on. We're not selling. Su Muhan ran over and warned her, young lady, don't be impulsive. This person cannot be offended. Ji Nu looked puzzled. Xiao Xian noticed that her expression had been strange all along, and he asked, it seems that you have some relationship with this person? Muhan hesitated. She truthfully recounted. He is the son of the city lord of Luoyun City, and can be considered the little tyrant of this area. He once came to my house to propose marriage, but I didn't agree. Since then, he has always been harassing me. With that, Su Muhan shoved a bag of spirit stones into his hand. She said, I'm sorry, two of you, for causing trouble for you too. This 50,000 spirit stones is considered my apology to you. I will leave here. Xiao Xian watched Muhan's figure and thought to himself, for her father, she can seek medicine to this extent, and she doesn't panic when encountering changes. Moreover, at a young age, she is already a second-grade alchemist. On the contrary, she is a disciple who can be taught. Xiao Xian spoke. Young lady, stop. This Rongxin fire lotus can be given to you, and I can also help you solve this young city lord. But I have a condition. Hearing this, Su Muhan's eyes lit up. She cautiously asked, what condition? Xiao Xian fanned himself with a fan, his tone extremely serious. This condition is, take me as your teacher. Su Muhan did not take a second to think and agreed immediately. I am willing. As long as I can save my father, I am willing to do anything. She then knelt down on the ground. Shifu, please accept this disciple's bow. Xiao Xian helped her up. Good disciple. From now on, you are my second true disciple. Get up quickly. The system displayed information. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. Checking that the disciple has a Dan Dao heart. Added, the success rate of pill refinement is increased by 30%, the return reward is doubled, and the host receives a Dan Dao heart, Earth rank, increasing the success rate of pill refinement by 70%. Information, data on disciple Su Muhan has been opened. Information, name, Su Muhan. Identity, second true disciple. Comprehension 60, aptitude 50. Talent. Dan Dao heart, human rank. Can be increased. The condition for increasing is to improve third-grade elixirs. After reading the information, he was a little surprised. Dan Dao heart? It's a pity that her aptitude and comprehension are ordinary. It seems that I have to instill power and impart skills to her. Xiao Xian turned to Ji Nu, if that's the case. Little Ji Nu. As if she understood his meaning, she excitedly replied, have disciple. He ordered, kill this running dog for Shifu. Without hesitation, she replied, obey the order. Ji Nu immediately rushed over. The henchman was angry at this time, and he lashed the whip at her, yelling, arrogant. But before he could say the second sentence, he was immediately kicked in the face. He was immediately knocked into the wall. His master, Wang Rong, gasped in shock. Ji Nu mumbled, I hate people who bully others by relying on their power the most. Then she took her sword and stood in front of Wang Rong. He was scared pale, and began to stammer, You dare hit my man? Do you know who my father is? She rushed over immediately, not forgetting to provoke him. I don't care who your father is, I'll beat you so that your father won't even recognize you. Wang Rong panicked like a chicken about to be slaughtered, yelling, Wu Ming, Wu Ming! Come out quickly! He said weak threats, if anything happens to me, my father won't spare you. She knew didn't care and continued to rush over. Quick as lightning, a fast-moving young man rushed out. He used his sword to block Shi Nu's attack, causing her to be thrown back unexpectedly. She quickly regained her balance, carefully examining the opponent. Elder Shao also observed attentively. His face did not change and he uttered a sound of surprise. He is the bodyguard Wu Ming, Yuanying first level. A cold face, unforgiving eyes, he rushed forward to protect his master. Having a backer, Wang Rong began to be complacent, and challenged, aren't you very arrogant? Continue to be arrogant. He ordered arrogantly, Wu Ming, help me beat her cruelly. And that kid standing behind her too. The appearance of hiding behind the bodyguard was very cowardly, but his tone was like a queen, all of them. Don't let anyone go. She knew was embarrassed for him. Wu Ming suddenly turned to Wang Rong and said, Young city lord, I am only responsible for protecting your safety. I will not interfere in your private fights with others. Hearing this, he widened his eyes in disbelief. You! The host of the auction angrily struck the gavel hard and shouted, outrageous! What do you think this place is? Soldiers rushed over at this time, pointing their spears at them. The host announced loudly, according to the rules, those who fight privately in Tianji Pavilion must die on the spot. If you don't want to die, please leave now. Tianji Pavilion does not welcome those who do not comply. Wang Rong was sullen but did not want to make a big deal. It's good for you, let's go. Still not forgetting to show off, you better keep a low profile in Luoyang City, don't let me see you again. Hearing this, Ji Nu was so angry that she just wanted to punch him. But Elder Shao calmly ordered, let's go. To avoid touching, the soldiers escorted each group in one direction. Ji Nu couldn't hide the annoyance in her heart, and complained, look at his smug face. I'm really unwilling. Su Muhan just smiled wryly. Elder Shao replied briefly, don't argue with villains. On the other side, the soldier gave them a contemptuous look. He asked, young master, are we really just going to let them go like this? Wang Rong replied, let them go. Is your young master such a good person? He had already planned, we will take action when we get out of Tianji Pavilion. This way, we won't touch the rules of Tianji Pavilion, and we can still deal with them beautifully. The soldier flattered, young master is really talented. Just stepped out of Tianji Pavilion. Wang Rong was already satisfied with his plan. Later, let's kill that kid who has no eyes first, then hang him at the gate of the city. As for those two young ladies. Hee hee. Thinking of this, Wang Rong looked lustful and licked his lips repeatedly. Waited for a long time but didn't see them. They began to feel anxious. Strange, where are the people? Why haven't they come out yet? Elder Shao had long guessed their intentions. He was leaning against the corner of a nearby wall preparing to take action. Shao Xian shot a small sword as thin as a needle. Wu Ming immediately noticed the abnormality. The sword as thin as a needle quickly returned to its normal size and flew swiftly. Wu Ming did not hesitate. He shouted carefully and rushed out to block with his knife. But unexpectedly, his knife immediately broke in half. The sword pierced straight into Wang Rong's head. He just cried out in a hurry. Wu Ming was caught off guard and only knew to call, young master. Wu Ming's eyes were full of murderous intent. The henchman looked at Wang Rong lying on the ground and was very horrified. You! How dare you kill people in Tianji Pavilion's territory? Elder Shao had a cold face, and said calmly, stop spitting blood on people. I clearly waited for you to get out of Tianji Pavilion before taking action, without touching the rules of Tianji Pavilion. Shi Nu was delighted to see it. The henchman was so angry that he choked. You! Wu Ming released the broken knife. He stepped forward and said in a serious tone, this young master, although this name is domineering, stupid, and hated by everyone. Wu Ming continued coldly, but I have received money from people to work, as a bodyguard to protect him, loyal to the master. Then his eyes became sharp, he assumed a defensive posture and announced, you have killed the target I am protecting, so I have no choice but to take your head back. Otherwise, the Wang family will chase me to the ends of the earth. Elder Shao smiled upon hearing this. He cast the sword technique, countless swords surrounded him waiting to be released, and then threatened, your knife is already damaged, you still want to fight me? Wu Ming was also not to be outdone. His fingernails suddenly grew long, and scales began to appear on his hands and neck. His eyes shone brightly, he gritted his teeth and said, I am a different beast bloodline, my body is stronger and more sturdy than knives and swords. It's just that using a knife is more convenient. Elder Shao did not flinch, his eyes also began to flash with fire, and replied with interest, is that so? He continued, then I really want to see. Then the swords behind him were immediately released. Wu Ming had caught the sword with his bare hands. Just squeezed gently, and it was shattered. He disdainfully, useless. Elder Shao calmly asked, 7 swords, not one is effective? Then he raised 2 fingers and turned them into a circle. A sword turned back and attacked Wu Ming from behind. He was very surprised and shouted, what? Then he used all his strength to hold it back. He used his internal energy to transmit power to his arm, restraining the speed of the sword. The remaining swords had been called back to wait. Elder Shao observed from above, and said aloud, although you blocked one of my swords, but it seems your hand is about to be crippled. Wu Ming gritted his teeth and suppressed the pain. Shao Xian quickly controlled another sword, then the next sword. Then he pointed his hand at Wu Ming, and said calmly, see how you do it? Wu Ming was also a little surprised by the strength of the opponent. He used internal energy, causing the wound in the palm of his hand to quickly change. Wu Ming said the sword technique is very good, but the bloodline of different beasts can help my recovery speed. His hand quickly healed. The scales at this time had covered the entire arm instead of just the wrist as before. Elder Shao carefully observed. Wu Ming immediately blocked the incoming sword. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, he said confidently, "If you only rely on this one sword, you still can't kill me." But in his heart he was very uneasy. Why can this person's sword control technique be so powerful? Blocking each sword has almost exhausted all my strength. He sweated and thought, if you add another sword. But facing Xiao Xian, Wu Ming still said mockingly, "However, I see that you are also at the end of your rope." Xiao Xian also secretly agreed, this person is right, just relying on one sword is probably not enough to do anything to him. But ordinary flying sword's spiritual power is too weak compared to him. He came up with an idea. Rongxin Fire Lotus absorbs the purest fire element in the world, it's even better to use it to refine weapons. Take advantage of this opportunity to upgrade equipment. Thinking of doing it, he took out the fire lotus that he had just bid for and used it. The sword was surrounded by a golden red light of the fire lotus, becoming much stronger and sharper. Elder Shao couldn't help but admire. It's really an overbearing sword. It really makes people happy. He was as happy as a child receiving a gift. How about calling you Fire of Great Joy? He immediately launched it towards Wu Ming. Go! Fire of Great Joy! Have fun with this, brother! Wu Ming put out his hand to block, but he realized that this sword was different from the previous ones, and he cried out, "What?" A long cut ran down his arm. At this moment, he realized this is the power of pure fire element? Not good. Feeling that the opponent could not be underestimated, Wu Ming gritted his teeth and used all his internal energy to create an energy ball, then quickly enlarged it into a shield. But he knew very well that this shield would not last long. Wu Ming held the sword tightly in his hand, trying to stand firm. In his heart, he thought that he couldn't beat this person. Elder Shao continued to cast his spell, coldly saying, "It's not over yet." The sword in Wu Ming's hand immediately returned to its owner. It easily broke the shield he had just created. Wu Ming exclaimed, "It's over!" Immediately, a series of swords upgraded from the Heart Fire Lotus descended like a sea of fire. Wu Ming realized the situation and admitted, "It seems I have lost." He didn't resist anymore but said, "You can chop me up or kill me, it's up to you." Wu Ming closed his eyes and accepted his fate. He said, "You can chop me up or kill me, it's up to you." Elder Shao laughed and quickly retracted his magic sword. The sword stopped and floated. Wu Ming was surprised. "Huh?" Elder Shao said, "I'm letting you off out of respect for your willingness to admit defeat, which makes me happy." He felt a sense of pleasure. You have some backbone. You can be considered a strong and tough person. Elder Shao landed on the ground and walked towards his two disciples who were waiting. He didn't forget to introduce himself. "My name is Xiao Xian. If you want revenge, you are always welcome." Then he turned his face back and said calmly, "However, the guardian who fails will surely have someone seeking him out for reckoning. You must stay alive." Wu Ming's face turned purple when he heard this. Elder Shao said to his two disciples, "All right, since we're already out, let's go save Mu Han's father first." Mu Han shyly returned the greeting, "Thank you, master." Ji Nu next to her couldn't hide her admiration and exclaimed, "Master is so handsome." Wu Ming watched the backs of the three of them leaving, and he thought to himself, to be able to have such talent at this age. Truly extraordinary. He quickly returned to his original human form, moving swiftly on the roof. Looking behind him, he thought to himself that if he could survive the pursuit of Wang Jia, he would definitely see him again. At the Su residence, Su Muhan led Elder Shao and Ji Nu into the house. Ji Nu couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, your junior sister's family looks very rich." She humbly said, "In my father's generation, the Su residence was indeed considered rich. But since I took over as the head of the family, the Su residence is not what it used to be, it's not the same now." Mu Han became sad. "Actually, you two shouldn't have killed Wang Rong. His father is not only the city lord of Yuluo City, but he is also an elder of Luoyun sect. It is said that he went through life and death with the head of Luoyun sect back then, and they have a close relationship. If you two provoke him, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles in the future." Ji Nu's eyes were firm, and she declared loudly, "If they dare to come, I will make sure they have no way back. Luoyun sect is also our goal this time. Mu Han opened the door and invited the two of them. Please, this way. The door opened, and sitting majestically on the chair was Su Hingyuan, Su Mu Han's second uncle. He slammed his hand on the chair and shouted, Su Mu Han. Then he pointed at her and scolded, You good-for-nothing granddaughter. You still have the face to come back? Mu Han was surprised. Second uncle? Then she looked around, and all the clan elders? Why is everyone here? Elder Shao quickly realized the situation and thought to himself, the people who came were not well-intentioned. Ji Nu was also surprised and didn't understand this. Su Runwe, Su Mu Han's third aunt, stood up abruptly and pointed at her, harshly criticizing, You still have the nerve to ask. If we hadn't come, we wouldn't have known that you sold the Su family. For money! You evil creature! You took advantage of your elder brother's serious injury and coma to take the family's property to the Tianji Tower for enjoyment. Su Mu Han hurriedly explained, No, I didn't sell the property for enjoyment, it was to buy the Rongxin Fire Lotus to save my father's life. Third aunt asked sternly. Then where is the Fire Lotus? Where is it? It's here. As she spoke, she took it out of her bag. The flower shone brightly with flames. Looking at it full of hope, she said, I got it. It's not damaged at all. Su Hingyuan immediately used his Jin and 6th level to control Mu Han and snatched the Rongxin Fire Lotus. He shouted, Give it to me. Mu Han panicked and quickly turned away to avoid the attack. She didn't expect her second uncle's scheming. A figure quickly rushed out in front of her to protect her, which surprised Mu Han. It was Elder Shao. Ready to attack, he solemnly declared, Let me see who dares to touch her. Shao Xian's swordsmanship made Su Hingyuan seem small. This power made him feel apprehensive, not good. I can't become an enemy with this person. Thinking is doing. He immediately turned his head and chose to run away. But it wasn't that easy. A sword immediately plunged down in front of him, causing him to panic. Other swords flew over one after another and plunged around him. He looked like a puppet pinned to the wall. His face was frightened and he didn't dare to move. Third aunt, who was standing outside, couldn't help but be shocked, and she called out, Second brother. Su Hingyuan trembled and said, Third sister, be careful of that sword. She was angry and began to scold, Su Mu Han. What do you mean by this? Now you're finding outsiders to deal with your own family, right? Mu Han was tired. It's not. Ji Nu quickly interrupted, Junior sister, don't waste your words with them. Shao Xian smiled smugly. Third aunt continued to step forward, loudly challenging, What? You still want to fight? Come on. Beat me to death. A sword landed right between her legs. Fortunately, it didn't hit anything. Shao Xian gently reminded, Whoever dares to step forward, my spirit sword has no eyes. The others flinched and immediately changed their attitude. Mu Han, Hingyuan and Runwe were just impulsive, but we are still family with blood ties. You value outsiders to deal with us. That's not good, is it? Mu Han sarcastically repeated, Family. Runwe still put on a lecturing face. That's right. The Su family has raised you for 20 years, and you still want to repay the Su family's kindness like this. You ungrateful wretch. Mu Han was aggrieved, and she bluntly replied, How can you cold-blooded people still have the face to come and blame me? Unable to endure any longer, she pointed at each person and cursed. When my father went into Qi deviation, did you care to ask about it? You only knew to take advantage of my father's coma to come to the door to fight for and divide my father's property. They were ashamed to hear this. She exposed their intentions. I think you just can't wait for my father to die. After saying this, Mu Han also cried sadly. Ji Nu stepped forward to comfort her but deliberately spoke loudly for them to hear. What kind of blood relatives are these? They are just a bunch of shameless, inferior to animals, beasts. Shao Xian put his hand on Mu Han's shoulder and said, Mu Han, since you have entered my sect, then today I will teach you your first lesson. Her tearful eyes looked at Elder Shao. He began the lesson. The way to treat these opportunistic people is to use strength to speak. Then, a series of swords pointed at them, making them tremble like quails. Shao Xian solemnly asked, Mu Han, do you want to suppress them, or destroy the clan? The people who claimed to be family were weak in their hands and feet, and couldn't even stand firmly. What suppress? Destroy the clan? Mu Han hesitated. I. Then she bowed to Xiao Xian. Please, master, suppress the Su family. Abolish their cultivation, and leave them a way to survive. Xiao Xian slowly waved his fan and agreed. Okay. Mu Han, you go save your father first, leave this place to your teacher. Mu Han was grateful. Thank you, master. Ji Nu supported her. Let's go, junior sister. Xiao Xian had a calm demeanor. His face was a little cold. Mu Han secretly looked back, inevitably moved. She blushed, master. Xiao Xian closed the fan in his hand. He smiled meaningfully then. Which one of you shall we start with? Then Xiao Xian began to use his power. Flames burst from his fingers. He launched the sword towards Ng Yuan, who was still pinned to the wall, and said, Or we'll start with you. He exclaimed in fear, Don't! A scream of fright. Blood splattered everywhere. The remaining people covered their faces and dared not look. In this situation, Xiao Xian calmly turned the fan in his hand. Then he solemnly asked, Next, who wants to go first? The crowd panicked and scrambled to escape. Where do evil people live comfortably? Here, Xiao Xian launched his sword, chasing after everyone without missing a single one. Runway was as energetic in scolding Mu Han as she was now in panic. Xiao Xian coldly declared, Don't even think about escaping. Xiao Xian controlled the sword, determined not to let anyone escape. After saying this, the swords launched and slashed at all of them. Witnessing this scene, Mu Han was extremely impressed. No one has ever helped me without expecting anything in return. I must work harder. I must save my father. Then she took Ji Nu's hand and hurriedly left. A moment later, in Su Ziyuan's room, Mu Han knelt down by the bed, looking at her father sadly. Elder Xiao and Ji Nu entered. Ji Nu said, Junior sister, the people of the Su family have been abolished of their cultivation by master and imprisoned in the dungeon. Mu Han's eyes were sad, and she said, That's enough, thank you both. Ji Nu stepped forward to ask, How is your father? Mu Han couldn't hide her disappointment. After using the Rongxin lotus, father still hasn't woken up. Xiao Xian's eyes became strange. He said to Mu Han, Let me take a look. He took Su Ziyuan's pulse, and as if he had discovered something, Xiao Xian said, Your father's injury. Hesitating for a moment, he frowned and continued, looking at the pulse, It doesn't seem like qi deviation. Maybe he was harmed by someone, leading to broken meridians. Moreover, the other party took cruel action. If it weren't for the physician in your father's body being strong, usually using a lot of elixirs for conditioning, then I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to hold on this time. Mu Han was very surprised. How could it be? Elder Xiao turned back to reassure her, Don't panic, the current situation is still stable. He immediately used his power to send it to Ziyuan's wrist. As long as I restore his tendons and veins, he can do it immediately. He concentrated as much as possible. Fortunately, after practicing the across myriad miles swordplay, my ability to control spiritual power has increased by another level. Then he transmitted his power into Ziyuan's legs. He said, Even restoring the tendons and veins is not impossible. Su Ziyuan's eyes began to move. He groaned softly, Ah. Mu Han's eyes lit up, and she happily called out, Father. Ji Nu was also surprised. He's awake. Su Ziyuan slowly opened his eyes, Ah. Mu Han. She was extremely excited. Father. How do you feel? Su Ziyuan sat up, he rubbed his head and said, It's okay, just a little dizzy. As if suddenly remembering something, his eyes widened in tension. He immediately turned to ask, Mu Han. Where's your second uncle? Did he do anything to you? Mu Han hesitated a little. I'm fine. Why mention second uncle? Could it be? Su Ziyuan recalled, Over the years, I have been trying to improve the method of refining the rejuvenation pill, and a few days ago, I finally made progress. My new method reduces the requirement for the quality of the ingredients a lot, but requires high cultivation for the alchemist. He continued, My cultivation was not enough, so I sought Su Hongyuan's help, but unexpectedly. His voice sank. He actually attacked me while I was refining pills. Everyone was silent. Su Ziyuan spoke, I have no grudges with him, but he hates me so much. He must resent that my father chose me as the head of the Su family back then. Mu Han angrily slammed her hand on the bed. Her eyes were full of resentment. So it was him. Xiao Xian stroked his chin and thought, rejuvenation pill? I remember it's a third-level pill refining method? Then wouldn't it be good to use it to upgrade the pill Dao heart for Muhan? Xiao Xian took the liberty to speak. Old Master Su, when you mentioned the prescription just now, can you let me take a look at it? Su Ziyuan was confused. You are? Muhan stood up to introduce. He is Elder Xiao Xian of the Hongmeng sect, and also the master that your daughter has just acknowledged. Fortunately, thanks to him, your daughter was able to wake up her father. Su Ziyuan heard this and clasped his hands in thanks. He said, Is that so? So it was you who helped me and Honor. Thank you, sir. I am really happy that Honor can have this opportunity. Xiao Xian also politely clasped his hands in return. Then he approached the wall and knocked on the square on it. Muhan wondered, Father, when did you install this in the room? It opened. Inside was a red box containing a scroll. He joked with his daughter, hee. It was originally a place to hide private money. Muhan was speechless. Su Ziyuan did not hesitate to give the scroll to Xiao Xian. You have saved me. As long as it is the prescription of my Su family, you can take it if you want. Opening it to read, Xiao Xian was a little puzzled. This prescription, you haven't finished revising it yet? Su Ziyuan lowered his face in shame and replied, Ngong has really good eyes. At first I was just a little short of success, but unfortunately it was ruined by that beast Su Hongyuan. Xiao Xian reassured, It's okay, there is nothing major wrong with this recipe, just missing a Tianhuang herb. Muhan was surprised. Tianhuang herb? She became excited. That's right, Tianhuang herb. Oh my god, why didn't I think of it? The system announced. The disciple, under the guidance of the host, successfully comprehended the improved third-level prescription, rejuvenation pill upgraded version. Pill Dao Heart, talent upgraded to the profound realm, reward received increased by 5 times, the host's Pill Dao Heart talent upgraded to the heavenly realm. Xiao Xian looked at the notification. Heavenly realm alchemy success increased by 99%, pill recipe comprehension rate increased by 30%. He thought to himself. Pill recipe comprehension rate increased by 30%. No wonder new ideas about other pill recipes suddenly popped up in my mind. Su Ziyuan held his daughter's hand affectionately. Muhan, you have been managing the Su family alone for so long, it's been hard. Muhan replied, These are all things I should do. It's just that this unfilial daughter, in order to earn money for treatment, has mortgaged the pharmacies in the house. The Su family will probably not be able to stand firm in the future. Xiao Xian's voice rose, attracting the attention of the 2 fathers and daughters. I have a rather bold idea. Holding a large money bag in his hand, he continued, You can take back all the pharmacies. Then recruit more alchemy apprentices, sign lifelong contracts with them. On the premise that they are not allowed to disclose the pill recipe, and refine pills for us. He continued, If you want to withdraw halfway, we will sign a non-compete agreement with them. After leaving our place you are not allowed to use our pill recipe. Otherwise. The 2 fathers and daughters Muhan and Ji Nu were stunned, wondering when they were participating in Shark Tank. Holding Xiao Xian's money bag. Muhan asked, Jin Xie? Xiao Xian's eyes deepened, and he gave a mysterious smile. Hee, they will soon know how powerful we are. He instructed, The matter should not be delayed. Muhan, you go to refine pills first, I and senior sister will go to deal with that Su Hongyuan. Then he turned and walked away. Ji Nu waved goodbye. Junior sister, see you later. Looking at their backs, Su Ziyuan boldly asked his daughter, This master of yours, is he an ordinary person? She was also confused. Yes. But she didn't seem to believe her own answer very much. Su Hongyuan was being held captive at this time. He trembled and raised his hand to support. You, what do you want to do? Ji Nu was concentrating on using her power. Next to her, Xiao Xian was calmly waving his fan and observing. He said, Come on, little Ji Nu, if you don't practice up to 10,000 sword chi, we won't leave today. A series of swords were launched. Ji Nu counted, 9971, 9,972. 9979, 10,000. Ji Nu happily shouted, Success! She was finally able to cast the sword chi of 10,000. Su Hongyuan was terrified to see tens of thousands of swords being summoned. Elder Xiao praised, Not bad. Next is the sword of heaven becoming one. Come on, your teacher believes in you. Ji Nu only had time to wipe the sweat casually. She quickly regained her focus, her eyes full of determination, and she used her power. I also believe it! An energy ball was created. It absorbed the swords and gathered them in one place. She raised it high and declared loudly, I will definitely do it. When the swords had all gathered, a huge sword was created. Ji Nu concentrated to hold the sword, and at the same time be able to control it as she wished. Ji Nu quickly did it. She happily boasted, Master, I succeeded. Xiao Xian was also happy for her. He said, Well done. Learning this move is enough to deal with the Luoyuan sect. Su Hongyuan widened his eyes and couldn't speak. You. The sword of heaven becoming one had been pointing at his head since when. He trembled and begged, What are you trying to do? Don't. Xiao Xian heard this and sarcastically said, Don't? When you did not hesitate to attack Su Ziyuan, why didn't you think that there would be a day like this? Then he ordered, Little Ji Nu, take action. She replied yes. The sword stabbed down right next to Su Hongyuan. He was so scared that he wanted to pee his pants, and shouted, Ah, murder! Help! Ji Nu puffed up her cheeks in anger. Bah! Missed. Xiao Xian felt that the daughter's anger was not ordinary, so he did not dare to urge her, but gently reminded. Aim accurately and attack again, no need to rush, take it slow. The sword was now pointing straight at the center of Hongyuan's legs. He exclaimed in horror AAA. Xiao Xian said, It's off again, do it again. Then in the following times. Do it again. Do it again. Half an hour later. The wall was printed with many traces from the attack. The system displayed the reward notification. The disciple under the guidance of the host has comprehended the sword intent of 10,000 into 1 of across myriad miles swordplay. Repaid 10 times, the host has comprehended the sword intent of 10,000 into 1 of across myriad miles swordplay, plus a first-grade superior grade D level Niao Jiro. After a few close calls, the named Su Hongyuan was finally able to die for real. Xiao Xian stood up with satisfaction. This time there are 2 Niao Jiro and 10,000 into 1. Fighting under the distraction body is not a problem. He smiled and thought to himself, This is much easier than cultivating myself. Xiao Xian turned to say to his disciple, Let's go, let's see if Mu Han needs help. Ji Nu happily replied, Master, wait for me. At the city lord's mansion of Luoyuan City. In the main hall, 3 subordinates were kneeling on the ground, trembling and reporting, City lord. The young city lord, he was killed. He angrily slammed his hand on the chair. Trash. I wasted money hiring you to be useless, right? He was Wang Wenqing, the city lord of Luoyuan City, the father of Wang Rong. His eyes were full of murderous intent, his hands clenched extremely angrily, and he shouted. The young city lord is dead. If you don't bring the head of the murderer back to confess, you don't even think about living. The subordinates heard it like a thunderbolt. Either way is death. One of them tried to explain, City Lord. The person who killed the young city lord is named Xiao Xian, the elder of the Hongmeng sect. The nascent soul realm of Wu Ming was also defeated by his moves. We really can't do it. Hearing this, Wang Wenqing was even more angry. He cursed a bunch of trash. Then he used Jindan 7th level. They screamed, City Lord, spare us. Before they could finish speaking, they were severely injured. Wang Wenqing gritted his teeth, his eyes hateful. Wu Ming's strength was personally checked by me. That Xiao Xian used a few moves to defeat Wu Ming. His strength is not something I can resist. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he vented his anger on the subordinates who were scrambling to get up. Get out! It seems that if I want to avenge my son, I can only go to Luoyuan sect to ask for help. Thinking is doing. He ordered his subordinates. I want to go to Luoyuan sect, send invitation letters to all the nobles in the city for me, including the Su family. The subordinates replied yes. He vowed, the grudge of killing my son. Xiao Xian, I must chop you into pieces. At the Su family. Wang Wenqing's invitation letter has also arrived here. Mu Han worriedly said, this invitation letter to the banquet. Ji Nu slammed the table. It doesn't look good at all. It's obviously a Hongmen banquet. Then she stood up abruptly and put forward an idea. Let's go out of the city now and go directly to Luoyuan sect. Wait for them to leave the city and see what Wang Wenqing can do. Xiao Xian still sat there calmly. He ate a grape and said calmly, "No, people have the heart to invite us, how can I refuse? Of course I have to go." Ji Nu was surprised. "Master?" Xiao Xian put his hand on her shoulder. He continued, "I heard that Lin Yinqing may also be at this banquet. Good disciple, do you want revenge?" Hearing this, Ji Nu was angry. "Lin Yinqing?" She slammed the table, her whole body full of murderous intent. She sarcastically said, "That damned traitor is also present?" Mu Han sitting next to her didn't understand what was going on. Xiao Xian opened his fan, waving it a little, and continued, "I heard that he relies on the power of the incomparable Luoyuan sect. If it were another time, it might not be easy to catch him." Xiao Han slowly stood up. "What's wrong, good disciple?" He put his hand on her shoulder, and the two seemed to understand each other. "Now do you want to go with your teacher and make a big scene at the Hongmen banquet?" Ji Nu replied without hesitation, "Disciple will listen to master." Although Mu Han did not fully understand what was going on, she also felt that someone was about to be in trouble. Xiao Xian suddenly turned to ask, "That's right, how is the Dan pharmacy being handled?" Asked unexpectedly, Mu Han was flustered. "I have redeemed all 70 Dan pharmacies of the Su family." She continued, "I am still recruiting alchemy apprentices, and I will try to sell rejuvenation pills this afternoon." She opened the books and reported, a total of 50 bottles were sold, earning 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Xian stroked his chin and thought, 50 bottles is a bit few. "Have you analyzed the reason?" Mu Han quickly replied, Yes. She explained, "The main function of rejuvenation pill is to purify the mind and calm the spirit, and adjust the breath. It is not widely used. Plus, it's only the first day of sales." Xiao Xian took out a stack of paper from his body. He handed it to Mu Han and said, "Then try to study these alchemy methods, and then sell them and tell me the results." Mu Han looked at the new prescription and her eyes lit up. "Are they all for me?" She read through it quickly, and couldn't help but admire. Oh. This is a small gold pill after improvement. The therapeutic effect is at least 10 times the old one. Enough for the cultivators to save their lives. I think it will definitely sell very well." Mu Han hugged the stack of paper like she was holding a pile of money, happily singing. Xiao Xian also smiled happily and thought to himself, the happy life of lying down and counting money is not far away." Night at the city lord's mansion. People flocked to attend the banquet. Wang Wenqing personally came to greet. Su old brother. Distinguished guests. He put on a hypocritical tone. "I heard that I was sick some time ago, which made me very worried. I didn't expect that after recovering from the illness, the business of the Su family's Dan pharmacy has taken a step further. It's really lucky." Old Master Su replied with a smile, "Haha, thank you for the city lord's concern." Xiao Xian looked around and smiled. Wang Wenqing laughed loudly, appearing hearty. Then he came to talk to Xiao Xian, appearing extremely respectful. This must be young Master Xiao who helped the Su family rise in the rumors. Also took Mu Han as a disciple, helping her break through to a third-level alchemist, right? Xiao Xian also clasped his hands in return. Haha, City Lord Wang is too polite. The subordinate next to Wang Wenqing suddenly frowned. Xiao Xian? Is that the main character that City Lord Wang is hosting the banquet today to entertain? He thought City Lord Wang deliberately invited 30 Golden Core elders from Luoyuan sect to help. Now our people are all disguised as guests, waiting inside. Just waiting for the City Lord to give the order. They will surround and kill. The subordinate suddenly noticed the 2 girls who were following Xiao Xian. This girl. He stared intently at Ji Nu, as if remembering something. She looks just like the young miss back then. After remembering clearly, he lowered his head and frowned. Impossible. I personally witnessed Lin Go's subordinates leading the little girl Lin Ji rolling down the cliff. Wang Wenqing's voice rose, inviting everyone inside. Come, Elder Su, and young Master Xiao, everyone is waiting for the banquet to begin. Su Ziyuan replied, All right. At the dinner table, Wang Wenqing inquired, I heard that young Master Xiao is young but already has the cultivation of the 5th level of Jinan. Then he stood up, toasted him a cup and continued, And you've taught 2 outstanding disciples, truly limitless potential. The subordinate beside him also raised his glass. Yes. For Miss Su to be able to apprentice to such a good teacher is truly the blessing of the Su family. The elders at the other tables also turned to raise their glasses, but their eyes were full of killing intent. Young Master Xiao is truly a talent. Xiao Xian innocently raised his wine cup and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, City Lord Wang is mistaken, mistaken. Then he drank the entire cup in one gulp. Xiao Xian said, actually, everyone has misunderstood my cultivation. I only have the 3rd level of Jindan. The 5th level Jindan strength that everyone saw is all because of. Shi Nu sitting beside him hurriedly stopped him. Shizun. Then he drew his emerald green sword and showed it off. It's thanks to this treasured sword. This is a fortunate encounter I had. Its power is extraordinary. Xiao Xian laughed loudly and said incessantly, if it weren't for this sword, how would I dare to come down the mountain with my strength? Ha ha ha! Shi Nu beside him worriedly reminded. Shizun. Wealth should not be flaunted. What are you doing? Wang Wenqing's eyes changed at this moment, his face becoming sinister. This girl is quite impolite. Guards. He was secretly pleased. I thought it would take a lot of effort to probe him. But he revealed it himself. How foolish! A servant brought out a chest. Xiao Xian felt puzzled. Opening it, it was full of spirit stones. Wang Wenqing said, I have long admired young Master Xiao. Today I have deliberately prepared a generous gift, hoping to befriend young Master Xiao. Xiao Xian was like a child seeing candy, his eyes shining brightly as he blurted out, Spirit stones. So many spirit stones. Then he quickly ran over. Ji Nu kept calling, Shizun. Holding the spirit stones in his hand, he jumped up joyfully. Wow, this time I originally came down the mountain to buy things for the sect, taking a little for myself on the side. As a result, I spent all those tens of millions of spirit stones. I was worried about how to explain it. Fortunately, there's you, City Lord Wang. Wang Wenqing smiled smugly. Being able to help young Master Xiao is my honor. But in his heart he thought, I thought he was from some reclusive family, with incredible financial resources. But I didn't expect him to just be an errand boy for the sect. Then he stood up and said to everyone, I've long heard that young Master Xiao knows how to teach disciples. Why don't you have your disciple compete with my people? So everyone can admire them. Everyone around him smiled sinisterly. City Lord Wang said sternly, holding out his hand to challenge, consider these spirit stones as a bet. What do you say? Xiao Xian was tipsy, leaning against the chest and happily said loudly, okay. Little Jir, go. Ji Nu agreed with a sharp look, as you command. Wang Wenqing clapped and laughed loudly. Young Master Xiao is truly straightforward. Then I'll add a bit more to the bet. Then he had someone bring out another chest of spirit stones and place it next to it. He said, if young Master Xiao wins, I'll add another 10 million low-grade spirit stones. How about it? Xiao Xian scratched his head, naively asking, then I also need to take out something of corresponding value to bet, right? But I don't have a penny on me. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Without hesitation, he took out his sword. He said, how about this? I'll bet this treasured sword. Is that okay? Wang Wenqing seemed to have been waiting for just that, and immediately agreed. City Lord Wang set up a shield to protect it. Since we've bet, then no one is allowed to touch it until the competition is over. What do you say? Xiao Xian couldn't stand steadily, and had to be supported by Mu Han. He happily said, no problem. Little Jir, I'm counting on you. Don't embarrass your teacher. Mu Han worriedly said, Shiji, be careful. She clenched her fist in determination. Don't worry. Wang Wenqing ordered, Xiao Hei, you go first. He obeyed the order. In Wang Wenqing's mind, he had already planned to probe their strength first. Xiao Hei faced Ji Nu's City Lord Wang called out, next. The two of them used uncompromising gazes, staring intently at each other. Wang Wenqing announced, begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Nu launched a series of swords towards Xiao Hei. He stuck his saber into the ground to block the attack. But he had underestimated her too much. His saber instantly shattered in astonishment. He only had time to utter, no! Ji Nu's magic sword stopped in time. In just a few seconds she had overwhelmed her opponent. Xiao Hei sighed and admitted, I lost. Sorry, City Lord. Xiao Xian watched and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. You can't even withstand one move from my disciple. Trash. Useless. Mu Han felt embarrassed for him as she watched him. The people around began to criticize. This is too impolite. Truly ill-mannered. Someone even cursed. He's clearly just a drunken drunkard. They looked at Xiao Xian's hearty laughter and were furious. You ignorant brat, just be arrogant for a while. Wang Wenqing's close subordinate frowned at him. I'll deal with you later. Wang Wenqing appeased the public. It's okay, it's just a competition. There are wins and losses. Why care about these things? He thought. The guards reported that this master and disciple knew the art of sword control, but now it seems they're nothing more than that. Xiao Xian hugged the chest of spirit stones and was delighted. City Lord Wang is truly a good person. I'm rich. I still want to bet the treasured sword and all my assets. Ha! Wang Wenqing didn't say anything, just smiled. In his heart, he was secretly rejoicing. Just what I wanted. City Lord Wang continued the program. Next, Huanin, you go. She replied, yes. The two beauties faced each other. Huanin politely said, forgive me for being rude. Wang Wenqing's eyes were full of hope. When it comes to the art of sword control, my granddaughter once sought to study at Luoyun sect. How could she possibly lose to this idiot's disciple? Before he could finish smiling smugly, his face changed. Huh? Ji Nu immediately unleashed Wan Tianhua. Huanin also used sword techniques. Her swords were also ready to be launched. But Ji Nu quickly launched her Wan Tianhua. The huge sword rushed towards Huanin, causing her to panic. Huanin was stunned. Is that Wan Tianhua? She immediately shouted loudly, I admit defeat. Huanin sat down, unable to believe her eyes. To have achieved Wan Tianhua to this extent at such a young age. I willingly concede. Ji Nu accepted the praise, thank you. The surroundings buzzed with chatter. This master and disciple won again. But it looks like she's reached her limit? Xiao Xian was now delighting in the pile of spirit stones. He tossed them up and shouted, useless. Useless. Today, even if immortals descend, it's useless. Ha! Continue. Continue. The close subordinate looked at this scene with his arms crossed and grumbled. Look at how smug that guy is. Wang Wenqing also had to admit, to be able to cultivate Wan Tianhua to this stage. At this age is truly a genius. It seems this kid has taken in a good disciple. His eyes suddenly changed, but a dark figure quickly rushed up from behind. Wang Wenqing also smiled sinisterly. It's time to end this. Without saying a word, the dark figure rushed towards Ji Nu, catching her by surprise. The mysterious person struck her chest hard with their palm. She didn't have time to react. Xiao Xian witnessed this scene and was also surprised. Isn't that the Luoyun palm of the Luoyun sect? Ji Nu was seriously injured and flew out. Xiao Xian immediately rushed out to catch her. He quickly caught her body and landed safely. His face was serious, no longer with the foolish, drunken look from before. Ji Nu weakly looked at him, coughed. I'm sorry, Shizhuan, your disciple has failed. Xiao Xian gave her a warm and gentle look. It's okay. After handing her over to Mu Han, Xiao Xian turned to look at Wang Wenqing and thought, so that old fox finally took out his trump card. The girl standing there was Lu Yu, an elder of the Luoyun sect. She announced, you've lost. Looking at the chest of spirit stones being carried away, Xiao Xian felt heartache. That's all my fortune. No way. You can't leave. You won and took all my fortune. How am I going to explain this to the sect when I get back? Angrily, he turned to compromise. Fight one more round with me. Wang Wenqing smiled. Fighting one more round with you is naturally fine. It's just. Young Master Xiao has just lost all his fortune. What do you plan to bet this time? Xiao Xian's expression suddenly turned serious, pointing at himself. My life. The people around were shocked. Heavens. He's really crazy. Betting to that extent? Only Wang Wenqing's close subordinate smiled smugly. Seeing that the prey had taken the bait, Wang Wenqing reminded, this is what young Master Xiao said himself, don't regret it when you sober up. He smugly thought. I really want to see what you can use to win without that treasured sword. Xiao Xian replied, don't worry. He immediately circulated his internal energy. Behind him was a huge sword aura. He reminded in turn, don't say you regret it. Holding the hilt of his sword, he slowly said, I'm just afraid that you won't recognize it then. He gently gathered the swords together, and at the same time continued, "But if I win, City Lord Wang will not only hand over all his fortune to me." Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise, "This is Wan Tianhuai?" Xiao Xian completed his sentence, "But also compensate with a life." As soon as he finished speaking, he released the power of the sword towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu held her sword firmly. She raised her sword in front of her, using sword to block sword. But unfortunately, Lu Yu's sword broke in half. With nothing to defend, she was immediately struck. Lu Yu exclaimed in horror, "How can Wan Tianhuai in his hands unleash such power?" She struggled to stand up. "Ah, damn it!" She was extremely flustered in her heart. This sword is a magical weapon bestowed by the sect Master Shirzwen, enough to withstand a full-force attack from a Yuanying cultivator. Yet it was cut in half by this person's sword? She looked up and carefully observed the other person's face. Who exactly is he? What kind of saint is he? A smug smile appeared on Xiao Xian's face. He continued to use Wan Tianhuai to attack Lu Yu. His sword aura was extremely powerful. Wang Wenqing widened his eyes and shouted, "Shimmy!" He barely managed to catch Lu Yu. Wang Wenqing anxiously asked, "Shimmy, how are you?" Lu Yu had been seriously injured and fainted. He kept calling Shimmy, casting hateful glances at Xiao Xian. He spoke up, "It seems that City Lord Wang is also a disciple of the Luoyun sect." He continued, "Moreover, you can learn the Luoyun palm of the Luoyun sect. I imagine your status is not low." Then he waved his hand. City Lord Wang was furious, but could do nothing. Xiao Xian decisively said, "Killing you today is not unjust at all." Wang Wenqing turned around and shouted loudly, "What are you all standing there for?" The Jindan elders rushed up in droves. They were extremely excited. "It's finally our turn to take the field. Elder Wang, rest assured. We will definitely deal with him." Die. Everyone rushed up with murderous intent. Realizing that the situation was not good, Mu Han supported Ji Nu to leave Shiji this way. Su Ziyuan witnessed this and couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing Xiao Xian having to deal with the elders alone, Su Ziyuan gasped in amazement. Oh, the fighting is too fierce." Xiao Xian clapped his hands excitedly. "Well, everyone who has taken action has the strength of Jindan. It seems City Lord Wang was prepared today." His eyes changed immediately. "It seems that today I can only besiege and kill 30 Jindan alone." Xiao Xian stamped his foot hard. A series of swords flew up. They swirled around Elder Xiao. Wang Wenqing sneered, "Besiege and kill 30 Jindan alone? That's too arrogant." A black energy emanated. Wang Wenqing began to circulate his energy. He said, "Just before coming down the mountain, I asked the sect master for an illusory image of the Luoyun sword." Ji Nu widened her eyes in shock. "This sword," he continued, "this heavenly grade low-grade divine weapon has undergone many years of Qingxin's blood sacrifice and refining by the sect master. Its power has long been incomparable to ordinary Xian Tai. Even if it is only an illusory image, it is enough to kill Yuanying." Ji Nu still couldn't believe her eyes. This is clearly the ancestral sword of the Lin family, which was snatched away by the Luoyun sect back then. She recalled, the Luoyun sect slaughtered the Lin family that day, using countless blood of the Lin family to sacrifice and refine this sword, making it display its full divine power. Even now, I can still sense the connection between the sword and my bloodline. To refine this sword, how many people of the Lin family have been killed? Ji Nu clutched her chest. They actually call it the Luoyun sword. How shameless! Mu Han worriedly asked, "Shiji, are you alright?" Elder Xiao paid attention. The ancestral Foi sword of the Lin family? He recalled Ji Nu's information, and immediately understood, so one of the conditions for awakening the innate sword body that the system displayed at that time was this thing. Wang Wenqing said strongly, "Today I will use it to teach you arrogant young people what humility is." The illusory image of the sword rushed towards Xiao Xian. He was calm, without any impatience. "It seems that I still have to thank City Lord Wang for giving me the news of the Foi sword." He waited for the illusory image to get very close. Then he took out the Rao Jiro's sword. Wang Wenqing was shocked. "What? Didn't I take that treasured sword?" Looking back at the chest of treasures that was sealed by a shield, the sword was still there. At this time, he realized, this guy has two identical swords? Holding the sword in his hand, Xiao Xian thought, The power of the illusory image of the Luoyun sword is extraordinary, worthy of being a heavenly grade divine weapon. Although the Rao Jiro is only a D-grade superb weapon, with the Yujianju, it can make the sword stronger. If you don't mind, let's try the true power of the Zonghengwanli Yujianju. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched it. The Rao Jiro sword faced off against the illusory image of the Luoyun sword. The two were evenly matched. But after a while, the Rao Jiro's sword gained the upper hand. A large explosion took place. The Jindan elders were also affected by the power of the explosion. The Rao Jiro's sword flew back to its owner from within the smoke. Xiao Xian waved his fan, his tone mocking. You guys are not good enough like this? They were all seriously injured, lying scattered on the ground, unable to get up. He leisurely stepped over, without a scratch on his body, and gently reminded, I'm still not satisfied. Wang Wuqing was now hugging his shimmy, hiding behind. Seeing that Xiao Xian did what he said, he was shocked and fearful. Impossible? I have to run. Xiao Xian noticed. He turned his face back and asked casually, Want to run? Then he summoned his swordsmanship. The swords were floating and ready. Aiming at Wang Wenqing who was running, he launched them. Looking at the sword that was coming, Wang Wenqing could only utter, don't. A piercing scream rang out, Aaaah. The close subordinate was still alive at this time. He tried to stand up. He was frightened when he saw that his master was dead. Xiao Xian and Ji Nu came in front of him, preparing to question him. Seeing the two of them getting closer and closer, he shouted, Hey! Don't come over! Don't kill me! Xiao Xian kicked his leg, causing him to scream, The person who should kill you is not me. Ji Nu picked up her sword and asked sternly, Uncle Bo, do you still remember me? The subordinate was shocked. Uncle Bo? You are Linji? No. Impossible? Before he could say anything more, a knife took his life. Ji Nu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She sarcastically said, You answered correctly, it's a pity there's no reward. Xiao Xian rubbed her head, Well done, but next time you draw your sword, don't rush to chop it down. As for enemies, don't let them be comfortable. Next time try slowly cutting into their flesh. That's the most painful. Ji Nu looked at him with admiration. Thank you, Shizhuan, your disciple has learned it. Su Ziyuan witnessed this and also broke out in a sweat, stroking his beard and asking Mu Han, Is your Shifu really an upright person? She was also a little flustered and replied, Yes. After causing a ruckus, Xiao Xian happily ordered, City Lord Wang Lost, give all his assets to me. Mu Han, you handle the spoils of war for me. I'll take your Shiji to visit Luoyun sect. Mu Han quickly replied, Your disciple obeys. At Luoyun sect. This is the place of the sect master of Luoyun sect. He was cultivating at this time. The sword in front of him seemed to be absorbing the sect master's internal energy. He focused as much as possible to mobilize his power. He identified himself, Yuan Yuan, sect master of Luoyun sect. It's been 10 years, and finally the sword's soul in the Luoyun sword is about to be completely subdued by this venerable one. Then he transmitted everything into the sword in front of him, shouting, The moment of success or failure is. Suddenly, from the outside, another stream of power poured in, penetrating into the sword. After absorbing it, it shook. Then it released another stream of energy, causing Yuan Yuan to fall over. He struggled to get up, stroking his chest to regain his composure. Clearly, I felt that I was just a little short of being able to completely subdue the Luoyun sword. Why did the Luoyun sword suddenly reject me? Outside, a subordinate frantically reported, It's not good, sect master. The soul lamps of senior sister Luyu, Wang Wenqing, and elder Lin Yunqing have all gone out. Yuan Yuan shouted, What? He immediately went outside. What exactly is going on? The sword inside seems to still be absorbing a source of power. It's true that another stream of power is being transmitted into the sword. It originated from a stone outside Luoyun sect. It turned out to be the resting place of the two Shifu and disciple Xiao Xian. Ji Nu was now focusing on using her power, linking with the sword. Xiao Xian said, The ancestral sword of the Lin family was sacrificed and refined with the blood of the Lin family. You said you can use blood to sense the existence of the sword. This is the first time I've heard of it. Seeing that she had opened her eyes, Xiao Xian asked, How is the situation? Ji Nu happily replied, I can sense it. The people of Luoyun sect probably haven't subdued that sword yet. I left my divine sense on the sword. As long as I find that sword, I can subdue it. Xiao Xian smiled in satisfaction. Very good. He thought for a while and then decided. Then today, our master and disciple will charge up Luoyun sect together. Elsewhere, Yuan Yuan was stunned. Their soul lamps had gone out as his subordinate had reported. The place where he was standing was the soul lamp hall of the Luoyun sect. Yuan Yuan angrily cursed. Useless waste Wang Wenqing, you told me last time that your son was killed by a wandering Yuanying cultivator. You wanted to invite the avatar of the Luoyun sword to deal with it, and you invited 30 Jinan elders to go with you. He was angry and growled, and as a result, this happened. Yuan Yuan grumbled and asked his subordinate, what exactly happened? Have you investigated clearly? The subordinate stammered, still not yet. At present, we only know that Elder Wang invited 30 Jinan to go down the mountain to help avenge his family, but it seems they were all wiped out by the other side. He clenched his fist, and a powerful energy radiated. He secretly cursed, a bunch of useless wastes. More than 30 people, plus an illusory image of the Luoyun sword, yet they couldn't deal with one person. The sect master ordered, immediately raise the level of the mountain protection formation to the highest level. Now that we don't know the identity of the other party, they might find their way here at any time. The subordinate didn't dare to delay, and replied, yes. At Luoyun sect, outside the mountain gate. Xiao Xian said to his disciple, the level of the mountain protection formation is not low. She asked Shizwen, can it barely be broken? He stroked his chin and thought for a while, then replied, it can be broken, but it will cause too much commotion. Before we find the ancestral Foi sword of your family, we have to be a little humble. Your Shifu has a better way. Then he explained to Ji Nu, later you do this, blah blah. She nodded in admiration, constantly saying, oh. Scene change. The two of them blocked Yuan Yuan's path, shouting, it's not good. Sect Master. Elder Wang and Elder Lin have been killed. The subordinates quickly came forward to protect him. The sect master spoke up. Who are you two? Xiao Xian pretended to cry. This one is the illegitimate daughter of Elder Lin Yunqing, and I am her guard. Last night the old master didn't come back all night. We went everywhere to inquire and learned that he was killed by a mysterious person at the banquet at Wang Wenqing's house last night. Ji Nu was also obedient, her eyes showing naivety and fear. Yuan Yuan was suspicious. The illegitimate daughter of Lin Yunqing? Then he used his power. He grazed Ji Nu's arm for a bit of blood. Then he smeared it on the token. Looking at the words becoming clearer and clearer, he thought, this is Lin Yunqing's life tablet. If they have the same bloodline, it will be clear. It seems that this person is indeed related to Lin Yunqing. Then he solemnly asked, what is the matter with you two coming up the mountain? Xiao Xian knelt down and earnestly reported, we heard the news that the mysterious person killed 30 Jinan alone and massacred the city lord's mansion. We are worried that they are enemies of the old master, so we deliberately came up the mountain to seek protection from Luoyun sect. Ji Nu spoke up, Sect Master Yi, I heard from my father that Sect Master Yi was refining the Lin family Foi sword and was being repelled, and has always been looking for a way. I don't know if my father told you, but in fact, the Lin family has an ancestral way of refining swords. Then she used her spiritual power to cut her arm. She held out her arm to Sect Master Yi and continued, the Lin family has been refining swords for generations. The blood of the Lin family can subdue the sword's soul. It is also effective in reducing the anti-Fi injuries it leaves behind. Yuan Yuan heard this and was dubious. She knows the story of the Lin family Foi sword, could it be? He walked up to the two of them and said, you show me the method you just mentioned. I advise you not to play tricks otherwise. Then he threatened, you cannot bear the consequences. She said, of course you can try it first. Ji Nu held out her arm. Blood flowed immediately. The blood wrapped around Yi Sect Master. He closed his eyes and admitted, I have felt it. Yuan Yuan began to feel more. The injury that was previously repelled by the Luoyun sword was being treated. It really has some effect. At this time, Yi Sect Master completely believed it. He told the two of them to go in. Xiao Xian and Ji Nu looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Success. He told his subordinate, Today I am going down the mountain to investigate the accident of the people of Elder Wang. When I am not here, no one is allowed to open the mountain protection formation. In addition, arrange accommodation for these 2 people. The subordinate replied, yes. Xiao Xian smiled smugly. It really is an opportunity bestowed by heaven. At night at Luoyun sect, Xiao Xian and Ji Nu were practicing together in the room. Before long, Ji Nu had reached the first level of Zhuji. The system announced. The host transmitted 200 days of cultivation to his disciple, returning 3 times as much, receiving 600 days of cultivation. Xiao Xian had already become a 6th-level Jin Dan cultivator. He said, good. Now you have a Zhuji first-level cultivation. Once you obtain the Lin family sword embryo, you can awaken the innate sword physique. She asked naively, huh? Innate sword physique again? What exactly is that? Seeing her expression made Xiao Xian laugh. Ahahaha. It's nothing. Let's set off quickly. Xiao Xian and Ji Nu looked down from above. He asked, are you sure you can find the location of the sword embryo? She affirmed, sure Zuin, don't worry. He was satisfied. Good, then you go ahead and lead the way. The 2 quickly moved across the rooftops. When they arrived, there was a guard there. But fortunately, he was sound asleep. Ji Nu was a little surprised as soon as she landed. Tisk, someone's guarding it. Xiao Xian reassured her, it's all right. She looked at the guard, still feeling a little hesitant. But Xiao Xian dispelled that, explaining, this master has concealed our auras. No one below Yuaning will be able to detect us. They cautiously opened the door. The Lin family sword lay in the middle of the room, carefully chained up. Xiao Xian said, found it. He instructed his disciple, just focus on refining it. This master will protect you. She replied reassuringly, yes. Ji Nu began to sit down. She began to concentrate and circulate her energy. A surge of power gathered in her palm. Then Ji Nu transmitted that energy into the sword. The sword began to move. It emitted a powerful surge of energy. That surge of energy surprised Ji Nu as well. She felt like she was about to be thrown backward. She suddenly realized, the spiritual sense of the Luoyun sect master is still preserved on this sword. Suddenly, the guard burst in. He shouted, who's there? He was so shocked that he couldn't speak, you. Then he pulled something out of his pocket. It launched a signal flare to the entire Luoyun sect. Like a flare, it helped pinpoint the location of the incident. Xiao Xian smiled wryly. Looks like hiding is impossible now. If that's the case, then let's make a big scene. As soon as he said that, he immediately cast the sword technique. At the same time, outside the Luoyun sect, Sect Master Yi, who was flying on his sword, also detected the alarm. He was alarmed. Someone's touched my Luoyun sword? Is this an enemy attack? The disciples of the Luoyun sect quickly advanced to Sect Master Yi's room. They loudly shouted threateningly, who dares to act recklessly in the Luoyun sect? State your name. Others also came forward, shouting, you are surrounded. Another person said, meekly surrender, and you can avoid some suffering. Xiao Xian looked at the disciples rushing over in droves. Without the slightest hesitation, he slowly declared, today, without my permission, no one shall pass. Then he waved his hand forward and shouted, go! A series of swords flew towards the disciples. They immediately created shields to withstand the attack. Someone sneered, you dare to show off your petty sword control skills in front of this Yuanian cultivator? Before they could feel complacent for more than a few seconds, that petty sword control easily pierced through their shields. Many were seriously injured. They began to panic. What? My ancestral magic weapon! It was shattered in one blow. How can this flying sword be so powerful? Xiao Xian fanned himself with his fan, leisurely telling the story. Last time, when I besieged and killed 30 Jin and cultivators, I thought everyone was too drunk to have any strength in their limbs. Now it seems, the Luoyun sect is basically just like this. The disciples began to be terrified, besieged and killed 30 Jin and cultivators alone? You are. Xiao Xian strode forward heroically and declared, I don't change my name when I go, and I don't change my surname when I sit. His voice lowered as he continued, Xian Xiao, Nanli sect. If the Luoyun sect still has the strength to seek revenge after tonight, then remember this old man's name. One disciple thought to himself, so it's the Nanli sect. It's true, within a radius of 10 miles, only the Namli sect can compete with the Luoyun sect. Although they were intimidated, for the sake of the Luoyun sect's reputation, they began to rush forward. One of them shouted, "Everyone! Follow me to capture this Namli sect thief!" Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Xiao Xian looked very provoking and challenged, "You've come at the right time. Today, you must make me have a good time." After he finished speaking, the swords successively pierced through each disciple of the Luoyun sect. Although their techniques were also quick, they could not avoid it. Someone even screamed, "Ah! Help!" But who could save them? In this rain of swords, they were only concerned with keeping their own lives. After the last attack, most of the disciples had been defeated. But there was still one survivor. Xiao Xian said, "It seems your time is coming to an end, isn't it?" His eyes suddenly flashed as if he had a new idea. "But I haven't exerted my full strength yet." Although the disciple was seriously injured, he was still very vocal, "Namli sect brat. Our sect master is about to return. At that time, you will definitely be cut into pieces." Xiao Xian fanned himself and laughed loudly, "I'm waiting." From nowhere, Sect Master Yi suddenly appeared. "You little rascal! Don't be presumptuous." Xiao Xian became interested and immediately entered a battle stance. "You're back quickly." His sword collided with Sect Master Ye's blade. The blade quickly broke in half. Sect Master Yi also lost his balance and was thrown out. At this moment, he was really angry, both deceived and beaten. "Namli sect thief, you are really audacious. You dare to act recklessly on the Luoyun sect's territory." Xiao Xian sneered, "What is the Luoyun sect? Haven't your elders also been defeated by me?" After saying that, he used 2 Naranjana swords. Then he challenged him, "Try this move, old fool." He used the Tung Hon Van Line Gu Kim Quiet, enhanced version. Sect Master Yi held his sword tightly to defend. Then he swung his sword and shouted, "You damn thief." He slashed hard at the Naranjana sword. "Do you think you can underestimate the Luoyun sect based on your strength alone?" He pointed his sword at Xiao Xian's face. "You overestimate yourself." Xiao Xian looked at the sword in his hand and thought, his sword stance is extraordinary. His cultivation must be above the peak Yuanying stage. Perhaps he has damaged his foundation by refining his divine sword with essence blood for many years, so he has stagnated and not broken through. His actual combat power is above Yuanying. The 2 Naranjana swords were planted on the ground. Xiao Xian realized that the situation was not as he had expected. Tisk, a bit troublesome. I hope little Shi Nu can subdue that sword quickly. He used another sword control technique to hold him back. That was the sword Chi Myriad Heavens. Sect Master Yi also considered cautiously, sword Chi Myriad Heavens? Can this move even be used on a real sword? His sword's power is extraordinary, at least a top-grade earth rank. While blocking tens of thousands of swords, he thought to himself, launching 10 excellent top-grade earth rank swords at the same time. What is this if not sword skill? Xiao Xian continued to control the swords to attack Sect Master Yi. He also admitted in his heart, it's not an exaggeration to call it supreme divine power. Sect Master Yi assessed the situation. Continuing like this is not good, it seems that I can only. He planted his sword into the ground. Immediately, a powerful surge of energy radiated out. Then he shouted loudly, opening the Grand Mountain Protecting Array, a layer of protection that enveloped the entire sect. He declared sonorously, "My Luoyun sect will absolutely not let you offend us." Xiao Xian was also surprised by Sect Master Ye's move. The swords seemed to be drawn upwards by a force. From above, a surge of energy struck directly at him. Fortunately, he dodged it. Xiao Xian sighed. It is said that the Grand Mountain Protecting Array was left by the first sect master who had a peak distraction stage cultivation. After 100 years, its power has not diminished. Xiao Xian frowned. Just now, all the phantoms of the Naranjana sword were shattered. I must be more careful. A light appeared, startling Xiao Xian. His face brightened again. Indeed, my good disciple, you've come just in time. System notification. Host assisted disciple in activating the innate sword physique. Earth rank, refunded 10 times. Reward innate sword physique, heaven rank. Xiao Xian immediately felt the new source of power. He felt interested. Innate sword physique, so this is the feeling. The feeling of having more comprehension of a wisp of sword energy swaying between heaven and earth. Xiao Xian floated in the air, surrounded by energy. It was the energy of the sword, constantly surging. Sect Master, you witnessed this and was shocked. Is he breaking through in battle? He immediately sat down and performed a geomantic formation. The geomantic formation grew larger and larger. Sect Master, you declared, I will grind you into pieces right now. Hate sparked in his eyes. I'll see what you used to break through. But nothing happened. He was startled and turned back to check, Everything was still standing still. Sect Master, Yi shouted in confusion. What? Why won't the Grand Mountain Protecting Array listen to me? Xiao Xian approached, smiling smugly. It seems you're not doing a very good job as Sect Master. A sword was stuck in the geomantic formation, gathering energy. Xiao Xian began to accuse him. Clearly, the real Luoyun sword is hidden in the Grand Mountain Protecting Array of your Luoyun sect. But you actually went to plunder the unrefined sword embryo of the Lin family. Then he used sword techniques to subdue the Luoyun sect's sword. His voice was stern. You even spared no effort to nurture the sword embryo with essence blood. How ridiculous! The Luoyun sect's sword shot straight down. It was planted right behind Xiao Xian. He spoke threateningly. Whoever is an immoral sect master like this, I will take over the Luoyun sect. Then he raised his hand towards Yuan Yuan. As for you. He was now kneeling on the ground, raising his hands weakly to resist. No, no, no. Xiao Xian continued, go and pay for the lives of those who died in the Lin family. After he finished speaking, the Luoyun sect's sword slashed straight down. The ground was also cut in half. Those who witnessed it were shocked. Is this cutting through the entire peak of Mount Luoyun? Xiao Xian, with the power of the Luoyun sect's sword behind him, said, whoever participated in the massacre of the Lin family in the past should consciously chop off an arm and get out. Don't wait for me to take action and find you. He lowered his voice and smiled sinisterly. If you wait for me to take action, everyone in the Luoyun sect, from top to bottom, must die. The people began to cry. My son is still in the sect. He didn't do anything. It was all my fault. Then he chopped off his own arm, begging Xiao Xian, please spare my son, I accept the price. The others also began to follow suit. They chopped off their own arms. I also have relatives in the sect. Please spare them. They all held an arm and left. Xiao Xian was finally relieved. Only when the knife is at your throat do you know suffering. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. Why didn't you leave them a way out when you massacred their relatives in the past? Ji Nu happily laughed. Shirzuen, look. I've successfully subdued the sword embryo. I've decided to call it Bai Jian. She jumped up and down to show off. Moreover, after subduing it, I feel that the speed of cultivation is much easier than before. The sword Chi Myriad Heavens, which I wasn't very familiar with before, has also broken through. Xiao Xian praised. Well done! In his heart, he thought it must be the effect of successfully awakening the innate sword physique. Ji Nu then noticed the surrounding scenery. She asked, was there a great battle just now? He replied, yes, I destroyed the Luoyun sect master. What do you think about us directly taking over the Luoyun sect? She was a little surprised. Take over the Luoyun sect? Isn't Shirzuen going to be an elder of the Hongmeng sect? He reminded her, sure, keep it down. I'll get the Su family to manage it. I just want to be a treasurer and collect money. Having completed their mission, the two of them left the Luoyun sect. Xiao Xian said, go. This master wants to make a good business plan. After returning to Luoyun City, Xiao Xian led the Su family to take over Luoyun City. Although the Wang family was dissatisfied, they had lost all their wealth to Xiao Xian. And now they didn't dare to act rashly. The Wang family members were wailing and crying, Old Wang you died so miserably With the resources of the Luoyun sect to help, the Su family stabilized and took over Luoyun City. At the same time, under Xiao Xian's guidance, a series of facilities such as public tour buses were launched, causing Luoyun City's economy to develop rapidly. The driver said to the guest who was approaching, 2 coins for 1 ride. Tour the whole city. You can get off at any time. After closing up, Xiao Xian also helped Lin Ji and Su Muhan transmit energy. The two of them had now advanced to the Juji stage. The 3 people sat back into a triangular shape. Lin Ji and Su Muhan closed their hands and placed them in front of their stomachs, while Xiao Xian spread his hands and concentrated on transmitting energy to the two people. Around Lin Ji appeared a surge of power called Yuji second level. And surrounding Su Muhan was Yuji first level. Xiao Xian was eating juicy grapes. Xiao Xian was lying on a chair closing his eyes to enjoy. Lin Ji was standing behind him massaging him. Su Muhan was holding a small Jindan and walking over and saying, "The small Jindan after starting to be sold has received the pursuit of many cultivators. Now every day just need to put on the shelves is already snatched clean. Is expected to stabilize sales in the future." Thinking of the prospect of hundreds of spirit stones falling from the sky, her eyes were shining brightly and said, "That is, just counting the income of small Jindan can reach millions of low-grade spirit stones every day, not to mention the other benefits that small Jindan brings." Xiao Xian heard this and was no less happy, while eating grapes and thinking, "I'm rich. The peak of life. I can lie back and enjoy the beautiful life." Suddenly someone called Xiao Xian, "Elder Xiao." It turned out to be Yi Sherdai, who was walking over in a hurry. Xiao Xian, holding a bunch of grapes, smiled and said, "Yo, Yi Sherdai, why do you have time to come here today? How is your Shizun doing recently? Come, eat some fruit." But in response to Xiao Xian's enthusiasm was Yi Shaidi's seriousness. "No need, Elder Xiao, the head asked me to tell you." Suddenly he coughed, cough, then reproduced the image of his Shizun saying, "I heard that Elder Xiao has recently seized the Luoyan sect, unless you have other intentions?" This sentence made Xiao Xian, who was drinking water, have to startled and spurt a mouthful. Xiao Xian smiled vaguely and replied, "The head Shixiong's news is still as sensitive as ever. You go back and tell him for me, I am always loyal to the Hongmeng sect. The Luoyan sect is simply lying down and collecting money." Yi Sherdai at this time just happily replied, "Yishin understands." In addition, 3 days later is the day of the competition between the sects. The head told me to send you a message. Yi Sherdai returned to his initial serious look. "If you want to stay in the Hongmeng sect, then you must remember to be on time." Xiao Xian sat propping his hand on his chin and affirmed with certainty, "Rest assured. I will definitely be on time." Then stood up and stretched, tiredly said to Lin Ji and Su Muhan, "All right, go and prepare. Prepare to go back to participate in the competition." Lin Ji and Su Muhan replied in unison, "Yes." Lin Ji remembered that when returning she would have to meet many troublesome things and immediately had a headache, not forgetting to remind Su Muhan, "Shimmy. This time returning to the sect, there are some people if you meet, you must be careful." Su Muhan also asked in surprise, "Who is it?" Lin Ji just remembered Yi Chiohan, Li Shan and Wang Jing and recounted. They were originally disciples of Shizun, but later betrayed Sherman, but also plotting to harm Shizun. Mentioning those people made her unable to hide her anger. Lin Ji said, "Later on the road I will tell you the details." Su Muhan replied, "Okay." At Hongmeng Sect 6th Peak, Wan Yan said, "I heard that Xiao Xian is about to return. You too, are you ready?" Wang Jing continued, "Shifu, forgive me for saying, the exercises you taught us still need to be combined with spirit beast essence blood to cultivate. Why do I feel that this exercise is a bit similar to the magic cultivator exercises?" Wang Yan heard this and angrily raised his hand to punish the impudent disciple. He was blown away by him. Then loudly, "Young and ignorant! What do you know? How many exercises have you learned in the Hongmeng sect? Yet you dare to doubt the exercises Shifu passed on?" Wang Jing hurriedly knelt down and bowed his head to admit his mistake. Disciple knows his mistake. But in his heart he cursed, "Tch, that evil thing. I won't bother to practice." Wan Yan turned to ask the remaining person, "Chiohan, how about you?" Chiohan respectfully replied, "Disciple has followed Shizun's words and cultivated to the 3rd level in the exercises. Now cultivation has reached Yuji 5th level." Wan Yan was very satisfied with this result, raised his hand to rub his silver beard and smiled, "Ha ha ha ha. Well done! Cultivating to the 3rd level, among the young people in Hongmeng sect. Getting the first place is not difficult." Speaking of this, his voice lowered, his face darkened and said, "The competition in Hongmeng sect, other things are not important. The most important is the Hongmeng Purple Chi Award. That is the supreme treasure." Wan Yan recounted, "Legend has it that a human immortal was born in Hongmeng sect in the ancestral generation. This Hongmeng Purple Chi is the great fortune that was left after that human immortal sat down." Every 5 years Hongmeng sect will organize a competition. Each winning peak will receive a certain portion of Hongmeng Purple Chi. You too remember, each ordinary person in a match will get Hongmeng Purple Chi. The final winner will have the top grade pure Purple Chi, so you must not lose. If anyone loses. Speaking of this, Wan Yen exuded a purple killing intent, gathering spiritual energy in his palm. Then rumble, he continued, the end will be like this table. This scene made Xiuhan sweat, worriedly replied, yes. But in his heart he secretly thought if he had known that this 6th peak was so evil, he might as well have stayed at 7th peak to enjoy a carefree life, really miscalculated. When he had finished instructing, standing on the rubble from the rumble just now, Wan Yen said, then you two go down first. The two of them obeyed, yes. In a corner, a person wearing a black robe, wearing a hat covering almost half of his face appeared, sarcastically said, even the people of your subordinates are starting to suspect. He stepped out, sonorously said, it seems you have to hurry up. Wan Yen glanced at him, annoyed, and said, I have spent my efforts to open the mountain protecting array, to let you into the Hongmeng sect, not to let you mock and provoke. What people want, how is the preparation? The black-clad man smiled slightly, rest assured, I guarantee. Want to make the entire Hongmeng sect know what is called terror. Said the last 2 words, his pupils glared up as if too red, killing intent. His mouth widened, showed a ghostly and excited smile. Cut to Hongmeng sect ingress Mountain Square. On the day of the competition between the sects, the scene was extremely noisy. On the audience seats, a young man asked the old man next to him, Yo, Wang old head, you also came to see the excitement at Hongmeng sect? The old man smiled kindly and stroked the head of the granddaughter. Next to him, proudly replied, Yeah, yo, is this not my granddaughter also found to have spirit root this year? Take her to see the world. The blond man's eyes looked keen, excitedly said, this ingress Mountain Square is not bad, not inferior to my Sky Sword Gate. The purple-haired man next to him came to see the competition as secondary. Eyeing girls as primary, couldn't help but praise, yeah, that is Zhu Xian, celestial maiden of Hongmeng sect. More beautiful than in previous years. In another corner of the stands, the middle-aged man said to the young man next to him, the 5-year competition is finally starting. This year, it seems that there are quite a few viewers from other sects. I don't know which peak will win this time. The young man next to him was intently looking at something serious. That it must be the first peak. For the past few years it has always been them. The elder Qifeng of the first peak is the high-level elder of the Hongmeng sect Yuanlao. Sitting below the 2 people was Qifeng, the first peak elder. He looked very strict. The young man continued, today is already Jinden 4th level, the others are all heavenly talent disciples Yuji. Success, very strong strength. The middle-aged man retorted, TCH. You haven't forgotten the Zhu Xian celestial maiden of the 2nd peak? Not long ago also broke through to Jinden 4th level. The others are even surpassing disciples with clear purple double swords. Strength cannot be underestimated. The image of Zhu Xian dressed sexily is leisurely enjoying a cup of tea appearing. The young man immediately stopped, don't mention the head Zhang He of the main peak again. Then the 2 people leaned close to each other, raised their hands to cover their mouths and made a mysterious look and whispered to each other. The young man opened his mouth first, speaking of which, the elders who came today, are there only a few people? Where is Xiao Xian of the 7th peak? The middle-aged man replied, probably afraid of losing face so he didn't dare to come. The disciples in his hands, cultivation is all due to his energy transfer. A bunch of trash. In the middle of the competition field, a person tapped on the gong to attract attention, sonorously said, hereby declare the first round of the competition's rules. The competition will be held in the form of a wheel battle. Each match will draw 2 peaks against each other. The loser will return to the ranks to wait for the next battle and record 1 achievement. The winner will continue to the next round. The winner will continue to stay on the field to fight the next battle. Accumulating 3 wins will upgrade. If accumulating 3 failures will be eliminated. The subsequent cultivation resources will be divided according to the ranking list through the battles. Moreover, the winner can also receive the region's top-grade magic weapon. That is a satisfactory clear breeze sword. The sound of the gong rang out to signal that the competition has begun. The first round. 6th peak fights first peak. Wang Jing representing the 6th peak stepped onto the field. Seeing this, many viewers could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Haze, is it Wang Jing? I remember he is a disciple of the seventh peak? Why is he representing the sixth peak to fight?" Another person explained, "You don't know yet? Wang Jing has long betrayed Sherman, now joined the sixth peak. Is this not a good show to watch?" The system board appeared with Wang Jingqi training 7th level. The head of the Hongmeng sect, Zhang He, was sitting in the stands observing, not seeing Xiao Xian, so he asked the eldest disciple next to him, "Has Xiao Xian not arrived yet?" Yi Sherdai replied, replying to Shizuan, "Not seen yet." Hearing this, he stroked his beard and pondered, "This Xiao Xian ah." The audience below did not see anyone representing the first peak stepping onto the field, so they could not help but laugh loudly and say, "Is there no one in the first peak? Then is it not directly admitting defeat?" Others mocked, "What if there is someone who can step onto the field with Wang Jing here? Is he stepping up himself?" Ha! The referee saw that no one had stepped out to represent the first peak to compete, so he raised his hand and shouted loudly, "First peak has no one to fight this match," before he could finish his sentence. From behind someone shouted, "Wait a minute!" It turned out to be Xiao Xian and his two disciples Lin Ji and Su Muhan who were coming. Xiao Xian smiled and said, "Sorry, slept in this morning, came late. Made you all wait." The three people landed on the field together. The name Wang Jing on the opposite side saw this and could not help but annoyed and scolded, "Humph, this old man has not yet chased the waste Lin Ji out of the Sherman, but also accepted a female disciple as beautiful as this?" He showed a sinister smile and thought to himself, "Cough cough, top grade ah. Later in front of this old man, must step on that beautiful shimmy under my feet, his face must be interesting." Xiao Xian glanced at Su Muhan and said, "Muhan, you go up. It's just right for you to practice your hands a little." Muhan heard this and obediently replied, "Yes." Just as Muhan was moving forward, she was suddenly pulled back by Lin Ji. She was surprised. "What's wrong, Shiji?" Lin Ji leaned close and seriously instructed, "Shimmy, that kid you are not yet familiar with. It was him who betrayed Shifu, almost hurt Shifu to be paralyzed. Later, don't be lenient with him." Su Muhan's sharp eyes looked at Wang Jing on the opposite side, and thought to herself, "Before from Shiji's place I had heard the stories related to Shifu. I did not expect that just returning to the sect I have encountered this traitor who betrayed Shifu. If that is the case, then I must show a good performance, cannot let Shifu lose face." She surged with killing intent towards the front, her eyes clearly showing a streak of vengeful lightning and the determination that this match could not be lost. The system also showed the notification Su Muhan Juji first level. Zhang He sitting above was also very surprised when he saw Su Muhan's level. He secretly praised, "At such an age, how has she already Juji first level? It seems that Elder Zhao's trip out has gained a good disciple." Wang Jing was not clear about Su Muhan's strength but again defaulted that Xiao Xian's disciples were not able to fight with him, so he was somewhat smug and said, "Shimmy, you in the doors, Xiao Xian elder, I think you have not learned anything. Xixiang cherish flowers and regret jade, will give you to strike first." Her face showed clear anger and said, "The door of my Shifu has never contained traitors. What kind of dog are you when you betray Shizu? Are you worthy to be my Xixiang?" Hearing this, Wang Sheng's face darkened, and he slowly drew out his sword. His sharp eyes said, "Good, good, good. If you do not know what is good for you." Suddenly attacking, pointed the sword at Su Muhan, and said, "Then don't blame me for not showing mercy." He licked his lips, triumphantly said, "Shimmy must be careful. My spring rain swordplay can be considered to have been praised by Xiao Xian as well." But Su Muhan's skill was not simple either. She very quickly blocked his attack with just 2 fingers. He was extremely surprised. His mind could not help but wonder, "What is it?" She frowned and praised, "The swordplay is indeed not bad." Then used force on the 2 fingers that were blocking his sword. She only needed to use a little force. His sword was shattered. She satirized, "Just using a sword is really nothing. Even my spirit chi shield cannot break. What is this counted as sword repair?" The shattered sword made him sprayed glue on the spot. Then he trembled and said, I admit defeat." As he turned to leave, he was stopped by Su Muhan. "Wait. The sect competition requires fighting to the end. I can't kill you now, consider yourself lucky." As she spoke, she lunged forward, drawing her right arm back to gather spiritual energy. Take one of my palms and get lost, she said, unleashing a powerful palm strike without hesitation, creating a massive explosion. Wang Jing, though caught off guard, managed to retaliate. A purple aura emanated from his hand, his eyes rolled back, and he roared, "Don't push your luck." The two streams of energy collided, creating a blast that struck the arena floor, sending hundreds of shards of brick and stone flying in all directions. Wang Jing was blasted backward by the palm strike, his face contorted in shock. Sent flying quite a distance, he clutched his injured arm, struggling to stand firm on the ground, his head bowed in distress. Seeing his hands smoking and nearly paralyzed, Wang Jing asked in fear, You're at the GG stage? How can this be?" He looked up, asking fiercely, "With this cultivation, why did you need to become Xiao Xian's disciple?" Su Muhan didn't hide anything, raising her hand to demonstrate her power and saying, "Half a month ago, I was only at the first level of qi refining. Today, I'm at the first level of Zhuji." She glanced at Wang Jing, revealing with a smile, "Thanks to Shifu Xiao Xian's teachings and marrow cleansing, bone tempering, the results are twice as good with half the effort. Some traders can only dream of such a thing." Wang Jing was so enraged that veins popped out on his forehead, clenching his fist and thinking, that old dog Xiao Xian. He really transferred his power and performed marrow cleansing. Bone tempering for his disciple? Damn it! The referee announced, in the first match, 7th Peak wins. Suddenly, someone flew down to the arena, shouting, "Wait!" It was another disciple who betrayed Xiao Xian, none other than Yi Chiohan. His eyebrows furrowed, he issued a challenge. "I want to challenge 7th Peak." The audience was in an uproar, everyone wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Someone exclaimed, "Heavens, Yi Chiohan is actively challenging?" The person next to him replied, "It seems there's such a rule. If someone actively challenges, the challenged party can't refuse, but the peak leaders and elders can freely decide which disciple to send." The discussion hadn't ended. Does 7th Peak have anyone who can answer the challenge? No way. Yi Chiohan was initially called Little Xiao Xian in the sect. He's already at the 5th level of Zhuji. This cultivation is enough to be an elder of a peak. The system displayed information, Yi Chiohan Zhuji 5th level. Yi Chiohan's face darkened as he said, "Elder Xiao, send out your disciple." The person Xiao Xian called this time was Little Zhizhir, Lin Ji. Hearing her Shifu wanted her to go, she unhesitatingly flew to the arena. Then, looking up, she solemnly replied, "Disciple is here." Xiao Xian instructed his disciple, "Be careful later." Yi Chiohan looked displeased when he saw Lin Ji was his opponent. He grumbled, "Does a former servant of 7th Peak also have the right to stand on the stage of the sect competition? You should indeed be more careful." Xiao Xian smiled, his face full of meaning, affirming, "I meant, you be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ji launched an attack at Yi Chiohan, making him jump. But he managed to dodge the sudden attack. Thinking he had dodged it, the attack grazed his face, leaving a long scratch that caught him by surprise. Xiao Xian stood on the viewing platform, excitedly shouting, "Little Zhizhir! Smash his mouth for me." Lin Ji glanced at the voice and said, "Disciple obeys." The previous attack had successfully angered him. Slowly drawing his gleaming sword, he gnashed his teeth and said, "You really?" A fiery phoenix with burning momentum appeared. "Not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth," he said, and flames erupted around him. Wan Yan observed the scene with interest and said, "Yi Chiohan is now using the flying swallow sword technique. Isn't that what Xiao Xian initially designed specifically based on his sword habits?" 3rd Peak chimed in, "That's right, using the sword technique he taught to defeat his disciple. Xiao Xian's expression will definitely be interesting later." Lin Ji seemed to have guessed something, lowered her head, smiled, and said, "Ah." Then, she launched an attack at Yi Chiohan without hesitation. He was very complacent about his abilities, so he was very relaxed, holding the sword up in front of him, and didn't forget to praise Lin Ji, commendable courage. When Lin Ji's attack touched his sword, the sword shattered into pieces, which surprised him and made him stand rooted on the spot. Then, he regained his senses, his face darkened, his eyebrows furrowed, and he exclaimed in confusion, What? Then he looked at his broken sword and wondered, how is this possible? Lin Ji said disdainfully, "Isn't it just the flying swallow sword technique? Is it very difficult? On the contrary, you've been learning from Shizuan for almost 5 years." Right. Only learned to this level. I'm really ashamed for you. According to the rules, your sword is broken, the victory or defeat has been decided, you should leave the stage. But I really can't stand your arrogant look, she said, pulling out a sword from her bag. She stuck it straight into the ground and challenged Yi Chiohan again. Her doing so shocked him extremely. Yi Chiohan was really angry. His body exuded a bizarre red murderous aura. His eyes also turned blood red. He stepped forward, picked up the sword and said, "Haha, really ridiculous. Who do you think you are?" Yi Chiohan shouted loudly along with his anger, putting all his strength into the sword. Swinging the sword that exuded demonic energy towards Lin Ji and saying, "And dare to say such words to me." Contrary to Yi Chiohan's madness, Lin Ji calmly and gently turned to dodge the attack, and at the same time swung her sword and slashed at his arm holding the sword, which surprised him extremely. Yi Chiohan's arm was hit, blood splattered everywhere, causing him to drop the sword he was holding in pain. Yi Chiohan could no longer stand, knelt on the ground, hugged his injured arm, and screamed miserably, "Aaa! My arm!" Lin Ji looked up at him and said slowly, "You asked me what kind of person I am? Do you know now?" Her eyes sparkled, a sly smile appeared on her face, and she spoke with contempt. "I am someone that a waste like you can't touch even if you practice for 100 years, or use 10,000 kulpas." Hearing those insulting words, Yi Chiohan was very resentful, glaring angrily and scolding loudly, "Bullshit." Seeing him so excited, Lin Ji threw a few swords on the ground and said, "You can try to look." Hearing this, his facial muscles relaxed and he looked forward. Lin Ji held a bag of things looking at him and said, "In today's match, if you can touch me, I will consider myself defeated." The people in the audience witnessed the whole scene just now and exclaimed in surprise, These are all D-grade magical artifacts? Heavens, our peak only has seen your sister with a Shangpinren grade magical artifact." Another person continued, "Our peak is the same. It is said that the head has no more than 5 to 6 D-grade magic treasures in his hands." Zhang He stroked his beard and didn't forget to sigh. Xiao Xian is indeed from a rich family. Hearing those words, Xiao Xian felt happy in his heart, pretended to smack his lips and lamented bitterly, Is this what the life of a rich person is like? So boring." This attitude made the people around him extremely disgusted. Yi Chiohan suddenly stood up, covered the upper half of his face with his hands and laughed like a madman, "Ha ha ha ha." Seeing him change so quickly, Lin Ji couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Yi Chiohan's whole body exuded a huge dark demonic energy accompanied by the words, "I heard that Xiao Xian empowered you. I didn't believe it before, it seems to be true. These magical artifacts of yours were also given by him?" Seeing Yi Chiohan like this, Zhang He, Yi Shidai, Zhu Xian, Su Muhan, Lin Ji and an elder were all surprised. Xiao Xian looked at him intently and wondered, "Yi Chiohan, is his spiritual power chaotic? Is he about to suffer from qi deviation?" Yi Chiohan reached forward, controlled a sword to fly up. His eyes were bright and full of charm while smiling and saying, "He forcibly pushed a waste like you to become a genius. He really paid all the price." Looking at the sword in his hand in a strangely confident way and said, "Could it be that he thinks?" A red aura in the shape of a ferocious dragon appeared. He swung the sword that exuded demonic energy towards Lin Ji and said, "I only know the flying swallow sword technique he taught. But fortunately, due to his quick movements, Lin Ji managed to dodge the attack." Yi Chiohan said proudly, "This sword technique is a Xiaoping Tian grade, which was specially found for me by Elder One of 6th Peak. You and Xiao Xian, maybe you have never encountered a sword technique of D grade or above." At the same time, he pointed the sword straight at Lin Ji, but once again she dodged it. Not at all panicked, Lin Ji smiled slightly. "Ha! Don't mention Tian grade sword techniques. Even if it's a Tian grade divine sword, I also have it." As she spoke, she pulled out the divine sword. "Originally, I felt that dealing with a thing like you didn't require using a divine sword, but since you are so pitiful, getting a set of Tian grade sword techniques and becoming complacent, I will let you know a little." As quick as lightning, she used the divine sword she just pulled out to slash at Yi Chiohan's body, causing the sword in his hand to slip out of his hand. She lowered her head and sighed in frustration and said in a disgusted tone, "As for the Tian grade sword technique you mentioned, I think it's just like that. Giving it to you is useless. Moreover, There are some people who are themselves trash, so don't blame the sword technique. As soon as she finished speaking, a fiery aura radiating around her with the appearance of a brave phoenix appeared. Suddenly Yi Chiohan knelt down on the ground. He looked at his hands in confusion, disappointed, and said, I was defeated again by Lin Ji, by the foot-washing maid? Lin Ji had sharp eyes, looking towards him, and said, We are the same sect, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you admit defeat now, you can still have time to go down to adjust your breath. If not, after suffering from chi deviation, I will eliminate harm for the sect. Yi Chiohan hugged his face and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I lost again. Xiao Xian even took out the Tian-grade divine sword, causing me to lose to a foot-washing maid. He was not convinced. This is impossible. How can I lose? Then he burst out with strength. A large demonic aura surrounded him and controlled the swords lying on the ground nearby to fly up. Seeing Yi Chiohan so crazy, Zhang He thought silently, thinking, this scene is exactly the same as that person's chi deviation that year. Thinking, he shouted an order. Yi Chiohan is about to suffer from chi deviation. Immediately suspend the grand competition. The referee didn't dare to delay, immediately knocked on the gong to signal and shouted loudly, Grand competition suspended. Disciples on both sides immediately leave the stage. Seeing this, Lin Shi turned her head and left, not forgetting to mock, Consider yourself lucky, trash. Leaving behind Yi Chiohan, who was burning with demonic energy. Yi Chiohan was almost crazy. His mind was now full of thoughts of wanting to beat Lin Ji to death. So he didn't care about the referee's words. He put his injured hands towards Lin Ji and asked fiercely, Want to leave? I don't allow it, he said, and controlled a series of swords to rush quickly towards Lin Ji. Lin Ji turned her head to look, her eyes shining brightly, her face sinister, and said, On the contrary, it suits my wishes. I want to let you see, not only the flying swallow sword technique, or any other sword technique, even if it is sword control. She turned around and raised her hand to stop the swords that were rushing towards her. At the same time, the swords controlled by Yi Chiohan that were rushing in the air were suddenly controlled by purple spiritual energy, and stood still, unable to move anymore. Before long, those swords were completely covered by countless purple auras and rushed like huge snakes, turning back towards Yi Chiohan, accompanied by the mocking words. I was taught by Shizun, which is not something a waste like you can achieve. Yi Chiohan looked at the swords rushing towards him and was terrified, his face twisted in fear. Head Zhang He also stood up in panic seeing this, and reached out his hand to stop it, flusteredly shouting, Lin Ji Shu. Xiao Xian closed his eyes and raised 2 fingers to signal, Little Jijir, don't be too impulsive. Lin Ji also raised 2 fingers and smiled, her face revealing a playful look, and replied, Shizun, don't worry. I have my own arrangements. After saying that, the divine swords also flew past Yi Chiohan's head. He looked at the purple air passing across his face and broke out in cold sweat. The wound on his cheek at this time formed a very clear character to remind him to live upright. On the head, the hair near both temples was shaved clean from front to back, looking very humorous. Seeing that he was still safe after the terrifying battle, he stuttered in fear and asked, I'm not dead yet? The audience began to burst into laughter of all kinds, along with jeers. This look of senior brother Yi is really, no, I can't laugh, pfft. Can't hold it in. Ha ha. I laugh first. Yi Chiohan looked at the audience and was extremely confused, asking blankly, What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? Lin Ji raised the mirror high, intending to show Yi Chiohan something. She said to him, If I don't let you admire this masterpiece, I would be a bit unwilling. The girl happily held the mirror in front of him. Here, take a look. Suddenly, Yi Chiohan opened his mouth wide, as if he just saw something terrifying. His hair has now been cut in a very strange way. He stuttered and was speechless. This is. Lin Ji happily replied, By the way, there is my spiritual energy on the sword. Your head and the wound on your face will not recover before you defeat me. After that, the girl turned around and waved the mirror in her hand. She warned Yi Chiohan, You better pray that you have a chance to surpass me in this life. I hope that every time you hold a sword in the future, you will remember this day. Lin Ji looked at Yi Chiohan's collapsed appearance, and sneered, Don't think you're great, Yi Chiohan. Because I basically am nothing at all. Yi Chiohan suddenly felt a stream of dark energy gushing out from her, making him unable to argue for a while. He could only grudgingly admit defeat. Witnessing this overwhelming difference, everyone couldn't help but marvel at Lin Ji. Tian-grade magic weapons, is that real? The strength of 7th peak is so terrifying. This senior sister is truly killing people and punishing their hearts. Suddenly there was an awkward laugh that cut the silent atmosphere in half. Haha. Xiao Xian rested his chin on his hand, praising Lin Ji endlessly in the corner of the audience, worthy of being my obedient and lovely little Jijier, having obtained the true inheritance of the teacher. On the other hand, the head, Zhang He, was sitting in a corner looking at the whole scene. He turned to Yi Sherdai and said, Shinner, do you still remember the traitor many years ago, whom the teacher personally expelled from the sect? He immediately cupped his hands and replied respectfully, if I'm not mistaken, that person is the older brother of Elder Wan Yen of 6th Peak. It is said that after he betrayed the sect, he submitted to the Sun Moon Demon sect. Could it be that the teacher is suspecting that 6th Peak is colluding with the demonic path? Worthy of being Zhang He's junior brother. He said to himself, I hope everything is just me overthinking it. To be safe, he turned to ask Yishin, you go and investigate Wan Yen. On the other hand then, a bell rang out. Someone appeared to announce the next round of 7th Peak. Draw lots for the next match. 7th Peak faces. Which main peak? Zhang He and Yishin were suddenly petrified, frozen by this bizarre announcement. Too bewildered by this transformation, Yishin scratched his head in surprise and asked for permission. Teacher, then I will go first. Suddenly, Zhang He regained his composure. He coughed slightly and instructed Yishin, you quickly go and answer the challenge. I'm afraid Lin Ji's sword skills are no less profound than the elders in the sect. Also, you and her fighting a match will also benefit you. Yishin cupped his hands, willing to follow his will. A moment later, on the arena at this time, Yishin and Lin Ji were already present to hear the referee's announcement. After that, both sides took a fighting stance. The referee raised his hand high, counted to 3, then lowered his hand and shouted loudly, competition begins. Lin Ji put her hands on her waist. She was surprised to see Yishin here. She sighed. I didn't expect to bump into senior brother Yi in the first round. Yishin took out his sword bag, and then slowly drew his sword. He replied, Senior sister, just show me all your abilities. Lin Ji gently put her hand to her lips. She smiled. Really? Hee hee. Suddenly, she fell into a state of madness, her mouth gradually smiling madly, and her hands constantly creating a black hole of cloud energy. Lin Ji took the momentum, and then used all her strength to launch the magic weapons from the black hole. She even thanked Yishin, thank you for your concern. Senior brother, then I won't be polite. Yishin couldn't block this phase. He panicked and said, Why are there so many magic weapons? The audience also held their heads, panicking before this phase. What the heck? After an extremely free-spirited release, all the magic weapons were taken out and surrounded Lin Ji. She sat on a cannon and pointed it straight at Yishin. Get ready. She was full of murderous aura, glaring at that tiny Yishin. Come here, senior brother. Let's start. Yi Sherdai turned back to look at the sword, a Ren-grade inferior product that the teacher gave him when he became a disciple. He cherished it as his entire existing fortune. Too unfair, he immediately threw the sword to the ground, cursing and scolding. Dozens of magic weapons. What kind of fart am I supposed to fight? He turned to question Zhang He. Teacher, are you managing this? This is too much of a violation of the rules. He only gave a friendly smile, and then stroked his beard and said the sect does not prohibit the use of magic weapons during the competition. After all, sword cultivators must bring swords to compete. But Lin Sherdai, you've brought a bit too many. Lin Ji sighed, too bored with this situation. She immediately took back the magic weapons and only kept one item on her. She turned to say to Yishin, Okay then. Then, how about it, you can only use one item at a time, right? If that's the case, then come here. Hurry up and finish the fight so I can go home and eat. Yishin's eyes lit up. He said eagerly, Really? Seeing Lin Ji nod understandingly, Yishin didn't say much, rushed over and picked up his sword. He went straight for Lin Ji. Meanwhile, he kept sneering, then senior brother won't be polite. In fact, in his heart he thought, if there is only one divine sword, even if it is a Tian-grade magic weapon, I am not afraid. Hurry up and finish the fight so I can complete the mission that the head teacher has instructed. Naturally, Linji smiled slyly before Yishin's ignorant attack. She said lightly, "Of course it's true." Yishin was dazed, not understanding what she was planning to do. Only when the sword he just touched did a barrier suddenly block his attack. Yishin was surprised to see that Linji had taken out a shield magic weapon at some point. She replied to his naivety, "This shield can block a full-force attack of a Xiantian 10th level. It should be just right for senior brother." "Right. So senior brother, hurry up and show all your abilities." Yishin tried his best to stab through the shield, but unfortunately, he was bounced back by the shield and pushed away. Linji immediately added fuel to the fire of her joke. "Senior brother, is it okay? Why can't even the shield of a Xiantian 10th level be broken? Don't tell me. In this match, you won't even be able to touch me?" Being ridiculed by a junior sister, Yishin went crazy. He clenched his fists, cursing, "You!" He immediately jumped up and rushed to Linji this time. He didn't show any mercy and said, "Can't a man say he can't? Isn't it just a full-force attack of a Xiantian 10th level?" The blade immediately touched the shield, creating a crack. Yishin used all his strength to slash it in half. Yishin happily said to Linji, "Now I'll break it for you to see." Yet Linji still played around with him. Because the first shield that was destroyed was just a shell of another shield. Yishin didn't expect this situation. As a result, he didn't have time to react to this, leading to his head hitting the shield. A big bump appeared on Yishin's head. He touched it, aggrieved and said, So there's still more?" Not convinced by this, he picked up his sword again and rushed to Linji, determined to destroy that shield. He said aggressively, "Damn it! Just 2 full-force attacks." 2 attacks and a new shield was born. But Yishin still didn't stop, continuing to launch 3 attacks. The result was still the same, another shield appeared. Still not convinced by this, Yishin launched 4 attacks. And it was still a new shield. Linji happily stood there watching Yishin writhe in pain. A moment later, after dozens of attacks, Yishin had gradually lost all his strength. And after each attack, another new shield was born. Linji simply set up a chair, and then enjoyed her cold drink while Yishin was struggling to break the shield. Yishin suddenly spoke, but his tone was very shaky. He couldn't even hold the sword straight. "It's over." Unable to withstand this torture, Yishin had to give up before this little girl. "It's okay, he's still alive, just too tired." The referee rang the bell again, and then announced the result. "I declare. The first person qualified to advance belongs to 7th Peak." Linji happily went to celebrate with the audience. He. Thank you. The audience looked in disbelief. "Senior brother, you were exhausted by the opponent using defensive magic weapons." Dozens of defensive magic weapons, senior brother persevered for a very long time. Linji intended to go back to share the joy with Xiao Xian and Su Muhan. Xiao Xian praised Linji to the fullest. "Little Jijier. Insidious and cunning, full of tricks. I like it too much. So there's still this kind of fighting style." The others looked and also admired. The inner workings of 7th Peak are really terrifying. "It's just a bit too noisy." When Linji just sat down, Xiao Xian went to ask her, "But didn't you say you've been annoyed with Yishin for a long time? Don't tell me you want to defeat him head-on?" Linji was angry when she heard that name. She grumbled, "Before, his cultivation was higher than mine, he could barely be my opponent. Today he is only Xiantian 10th level. I am already Juji 2nd level, and I'm still using my skills to deal with him. Isn't that bullying people?" Su Muhan immediately chimed in and said, "But now everyone is saying that senior sister is bullying people?" Xiao Xian covered his mouth with his fan to hide his smile, while Linji felt as if she had just heard bad news, feeling very touched. Linji put her legs up and said solemnly, "In short, now I'm not the Linji of the past. With the guidance of the teacher, my goal is to challenge the true sword-wielding prodigy." Xiao Xian sat next to her and suddenly loudly encouraged her. "That's ambitious. Worthy of being my direct disciple. Let's go. Go back and rest well. There are still 2 rounds of competition tomorrow." From afar, opposite their place, an elder was staring at Linji. He was surprised. "I didn't expect Linji to have this strength now. Damn it." Behind him, there were also 2 saints watching Linji. "Main Yan Yingxinghua praised that girl. This is really an amazing thing. Weijio, an old man sitting next to her with a bandage on his eye, rudely criticized. Placed in a small Hongmeng sect, it's really extraordinary. Humph, but placed in the entire Dakian, it's just ordinary. Xinyu had turned to refute him. Elder Wei may not know, I sent someone to secretly investigate. The young woman just now is the direct disciple of Shao Xian, elder of Hongmeng sect. A few months ago she was still an ordinary person without cultivation. Recalling the information told earlier, Xinyu has shared with Weijio. It is said that not long ago Shao Xian single-handedly caused trouble in the city lord's mansion of Luoyun City and attacked Luoyun's sect on the mountain. Now the two hegemons of one region are already in his hands. Xinyu had turned her eyes down to look at Shao Xian with the two disciples and exclaimed, looking at the situation just now, this person also has prestige in Hongmeng sect. To be able to use one person's strength to connect many Jianghu forces, isn't this the talent we are looking for? Weijio asked. So you intend to invite this person? Xinyu suddenly hesitated a little when she heard Weijio say that. A moment later, Xinyu smiled and replied, if he can get the top spot this year, and get the Hongmeng Purple Chi then. A moment later, the scene shifted to in front of the mountain gate of 7th Peak. The waterfall was flowing down extremely powerfully, along with the fluttering Purple Chi. Suddenly, there was Lin Ji's shout, is that the Hongmeng Purple Chi? Su Muhan asked blankly. Hongmeng Purple Chi? Shao Xian explained, this Hongmeng Purple Chi is a big feature of Hongmeng sect, divided each year according to the ranking of the grand competition. He suddenly stopped, glanced back and continued, it is said that people who cultivate for a long time in Hongmeng Purple Chi can also get Chi luck. Turning back to look at his two disciples, he smiled and said, if we can get the first place in the grand competition this year, it is said that we can also have the first-class Hongmeng Purple Chi. Under the first-class Purple Chi, the entire mountain will have amazing changes. Su Muhan also praised after hearing this. I didn't expect Hongmeng sect, which is not very famous, to have such a treasure. Shao Xian happily replied, yes. I was also very surprised when I first discovered it. Maybe Hongmeng sect was an unpredictable sect in the past. Realizing that the weather was changing, Shao Xian immediately told his two junior disciples, let's go see the effect of Hongmeng Purple Chi. Thus, the journey of Shao Xian along with his two junior disciples to find out the truth about Hongmeng Purple Chi began. Entering deep inside, Lin Ji realized that the spiritual energy here had changed significantly. She exclaimed, the spiritual energy in the air is much richer. Cultivation in the future will surely increase many times. Su Muhan on the other hand found a tree with countless immeasurable seeds. She was overwhelmed by the number. Isn't this the immeasurable seed, the necessary material to make the immeasurable golden pill? Why are there so many? Also, the Hongmeng Purple Chi this year seems to be richer. The immeasurable seeds are gradually forming, based on a human statue. In the future, it may develop fiercely. A moment later, the three of them encountered a pond of Rongxin fire lotus. Lin Ji curiously asked Shao Xian, Oh. With this much, can we forge spirit swords like Shizun? Shao Xian turned to smile and said to the two of them, you can try it, you know. The two girls were suddenly happy, loving their Shifu the most in the world. After playing around, the three of them continued straight to the 7th room of Hongmeng. Lin Ji wondered, why does the 7th room also know how to change on its own? Shao Xian answered while gently stepping on the stairs, it is said that the architecture of Hongmeng sect is all manifested by this mountain itself, witnessing it today. It seems the legend is true. Arriving in front of the door, Shao Xian turned back and instructed Lin Ji and Su Muhan, all right. Today, you two go back to your rooms to adjust your breath and prepare for the next round tomorrow. The two girls shouted in unison, yes. Today, on the arena, another match of 7th Peak took place. It was Li Qinxian and 4th disciple, Wang Jing competing. Realizing an opening, Li Qinxian quickly swung a sword, knocking Wang Deng's sword away. Slipping, Wang Jing dropped his sword and planted it on the ground. He resentfully looked at Li Qinxian flying around and cursed, damn it! Li Qinxian put her hand to her sword, she mocked Wang Jing no less. I remember you used to come to ask Shifu to join 2nd Peak, but unfortunately Shifu rejected you. Wang Jing gritted his teeth and endured these vile words from her. Seeing that he was still not subdued, she continued to criticize. I think you are basically not interested in sword cultivation. You definitely didn't come to worship Shifu because of his sword art. Or did you come because you felt there were many female disciples in Second Peak? Li Qingxian stepped forward slightly, her eyes intently looking at him like trash. She said, "It's a pity that even if there are many female disciples in Second Peak, they can't fall in love with a waste who only has looks." Wang Jing simply couldn't reflect it, because everything she said hit his heart. Li Qingxian sighed and put her sword in its sheath. Remembering Xiao Xian in the past, she said to him, "I have long heard that Elder Xiao will design sword techniques for his disciples. I was really looking forward to trying it out. Now it seems that if you are not good, no matter how good the sword technique is, it still won't work. It's a pity. If this battle was with Lin Shimi, it would be good." After mocking him, Li Qingxian turned and left, leaving Wang Jing cursing and clenching the sand on the arena floor. The bell had also rung. Along with the announcement of the referee, Sixth Peak loses the third match, losing the qualification to advance. Li Qingxian looked at the trash Wang Jing and smiled smugly. On the audience side, the elder angrily slammed the chair. "What a bunch of trash." He turned to say to his subordinate, "You quickly go find Wang Chang Feng Shixiang. Tell him that Sixth Peak has no hope of advancing. Prepare well, once the grand competition has a result. Immediately attack and seize the Hongmeng Purple Chi." The subordinate immediately bowed and obeyed his order. The next day, on the arena once again, the audience was packed. Lin Ji would now have to fight with the enthusiastic young man, Bai Lori. He clasped his hands, expressing his respect for Lin Ji. Bai Lori immediately put his sword into an attacking stance. He was curious. "I really want to learn Shimi's sword technique. Don't tell me Shimi will use magic weapons to kill me again." Hitting Lin Ji's heart, she could only affectionately smile and say softly, "Hey, don't say such things." Bai Lori smiled and rushed towards Lin Ji. He challenged her, "Then quickly show your true skills." Bai Lori ferociously swung his sword, preparing to unleash a slash. Lin Ji then held her sword in front of her, thinking in her heart, "Since obtaining the sword heart, my feeling for the way of the sword is completely different." She blinked. A light suddenly emanated from her eyes. Lin Ji activated the Heaven Sword Body, Sword Heart Intelligence, feeling as if she could see through the opponent's weaknesses at any time. Thanks to it, with just a simple move, she was able to knock Bai Lori's sword away, causing him to be extremely bewildered. When he turned his head to look, Bai Lori's sword had slipped out of his hand long ago. Before this mysterious power, Bai Lori clasped his hands and bowed to Lin Ji. "Lin Shimi's way of the sword is very good, I concede defeat." The bell had also rung. Along with the referee's announcement, Second Peak loses. The final winner is Seventh Peak. The female disciples from other sects began to have a different view of Xiao Xian. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhanglao, who has been silent for several years, has now risen again. Even, there are female disciples who have fallen into Xiao Xian's arms. I also don't know what kind of person will finally catch the eye of Xiao Zhanglao. As soon as Lin Ji returned, Xiao Xian praised her to the fullest. "Hey, that sword just now was really beautiful." Lin Ji smiled, "Hee hee." Under the cherry blossoms flying around, a blindfolded beauty came to visit Xiao Xian, Xiao Shidi. It was her Feng Zhanglao, Zhu Xian. Seeing that her disciple was still as healthy as this, Zhu Xian gently reached out her hand and said, "It's been a long time. You look much better recently." Xiao Xian was not surprised. He just coldly replied, "Shiji's complexion is not bad either. Her aura is much stronger. It seems that she has gained a lot from traveling outside recently." Xiao Xian recalled when he and senior sister Zhu Xian entered the Hongmeng sect. His cultivation progressed very quickly at the beginning. Senior sister Zhu Xian competed with him everywhere, which he found annoying at the time, but Zhu Xian never won. She vowed to surpass Xiao Xian one day. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xian's cultivation stagnated afterward. Among the fellow disciples at that time, only senior sister Zhu Xian treated him as before. At that time, senior sister Zhu Xian grabbed Xiao Xian's collar and scolded, "What's wrong with you now? If you don't want to be laughed at, follow me to Cultivate." Back to the present, Xiao Xian thanked Zhu Xian. "Fortunately, I had senior sister Zhu Xian's care. Recently, I have taken in 2 good disciples. People are happy when they encounter good things and are in good spirits. Senior Sister Zhu Xian, how long will you stay in the sect this time? Zhu Xian replied, I plan to stay a few more days this time. Last time, my 2 disciples were rescued by you, so I brought them here to thank you. Xiao Xian smiled and replied, Haha, why are you being so polite, senior sister? Zhu Xian puffed out her full chest towards Xiao Xian and said, This year, junior brother won the first place and obtained the top Hongmeng Purple Qi. Your cultivation will definitely improve by another level. Xiao Xian replied, Senior sister is not bad either. Zhu Xian said, Are we complimenting each other? Haha. Laughter filled the atmosphere, when suddenly someone looked in from afar. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. He just snorted coldly. Then he said grimly, The time is almost here. The mysterious group of people began to stand up after hearing Wang Yan's words. Wang Yan burst out with a fierce aura and ordered, Destroy the Hongmeng, seize the purple qi. The group of people immediately rushed forward. At the same time, outside the sect, 2 disciples were chatting. I want to go see the sect competition so much. Who told us to be so unlucky that it's our turn to guard the gate? The 2 disciples suddenly noticed some noise. Wang Yan's disciples shouted the slogan in unison as they advanced, Destroy the Hongmeng. The 2 disciples immediately shouted, Who are you? How dare you openly barge into the Hongmeng sect? The subordinates rushed forward with weapons, shouting in unison, Seize the purple qi. In the sky above the square, Wang Changfeng, the elder of the Sun Moon Demon sect, with nascent soul first realm cultivation, pointed and said, Zhang He, you old thief, long time no see. Zhang He angrily scolded, Wang Changfeng, it really is you. Haven't you given up your evil intentions? You surrendered to the Sun Moon Demon sect, and now you dare to come back and cause trouble. He arrogantly said, Today, I am a nascent soul, and you, old thief, are still at the peak of golden core, right? Now kneel down, apologize and beg for mercy. Then tie up Zhu Xian and give her to me. I will spare the Hongmeng sect, how about that? Then he laughed triumphantly. Zhang He angrily replied, Is the Hongmeng sect a place where you can come and go as you please? Then he began to circulate his spiritual energy. He continued, The mountain protecting grand array has been prepared for you for a long time. A blue protective circle appeared outside, surrounding the Hongmeng sect. This protective circle immediately pushed back Wang Changfeng's subordinates. He also circulated his spiritual energy. I heard that the Hongmeng sect once had immortals. The power of the mountain protecting grand array is astonishing. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Then he revealed a sinister smile. But it can only stop here. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in the sky, which Zhang He didn't recognize. He looked up and wondered, Unexpectedly, that strange light broke through the protective circle. The disciples exclaimed in surprise, The mountain protecting grand array has been broken. What's going on? What's happening? Zhang He seemed to realize something, not good. He looked at the formation and realized, demonic qi has invaded the first peak. The formation eye of the mountain protecting grand array is located there. No. I'm afraid it has been eroded by demonic qi. He sighed inwardly. The Sun Moon Demon sect has been preparing for this for a long time. Then he got on his divine bird and said loudly, Elders, I must go to the first peak to sweep away the demonic path and restart the mountain protecting grand array. I leave this place to you to guard. The disciples replied, Sect leader, rest assured. Senior Sister Zhu Xian, fighting side by side with Xiao Xian, said, The last time I fought side by side with junior brother seems to have been more than 10 years ago. Xiao Xian replied, 10 years ago? Senior sister, are you talking about the time you wanted to go down the mountain to watch a show, and then dragged me along to lock the sect leader in his room? And then the sect leader's spirit sword chased us all over the mountain? She teased, junior brother's eloquence is still the same as before. Zhu Xian held her weapon and charged into battle. I'll go first. She turned her head and said seriously, How dare you invade the Hongmeng sect? You must have prepared for death, right? Then she displayed her control over her 2 swords. Her swords quickly defeated Wang Changfeng's subordinates with ease. Witnessing Zhu Xian's spectacular performance, Xiao Xian responded in kind. He raised 2 fingers and launched countless sword energies, saying at the same time, Judging by the looks of it, senior sister's azure and violet twin swords have reached perfection. Then I can't fall behind either. After speaking, Xiao Xian raised his hand and unleashed sword energy towards the Sun-Moon Demon sect. Creating an earth-shattering shock, the demons were sent flying, and dust filled the air as if there had just been a bombing, accompanied by echoing screams. Oh, eh. Seeing the sword techniques of their master and Xiao Xian, Zhu Xian's two disciples were greatly motivated and eagerly advanced towards the enemy. Li Qingchuan excitedly said, "There's still you guys." Faced with the extremely spectacular twin sword combination of Bai Luori and Li Qingchuan, the demons were instantly defeated by their two sword paths, falling head over heels in the air. At the same time, Xiao Xian's two disciples were not to be outdone. Su Muhan was holding a magical weapon, setting up a series of circular crossbow formations to fight. Linji praised while swinging her sword, so the second peak cultivates twin swords. The azure and violet twin swords working together are the full force. If there is a chance, I must have a match with you too. Su Muhan raised her hand to circulate her energy to activate the magical weapon and said, "Senior sister, don't worry. I'll pave the way for you." Lin Ji nodded in agreement. "Okay. I'll leave it to junior sister." With the 10,000 arrows slaughter, streams of green light shot out from the crossbows towards the enemy. Receiving support from Su Muhan, Lin Ji bravely charged forward with her sword. She was like an arrow, spinning into the demons, and the sword in her hand also emitted extremely strong spiritual energy. Lin Ji gently rotated her sword once, and a terrifying purple light was born, flying in a spiral shape, sending countless demons flying backwards. Su Muhan put a pill into her mouth and muttered, I can control more magical weapons." Then she put her hands together, closed her eyes and focused her thoughts, and the power from her body made more and more circular formations containing all kinds of magical weapons appear. Bai Luori saw Su Muhan summoning countless powerful weapons and exclaimed in surprise, so many magical weapons? Are they all earth grade or above?" Li Qingchuan's eyes also lit up and said, "Haha, judging by the looks of it, the seventh peak didn't use its full strength during the competition." Suddenly, someone was rushing over. At this time, the old man Wang Yan saw Zhu Xian's subtle and wonderful sword techniques sweeping away the Sun-Moon Demon Sect's army and felt annoyed and jealous. Thinking, Hongmeng's celestial maiden, isn't she just relying on the sect leader's favoritism? Then he swung his sword, planning to sneak attack Zhu Xian from behind. But Xiao Xian noticed his shady behavior, and he quickly shouted a warning, "Senior sister, be careful." At the same time, he raised his hand to gather spiritual energy, and aimed it at the old man to stop him. The aura from Xiao Xian's hand shot out, and the sword energy flew through the air, timely hitting the hand holding the old man's sword. At this time, Zhu Xian realized that something was behind her. She turned her head slightly and exclaimed in surprise, Being disturbed by Xiao Xian, the old man was extremely angry, and his angry face was full of murderous intent, thinking, "It's Xiao Xian again." Zhu Xian swung her two swords towards the old man. Lost in grumbling, he didn't pay attention to Zhu Xian. By the time he realized it, her two swords had already swung towards him at the same time. Too frightened, he panicked and shouted, "Ay!" Then he begged for help, "Senior brother, save me!" Wang Changfeng, surrounded by a purple aura shield, was busy resisting Xiao Xian's storm-like attacks. Hearing his junior brother's cry for help, he angrily cursed, "Useless thing. It seems I still have to rely on myself." After saying that, he raised his hand in front of his face and muttered something. The image of a dragon's head holding a black banner with a red background appeared. Wang Changfeng loudly shouted the incantation, summoning Soul Banner, "Appear!" The Yin spirits appeared. Following Wang Changfeng's call, the purple aura became thicker and thicker, rising and swirling like a tornado, accompanied by countless Yin soldiers surrounding Xiao Xian. After summoning enough of them, he pointed his finger to the sky and ordered, "Go!" Immediately, the army of Yin soldiers rushed towards Zhu Xian, causing her to be startled. She raised her sword forward, looked at Wang Changfeng, and sighed, "Wang Changfeng?" After betraying the sect, he actually turned into this inhuman and ghostly appearance. At that moment, Xiao Xian landed behind his senior sister. Hearing Zhu Xian's sigh, Wang Changfeng's eyes widened, and he let out an extremely eerie laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. Then he controlled the army of magical monsters to advance towards Zhu Xian, and said grimly, in human and ghostly appearance? Well said. Wang Changfeng was extremely angry because he was criticized by the person he loved, and he recounted the events of the past. Back then, I was willing to do anything for you. But you treated me like nothing, causing me to be ridiculed by my fellow disciples. The terrible images of the past kept flashing in his mind. Look at Wang Changfeng's stupid appearance. If it wasn't to gain her approval, how would I have risked forcing a breakthrough? In the end, my spiritual power dissipated, and I lost all my cultivation. In the end, I could only cultivate the demonic path. Unrequited love now turned into hatred, causing him to almost lose his mind, only knowing to blame Zhu Xian. If it wasn't for her, how would I have become this inhuman and ghostly appearance? He waved his hand and ordered, Golden Core Peak Skeleton Soldiers. Zhu Xian swung her sword to slash at the incoming army of Yin soldiers, and at the same time scolded loudly, shameless. Then she turned her head and instructed Xiao Xian, junior brother, each of these ghost generals has strength approaching the peak of the Golden Core. If you are invincible, then... Xiao Xian coldly glanced at the enemy and smiled without moving his lips. Ha! At the same time, not far away, a demon rushed over, and Wei Lao waved his hand to send it flying, and at the same time instructed, be careful. Princess Yingxingyue seriously asked. Wei Lao, do you think the situation of the Hongmeng sect today requires us to lend a hand? Wei Lao replied, the elders of the Hongmeng sect are all incompetent. As soon as that summoning soul banner came out, they were basically scared silly. Looking at Xiao Xian and Zhu Xian, he carefully assessed. Only those two young men and women are still passable. But those two have not yet broken through the Golden Core. Dealing with Wang Changfeng is already difficult, let alone the nascent soul sect leader of the Sun Moon Demon sect. The old demon who kills people. I think the Hongmeng sect will have a hard time surviving this calamity today. Xiao Xian was soaring with the powerful sword by his side, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhu Xian, facing thousands of skeleton soldiers surrounding them. Yingxingyue said while swinging her sword, if the Hongmeng sect can't overcome this calamity, I'm afraid they can't help me either. But Xiao Xian and Zhu Xian have extraordinary talents. If I can recruit them as subordinates, it would be a good choice. Yingxingyue ordered Wei Lao, we will quietly observe for now. If Xiao Xian and Zhu Xian are in danger, please help them. Wei Lao followed Yingxingyue's orders. Wei Lao obeys. Zhu Xian cast her skill, sword. 2 swords appeared on both sides. Zhu Xian shouted, appear. The 2 swords slashed all the monsters around. Wei Lao said, I heard that the Hongmeng sect has a twin sword technique of inferior heavenly grade. Cultivating one sword already has extraordinary power. This woman has perfected the twin swords. I'm afraid no one below the nascent soul can match her. Suddenly, a bony arm grabbed Zhu Xian's leg. Zhu Xian thought to herself, not good, the skeleton's hand has poison. I can't move. Suddenly, a group of chains rushed towards Zhu Xian, trying to hold her down. The chains clung to Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian thought, I can't escape. Suddenly, a skull appeared behind Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian felt her hair stand on end. She was startled and turned around. This is... 2 giant skeletons appeared, controlling Zhu Xian. Wang Changfeng said coldly, in recent years, our Hongmeng celestial maiden has indeed made great progress, but it's only up to here. He controlled the skeletons to capture Zhu Xian. Yingxingyue ordered Wei Lao, it's time to take action. Wei Lao replied yes. Suddenly, a powerful ray of light shot into one of the skeletons. Xiao Xian shouted loudly, let go of senior sister. The ray of light cut the giant skeleton in half. The arm of the skeleton fell straight down towards where Zhu Xian was tied. Zhu Xian, Yingxingyue, and Wei Lao all turned around in surprise. That is, Xiao Xian said confidently, it's just a nascent soul. Who hasn't killed a few nascent souls before? Xiao Xian was surrounded by light. Xiao Xian thought, with the blessing of the innate sword physique, I also have new insights into the myriad transformations into one technique. In the past, I needed to rely on the great hand to condense the spiritual domain to increase the power of the sword. Now, I only need to condense the runes to bless it. A bunch of symbols surrounded Xiao Xian's arm. Wang Changfeng said, you are really arrogant. Then he summoned more skeletons and said, "Today, I must cure your bad habit of being talkative." The skeletons rushed towards Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian replied, "With just you?" Xiao Xian summoned his swords to face them. The swords destroyed the skeletons one by one. Wang Changfeng thought, "This power, the skeletons are beginning to disintegrate." Bai Luori and Li Qingxian used all their strength to block this remnant. "We can't block it anymore." Lin Ji immediately summoned a protective circle. "Junior sister, be careful, stay behind me." Su Mulan replied, "Yes." Wei Lao also summoned a shield to resist, nearly 100 golden core ghost objects. They were killed by one move from him. Ing Xingyue said, "A golden core with this level of strength, if I can subdue this person, the Myriad Paths Grand Assembly will surely be as easy as turning one's hand." Xiao Xian said, "That battle just now was very loud, but it turns out you only have this little bit of ability. I'll give you one last chance." With the sword in his hand, Xiao Xian said, "Release senior sister." Wang Changfeng frowned and replied, "You keep talking about senior sister, calling her so intimately. Could it be that she rejected me back then because of you? Zhu Xian, today I will let you see." After saying that, he raised his hand and tightened his grip. The chains tightened even more around Zhu Xian. Wang Changfeng controlled the chains and said, "This is the result of choosing the wrong person." Xiao Xian rushed forward with his sword and shouted, "Stop!" With one slash, he shattered all the chains binding Zhu Xian. The chains broke apart, and Zhu Xian was freed. Wang Changfeng's eyes widened this. Zhu Xian began to form a hand seal, but she was startled when she couldn't summon her twin swords. Zhu Xian began to fall freely. Xiao Xian rushed forward to catch Zhu Xian, "Senior sister." He immediately put his arms around her waist. In a hero saves beauty moment, Xiao Xian looked at Zhu Xian affectionately and said, "Senior sister, are you alright?" Zhu Xian replied shyly, I'm fine." Bai Luori stroked his chin and said, "Ha, Elder Xiao is good." Li Qingchuan next to him continued, He, I see Master is blushing." Lin Ji saw the scene and her heart broke. "Master." Su Muhan had an admiring look in her eyes, "So cool." Holding Zhu Xian in his arms, Xiao Xian said coldly, "Wang Changfeng." Only the figure of Xiao Ting holding Zhu Xian flashed past quickly. Wang Changfeng was cut in half. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. This, impossible. Wang Changfeng finally officially went to died, and on this side, Xiao Xian showed his triumphant smile. Seeing Xiao Xian's cool expression, Zhu Xian looked at Xiao Xian with sparkling eyes. Xiao Xian still put on a cold expression, but in his heart he was thinking, "Haha, senior sister must have been stunned by my coolness just now." But contrary to his thoughts, Zhu Xian said, "Junior brother, shouldn't you let me go?" Xiao Xian was stunned. Oh, that's right." Zhu Xian landed. She said, "That move just now was very good. After I rest, I must try a few moves with you." Xiao Xian smiled and replied, "This is my exclusive ultimate skill that I just practiced. Don't talk about a Wang Changfeng at the nascent soul realm, even if I encounter a distraction realm cultivator. I can fight him." After this scene, Ing Xingyue was very surprised. She didn't expect Xiao Xian to be able to fight a distraction realm cultivator. Ing Xingyue then asked Wei Lao, "Do you think what he said is credible?" Wei Lao replied while fighting this, "Well, the move he used just now must be the myriad transformations into one that sword cultivators often practice, but I can't see through the way he mobilizes the spiritual power to erupt to the sword." Ing Xingyue asked in surprise, "Wei Lao can't see through him either?" Wei Lao replied, "This old man is now at the peak of the nascent soul, but if I face that move, to be honest, I'm not confident at all." Ing Xingyue's eyes were full of astonishment. Xiao Xian's image appeared. Admiration arose in Ing Xingyue's heart. "I didn't expect that there would be such a heavens chosen in the Great Qin." The lackeys couldn't help but be surprised. Elder Wang was quickly defeated like that. "What should we do then? Should we continue fighting? I think we should run away quickly." Xiao Xian stepped forward and asked, "Want to run?" He revealed a fierce look, his eyes full of red murderous intent, his hands gathering energy, just waiting to attack, and said, "Do you think the Hongming sect is a place where you can come and go?" "As you please." The lackeys hurriedly knelt down and begged, "Please spare us. We are just working for the elder." "That's right. I have never harmed anyone. I was deceived into joining the Sun Moon Demon sect." This. All the subordinates knelt down and sincerely begged, "Please spare us our lives." Suddenly, a loud bang shocked Xiao Xian and Zhu Xian. Lin Shi turned back worriedly and asked, "What happened?" Su Muhan also turned around worriedly and said, "The sound is too loud." A huge explosion occurred, and Zhu Xian keenly discovered, that is the first peak? A large amount of demonic chi rose from the explosion. Zhu Xian's face hardened, and she shouted nervously, "The sect leader is in danger. I have to go and see." Xiao Xian hurriedly stopped her. "Wait a moment, senior sister." Xiao Xian's face was serious, and his brows were furrowed, and he said, "We don't need to go there. The opponent has already come here." Someone was flying towards them at the speed of a rocket, and the person cheered, "Ha ha ha ha. Hongmeng thieves! Wait to be captured." As soon as he finished speaking, the person landed. It turned out to be old demon Xinxing, the sect master of the Sun Moon Demon sect, with a nascent soul 5th level cultivation. He happily picked up sect master Zhang He's clothes and said, "Your sect master has been captured by me, and the mountain guard formation has also been broken by me. Don't try to resist anymore. Obey and become a prisoner of my Sun Moon Demon sect. That way, you'll suffer less damage. Ha ha. Otherwise, you'll be like your sect master." Then he pushed Zhang He forward. Zhang He fainted, so he fell and hit his head straight on the ground, and the disciples in the sect worriedly ran over, "Sect master." But the guy was overly excited. "Become a ghost under my knife." Ha! The appearance of old demon Xinxing made by Lori, Zhu Xian, Li Qing Xian, Su Muhan, Xiao Xian, and Lin Ji vigilant. Old demon Xinxing walked towards the group of people kneeling, and as he walked, his men cheered, "Sect master! The sect master is here! We're saved, the sect master is here!" Old demon Xinxing asked the men with a cold face, "Where is Wang Changfeng?" One of them replied, "Elder Wang, he was killed by the thief of the Hongmeng sect." Old demon Xinxing slowly owed. Suddenly he jerked, unable to believe his ears, and asked again, "What? Wang Changfeng was killed?" The subordinate affirmed, "I saw it with my own eyes." Then he kicked the men and hugged his face and laughed. "Ha ha ha! Wang Changfeng was killed by someone from the Hongmeng sect?" He asked sinisterly, "Who is it? Why don't I know that there is a nascent soul master in the Hongmeng sect?" The subordinate pointed at Xiao Xian and said loudly, "It's him." Xiao Xian was not afraid at all, but instead asked very calmly, "So what if it's me?" Old demon Xinxing sneered contemptuously, "A golden core 7th level bug. How dare you be so ignorant? If you really have the ability to kill Wang Changfeng, I will kneel down and lick your feet." Xiao Xian began to find it interesting, so he smiled. "Is that so?" Old demon Xinxing asked again, "Tell me, what tricks did you use?" He didn't get an answer from Xiao Xian, but he immediately received a kick from Xiao Xian. With just one attack from Xiao Xian, old demon Xinxing was sent flying. The men worriedly shouted, "Sect master!" Xiao Xian looked at him triumphantly and said, "I was afraid that you wouldn't keep your promise, so I took the initiative a little." After taking such a blow, old demon Xinxing was still not affected. He was still smug. Good, you little brat. "Today, I will take you to sacrifice the knife." Then he drew out his saber, surrounded by a stream of dark power. He rushed towards Xiao Xian and shouted, "Die!" This time old demon Xinxing was determined to kill Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian also swung a sword to block. Both of them created a shock that knocked everyone around. Zhu Xian created a protective shield and then reminded, "You guys stay behind me." But some people who didn't have a protective shield were blown away and seriously injured by the two people's skills. Lin Ji and Su Muhan were also affected and covered their faces with their hands. Su Muhan blurted out, "Master he." Lin Ji used Smart Sword Heart and realized, "I can see their actions clearly. Master's Luo Yun sword is a heavenly grade lower spirit sword. Using the horizontal 10,000 Li sword control technique to exert its power can definitely reach the heavenly grade medium grade. And that saber is probably above the heavenly grade medium grade, maybe even the best grade. This time, Master is in danger." Returning to the battle between the two people, the nascent soul roared, "Suffer death." His sword exuded a threatening energy. Xiao Xian didn't want to face it head-on, so he jumped back. Then he turned and said, "Senior sister, lend me the sword for a while." Xiao Xian's two hands exuded energy. Zhu Xian's two swords immediately slipped out of her hand and flew towards Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian began to skillfully manipulate those swords. Seeing this scene, Lin Ji couldn't help but be surprised. This is. Xiao Xian began to perform the sword technique. 7 stars decision immortal sword formation. 4 swords immediately exuded a terrifying force. Xiao Xian said coldly, "No matter what kind of immortal you are, today you must die for me." Lin Ji exclaimed with joy. The 7 stars decision immortal sword formation is a heavenly grade top grade sword formation, formed by 7 swords, and its power can at least be close to the immortal grade. Master, if you combine the 7 stars decision immortal sword formation, then take my sword too, and she threw the sword in her hand towards Xiao Xian. Ying Xingyue asked in surprise, "This is the 7 stars extermination sword formation?" Then she also drew her sword. "I haven't seen this sword formation in ancient books. I didn't expect to witness its true form today." Ying Xingyue said loudly, "Young master, if you want the 7 stars extermination sword formation, why not add my earth rank masterpiece, the subduing dragon saber?" Then she threw her sword out, thinking in her heart, "Perhaps this is a good opportunity to win this person over." At this time, all the swords had gathered towards Xiao Xian's sword formation. Xiao Xian waved his hand and said, "Today, I will cut off the Ni Ryuge men from this world." All the swords shot towards Sha Xinglama. Sha Xinglama said contemptuously, "You think that with a few more swords I can't do anything to you?" Then he planned to rush forward and swing his saber to resist the sword formation. But it seemed that he had underestimated the sword formation. All his efforts were in vain, and all the swords pierced through him. But that was not enough to kill Sha Xinglama. There was still a hint of contempt in his eyes. The saber in Sha Xinglama's hand erupted with baleful energy. He said arrogantly, Don't be too quick to celebrate. Today, even if you have heaven-defying abilities, don't even think about escaping my subduing demon saber." Sha Xinglama slammed his palm towards the crowd. "A bunch of good-for-nothings, it's time for you to be of some use." His palm strike caused serious injuries to the crowd. The crowd fell to the ground and cried out miserably, "Jiangmen, why?" Sha Xinglama swung his saber and began to unleash his skill. "Ha ha ha, come on, condense all your blood energy." Seeing this, Xiao Xian rushed forward to stop him with the sword formation. "You don't even spare your own people. Killing you is for the sake of eliminating harm for the people." Xiao Xian activated the power of the 7 stars extermination sword formation and attacked upwards towards the great demon head. Lin Ji and Su Mu Han couldn't help but be surprised. He actually blocked it. Sha Xinglama said smugly, "My treasured saber absorbs the blood energy of people for tempering. Today, it is already a low-grade immortal weapon. As long as the people of the world are not completely killed, I can still become stronger." Xiao Xian laughed disdainfully. "Ha!" Xiao Xian was now channeling more energy to open a new circle of attack. A golden dragon appeared. Then Xiao Xian swung his sword down, and the golden dragon shot straight towards Sha Xinglama. Sha Xinglama panicked incessantly. How is this possible? How can the 7 stars extermination sword formation be so powerful? Xiao Xian frowned tightly, pondering, if it were an ordinary 7 stars extermination sword formation, it would indeed be difficult to win with such overwhelming power. But the sword formation that has undergone the augmentation of the innate sword physique is different. It can not only strengthen the power of the sword itself, but also infinitely amplify some of the sword's special properties. Shiji's Qingzi Shuangjian has been cleansed by Hongmeng Purple Qi, which has a suppressing effect on the baleful aura on the demon saber. He ran while observing Ying Xingyue and Wei Lao, thinking, but I didn't expect that the subduing dragon saber just now, after being catalyzed by the sword formation, would actually produce such powerful dragon energy. Dealing with baleful aura is indeed as easy as turning over a hand. Ying Xingyue also looked at him, thinking, it seems that this person is not ordinary. The power of Xiao Xian's golden dragon aggressively targeted Sha Xinglama, causing him to cry out in fear. Shifu is an elder of the Ni Ryu Xingjiao of Long Yan Shanghua. Sha Xinglama's eyes rolled back as he said, "If you kill me, my Shifu will definitely not let you go." Xiao Xian didn't care about what he said, but instead asked, "So what?" The golden dragon flew past Sha Xinglama, causing him to scream in terror. Wan Yan, hiding behind a rock, was also frightened by the scene before him and screamed out, "Ah!" This scream caught Xiao Xian's attention, and he noticed the rock behind him. He turned around and hummed. Wan Yen covered his head and said in horror, Xiao Xian actually killed Sha Xinglao? Tomorrow, the Ni Ryu Xingjiao, that is a sect with Divergence Realm experts stationed there. In Long Yen Shanghua, it can be considered a hegemon. Even if all the sects of the entire Deqin dynasty were to combine their strength, they would not be able to withstand a finger of their power. Wan Yen hid in a corner, trembling. It's over, it's over. Xiao Xian is dead for sure, the Hongmeng sect is dead for sure, and I'm dead for sure too. Suddenly, Xiao Xian came over and said, Is that so? What the future holds for me in the Hongmeng sect is uncertain, but you. His hand held the sword, and he was gathering qi. Hearing Xiao Xian's voice, Wan Yen turned around, startled, and replied, Xiao Xian? Before he could recover from his shock, Xiao Xian said again, You must die today without a doubt. This confused him even more. His scream echoed throughout the court, Aaaaaaaaa. Fortunately, the sword had not yet touched him. Xiao Xian turned around and said seriously, Consider it finished. He stood between two mountains filled with human skulls and sighed, The overall loss in this battle is not small. On the other side, a man was channeling energy to Zhang He. Everyone around him was worried. Xiao Xian asked, How is the Zhongman's condition? Su Muhan touched Zhang He's back and said, He was injured to the heart meridian. His life can be saved. But he will need years of recuperation. I'm afraid. Zhu Xian's two disciples, Bai Luori and Li Qingchuan, still couldn't believe their ears and had the same thought. Will Zhongmen no longer be able to take care of everyone in the sect in the future? Zhu Xian walked up to the three people and continued, In today's situation, the Hongmeng sect cannot be without a leader. We must quickly choose a representative. Ying Xingyue, who was far away, came over and said loudly, I nominate Elder Xiao. Zhu Xian cupped her hands respectfully and asked, May I ask who this Dao Yu is? Ying Xingyue introduced herself, I am Ying Xingyue. Greetings to everyone from the Hongmeng sect. She didn't forget to introduce the person who was always by her side, This is my guard, Wei Jiu, Wei Lao. Mu Han was surprised, Ying Xingyue? Isn't that? Jing Nu was also surprised, What? Xiao Xian immediately knelt down and saluted, Greetings, Third Princess Your Highness. Li Qingchuan and Bai Luori were both surprised, Third Princess. Ying Xingyue asked curiously, Elder Xiao seems to have known my identity for a long time? Xiao Xian truthfully reported, I only made a rough judgment based on the dragon energy on your saber. It was when I heard someone call you Ying Xingyue that I confirmed your identity. The third princess praised, Elder Xiao is indeed a clever person. Since that's the case, then I'll be frank. This time, I've come to invite your Hongmeng sect to participate in the Grand Assembly of Myriad Daos held in the capital half a year later. Everyone was surprised, Grand Assembly of Myriad Daos? Ying Xingyue explained, The Grand Assembly of Myriad Daos is presided over by the royal family of the Deqin dynasty. She continued, The assembly gathers the most powerful forces within the border to compete, and choose the strongest faction. Xingyue said softly, This time is different from previous times. The participants are not only limited to the immortal cultivation Jianghu forces. It also includes the major families of the Deqin dynasty. It is the largest assembly since our dynasty was founded. Then she turned to Xiao Xian and said, If the Hongmeng sect agrees to participate in the Grand Assembly of Myriad Daos, and Elder Xiao is willing to lead the team, I will provide an unexploited spirit stone mine, as well as sufficient magical artifacts and cultivation resources. The rules of this assembly are that the winner can obtain the title of national sect and work for His Majesty. In addition, the resources of the entire Deqin dynasty will lean towards them. If the Hongmeng sect can win, all of this will be yours. Everyone listened attentively to what Xingyue said. Xiao Xian paid attention to the words national sect that she mentioned. Xiao Xian began to stroke his chin, thinking, even the major families are participating in it? By the way, when I learned that the city lord of Luoyun City was an elder of the Luoyun sect, I felt strange. Secular officials actually have such deep connections with immortal cultivation forces. Xingyue stepped forward and said, It seems that Elder Xiao has understood the key point of this assembly? Feel free to speak. Xiao Xian cupped his hands in front of him and said cautiously, Xiao Mao's understanding is clumsy. Is His Majesty organizing this assembly to strike a blow at the major families? Everyone was stunned when they heard him say this. Xiao Xian explained, when the Deqing dynasty was founded, it relied on the support and protection of the major families to barely maintain its rule. Now, hundreds of thousands of years have passed, which has made this model a common practice. He continued, the court's handling and decision-making on many important matters depend on the support of these major families. Although he knew that what he was about to say was a bit offensive, Xiao Xian still said, today, have the power and greed of the major families made the royal family feel threatened? This time, establishing a national sect directly under the emperor is to divide the resources of the families and weaken their power, right? The third princess admired him, unable to speak. Elder Xiao is indeed a political talent. Then she lowered her head. Just now, I saw Elder Xiao kill 2 great Yuanying stage experts alone. Xingyue admires you to the ground. I still hope that Elder Xiao can come forward and participate in this Dao assembly. Mu Han and Ji Nu were surprised to see this scene. The third princess of the Deqing dynasty is actually so respectful to Shifu? Xiao Xian asked Xingyue. The princess is speaking so frankly. Aren't you afraid that some sects will secretly collude with the families and reveal the news? She smiled. What secret is this? After I spoke to my father about this and received his permission, he sent people to spread the news. The major families should have heard about it by now. But they didn't stop it either. Xingyue had a different thought. Perhaps they also want to take advantage of this opportunity to completely suppress the royal family, so that the power of the major families can rise to a higher level. Xiao Xian smiled. This trick is really awesome. The third princess of the Deqing dynasty is indeed a talent who can take on great responsibilities. Xiao Xian continued to negotiate. If you want Xiao Mao to lead the team, these rewards are not enough. Wei Lao immediately became angry. You brat, don't be so greedy. The third princess stopped him. Wei Lao, leave it to me here. Then she turned to Xiao Xian and asked, if Elder Xiao has any requests, please feel free to speak. His face was calm, and his voice was as light as a feather. My request. You must take me as your Shifu. Xingyue was surprised, thinking she had misheard. Take you as Shifu? The system displayed, name, Ing Xingyue, identity, third princess of the Deqing dynasty. Comprehension 100, Foundation 55, talent, overbearing supreme body, unactivated, ascend to the throne, absorb national luck dragon energy. After reading the information, he pondered, overbearing supreme body. I seem to have read about it in ancient books. Those who succeed can lead the chi luck of the world into one body. Not only do less and gain more, but also bring dragon energy protection, which can make the exercises display special effects. Xiao Xian thought, overbearing supreme body. I seem to have read about it in ancient books. Those who succeed can lead the chi luck of the world into one body. Not only do less and gain more, but also bring dragon energy protection, which can make the exercises display special effects. Wei Lao rushed up, intending to give Xiao Xian a palm strike. You are impudent. Xingyue stopped him again. Wait. She respectfully asked Xiao Xian, please allow this junior to ask one more question. What is the reason that senior wants to take me as a disciple? He gently replied, of course, I see that you have extraordinary bones and wisdom roots, and you certainly have talent. Xingyue was moved when she heard this. You value my talent? She recalled her childhood. From a young age, although I had the highest comprehension of the exercises among my brothers and sisters, my poetry, calligraphy, and etiquette were also the best. But in terms of cultivation, I am not as good as my other brothers and sisters. That's why I am not valued by my father. Xingyue remembered how hard she had tried to cultivate. But she was never recognized. So now she was surprised. This is also the first time someone has said that they value my talent. Xiao Xian was excited. Third princess, what are you hesitating about? Do you need to hear about the benefits of my 7th peak? Little jeer. Then he snapped his fingers. Ji Nu raised her hand happily and replied, disciple is here. He ordered, introduce the benefits of the 7th peak to the third princess. Ji Nu began to take out a board and guide. Joining our 7th peak, not only is there personal guidance for cultivation, there is also Shimi, a third-grade alchemist, who can provide elixirs at any time. The pharmacy under her name earns a lot every day, a strong source of capital. Mu Han also nodded after hearing this. Then she pointed her hand toward Xiao Xian and continued, the most important thing is There is also the treatment of receiving personal empowerment and teaching from Shizun. No matter what your talent is, joining the 7th peak guarantees you a limitless future. Xiao Xian was very satisfied and waved his fan. That's right. Xinhua hesitated. No matter what the talent, it's all possible? Xinhu affirmed, of course. Xinhu said, before I joined the 7th peak, I was just a servant. Everyone said that I basically had no talent for cultivation. But now, after joining the 7th peak for less than half a year, I'm already at the 2nd level of Zhuji. The people around her also admitted after hearing Xinhu talk about herself. Indeed, I had never heard of a person named Lin Ji before. I met her in today's competition. And she actually suppressed all the inner sect prodigies. Someone even said I used to look down on her. Now A's. The 3rd princess was surprised to hear this. She was just a servant of the 7th peak before? Still puzzled, Xinhua continued to ask, may I ask Elder Xiao, if this girl was just a handyman of the 7th peak before, then what did Elder Xiao value when he first took her as a disciple? Xinhu looked at him. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes. She thought, at first, all the disciples beside Shizun left. Only I was by Shizun's side. I thought that Shizun had no other choice. But Shizun will definitely not say that. He will say that he values my character. Xiao Xian put his hand on Xinhu's shoulder. He said, of course, I value her talent. What else do you look at when accepting a disciple other than talent? Could it be that no one here today recognizes my disciple's sword Dao talent? Xinhu's eyes widened in astonishment when she heard this. Xiao Xian continued, 3rd princess, I have said that I value your talent. I have the confidence to make you the best in this path. She was flustered when she heard this. Xinhua smiled with satisfaction. If that's the case. Then she knelt down at Xiao Xian's feet and saluted, Shifu, I am above. Please accept a bow from your disciple. Wei Lao exclaimed in surprise, Princess. Xiao Xian stepped forward to help her. Good disciple, get up quickly. The system appeared. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking a disciple. The reward feedback is 10 times. Receiving the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Body Tempering Art, an Earth Rank Masterpiece, an acquired spiritual weapon. He was surprised. Acquired spiritual weapon? He looked at the delicate weaving soft sword in the palm of his hand and was surprised. Attached around the fingers? Now one of the soft swords wrapped around the fingers seems to be able to communicate with my mind. I heard that if a magical artifact is tempered for thousands of years, it can give birth to a sword spirit, which can attack and cultivate independently. I didn't expect this system to have the ability to directly give me one. This is too invincible. Wei Lao scolded at this time. Princess, you are confused. Why did you take this kind of person as a teacher? But Xinhua waved her hand. Wei Lao, I have my own decision on this matter. You don't need to say more. He had no choice but to sigh helplessly. How am I going to explain this to His Majesty when I get back? Xinhua announced. Let's go back to the previous topic. Now, in the capacity of a Hongmeng sect disciple, I sincerely recommend Elder Xiao to be the sect leader's representative. Zhu Xian spoke. I also think that Elder Xiao is the most suitable candidate. Xinhua affirmed. Our Deqing royal family will also support Elder Xiao. Zhangmen Zhang he spoke. Cough cough. If that's the case, Elder Xiao, the Hongmeng sect is in your hands. Cough cough. Mu Han supported him beside him. Zhu Xian said, if that's the common goal that everyone agrees on, then. She held out her hand. Xiao Xian brushed it away without giving face. I'm sorry, I have an objection. Seeing that Xiao Xian intended to refuse, everyone exclaimed, What? Zhang He, like a lamp about to run out of oil, looked at him and said in a weak voice, This old man is about to die. The Hongmeng sect has finally reached the time to hand it over to you juniors. Don't choose any temporary sect leader. Choose a new Zhangmen. Originally free and easy, Xiao Xian waved his hand slightly. As for me, I like to travel around everywhere, making enemies all the time. Now I've taken the 3rd princess as a disciple. And my identity is even more complicated. Whether it's a temporary sect leader or a Zhangmen, either of them suits me. Saying that, he pushed Zhu Xian forward and suggested, So, I think that the celestial woman Zhu Xian should hold this position as strategist. Caught by surprise, Zhu Xian glanced back slightly, dazed and silent. Li Qingchuan sighed in his heart. Let Shifu lead. Surprised by this suggestion. At this time, the elder standing near Zhang Menjiang, he expressed his opinion. I've heard everything everyone said just now. I agree with Elder Zhao's opinion. He gave more reasons to defend his point of view. The Shifu of the Diqin third princess. This reputation is very easy to cause controversy about her identity is not suitable. Then he looked at the leader of the second apprentice room and recalled the past. Zhu Xian Shimi. When you were 12 years old, you entered the stone chamber and read the Hongwang celestial book. Knowing a part of the future. Perhaps it is the will of heaven? According to the ancestral instructions, only the Zhangmen can read the Hongwang celestial book. After hearing this, Zhu Xian stroked her chin, thinking. Xiao Xian seemed a little surprised by this information and repeated softly, Hongwang celestial book? After thinking for a while, Zhu Xian spoke, what Qi elder just said reminds me. In the Hongwang celestial book, there is a writing about the future of the Hongming sect. If everyone hesitates today to decide who will take over for Zhang Hexixiang, why not decide by the Honghua celestial book? Then she turned to look at Xiao Xian and said, Shidi, please follow me. At the same time, there was a soft call from Ming Xingyue, Shifu. The third princess cupped her hands and said, Shifu, Wei Lao and I still have to visit other immortal sects, so I will take my leave first. But Xiao Xian hummed and said, Wait. He stretched out his palm and took out a delicate weaving soft sword, saying, You have just become a disciple, and as your Shifu, I haven't had time to prepare a gift for you. Take this delicate weaving soft sword for self-defense first. Ming Xingyue received the gift from her Shifu and said in surprise, Delicate weaving soft sword? Xiao Xian smiled and explained, This sword has a soul. You don't need to control it with a sword incantation. It can fight on its own. Ming Xingyue looked at her Shifu's back and asked, What is the power of this sword? Xiao Xian replied, The power is not strong. Wei Jiu sighed and expressed his annoyance. Does the princess need this sword with this old man protecting her? As soon as he finished saying those arrogant words, Xiao Xian's voice echoed from afar, It can also kill Yuanying stage experts. Wei Jiu, who was at the peak of the Yuanying stage, stuttered after hearing this answer, Kill Yuanying stage experts? Ming Xingyue covered her mouth and laughed at Wei Jiu's humorous attitude. The scene shifted to a cave made of rocks hidden in the forest. Here and there, a few white cranes flew in the sky. Zhu Xian and Xiao Xian were quietly walking up the steps into the cave. Standing in front of the exquisitely carved secret chamber door, Xiao Xian asked, Shiji, are you leading me here to see the Hongwang celestial book? What exactly is that thing? Zhu Xian placed her hand on the door and channeled her qi to open it. She replied, Shidi, you were seriously injured and almost lost your life a month ago. After that you broke through and returned to normal. Not only did you break through to Jindan, but you also took on 2 disciples with outstanding talent. Saying that, she directed a probing gaze towards Xiao Xian and asked directly, what exactly happened at that time? Xiao Xian laughed loudly in response, what could have happened? It's just that I accidentally obtained a measureless Jindan a few days ago. Relying on that Jindan, I was able to pass through the Yama's gate and smoothly break through to Jindan. At this time, he unconsciously felt uneasy and asked himself, Shiji is investigating me? Xiao Xian retracted his smile and looked at the girl in front of him, thinking vaguely, is it because she suspects that I have been taken over by someone else? Zhu Xian didn't know if she believed these explanations of his. Only seeing her asked again, is that so? Under Zhu Xian's control, the secret chamber door finally opened on both sides. Before long, the two had entered the room. In front of them was something protected by a golden aura. Xiao Xian looked at the green token inside and asked softly, this is? Zhu Xian continued his words, this is the Hongwang celestial book. She gently placed her hand on the golden aura and explained, this item was passed down by the first Zhangmen of the Hongwang sect. Only someone who is suitable to be the successor Zhangmen can awaken it. After awakening it, you will see the fate of the Hongwang sect for the next 100 years. Xiao Xian tentatively moved his hand towards the aura, saying, there is such a rare thing? Zhu Xian added, just channel spiritual energy into it. The Hongwang celestial book will make its own decision. Zhu Xian continued, if you have enough qualifications to lead the Hongwang sect, the Hongwan's celestial book will respond to you. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Xian's hand touched the aura, and then the token full of spiritual energy flew into Xiao Xian's hand. Seeing this, Zhu Xian smiled and said, "Sure enough, you are the one who is suitable to inherit the position of sect leader." Before she finished speaking, the token lost its spiritual energy and fell back to its original position, causing Zhu Xian to stare blankly and exclaim, "Huh?" Seeing the token fall back to its original position, Xiao Xian smiled smugly. "See, I said that this job is not suitable for me. The Hongmeng Celestial Book still understands me." Zhu Xian secretly pondered, "But before, I saw that if you really didn't have the qualifications to lead the Hongmeng sect, the Hongmeng Celestial Book wouldn't even move at all. Could it be that the Hongmeng Celestial Book will also consider that person's opinion?" Thinking this, she channeled spiritual energy into the aura. The token suddenly shone brightly and began to move. Following that, it carried a stream of spiritual energy, broke through the ceiling barrier, and flew high up, falling. Zhu Xian thought in astonishment, "The Hongmeng Celestial Book is recognizing me as its master? I just wanted to see the future of the Hongmeng sect." She reached out to receive the token flying towards her. Seeing this, Xiao Xian cupped his hands with a joyful expression and said, "Congratulations, Shiji. You have received the recognition of the Hongmeng Celestial Book." Zhu Xian held the Hongmeng Celestial Book in her hand, and her heart was filled with countless doubts, thinking, "Last time, when I was young, the Hongmeng Celestial Book only showed a part of the future, without breaking the barrier. What should I do now? If I receive the Hongmeng Celestial Book, I must become the Zhangmen." After thinking for a while, she accepted the fact and said, "Forget it. If that's the case, let's see what is recorded in the Hongmeng Celestial Book first." As Zhu Xian tossed the token up, a stream of energy burst forth like an underground spring. Then it transformed into the shape of a giant board with prophecies appearing on it. I observed the celestial phenomena at night, and deduced the fate of future generations. I finally calculated that when the Hongmeng sect receives the status of national sect of the Deqin dynasty, it will be the day the Hongmeng sect rises. At that time, Qi luck will completely shift, and the sect will be glorious. Xiao Xian stroked his chin with a look of great interest, thinking secretly, "It can even calculate the matter of the national sect. It seems that this Hongmeng Celestial Book is indeed a bit capable." Suddenly, the white characters disappeared, giving way to the next line of prophecy, causing Xiao Xian to exclaim in surprise, "Huh, the characters have changed." At this time, the board displayed Xiao Xian's biography. Xiao Xian, in the year 1165 of the Deqin calendar, joined our Hongmen sect, entered the second peak. This person has outstanding talent, and is the most talented disciple in the history of the Hongmeng sect. When he reached the age of 19, he broke through to the Zhuji realm, becoming an elder of the seventh peak. At the age of 20, he stopped at the triple Zhuji, and could not break through. At the age of 25, he went out to train and was attacked by villains, suffering serious injuries. He returned to the sect and started over. After finishing the biography, the aura on the board burst out violently. Xiao Xian stared blankly at the aura that gradually disappeared along with the words, thinking, "It really recorded the first half of my life very clearly. But it didn't record anything after starting over. Could it be because I awakened the system?" He thought of Zhangmen Zhanghe and then worried in his heart, "This is really a vast world where nothing is strange. No wonder Zhangmen is so close to me. It seems that this Hongmeng sect is not as simple as it seems." Meanwhile, Zhu Xian secretly observed Xiao Xian with thoughts in her head. The Hongmeng Celestial Book did not recognize him as its master, but it recorded his fate very clearly. Could it be? Zhu Xian had a look full of suspicion. His future Qi luck far exceeds the Hongmeng sect. He will definitely not just stop at the Hongmeng sect. Catching her gaze that had been staring at him too intently, Xiao Xian thought secretly, "Why are you staring at me like that?" And asked directly, "Shiji, you wouldn't suspect that I have been taken over by someone else, would you?" Xiao Xian leaned his face closer to Zhu Xian and repeated the old story, "Shiji, I still remember that once you secretly led me down the mountain to watch a show. And then Shifu found out. You pushed all the responsibility onto me, and I was even punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for several days." Xiao Xian put on a dirty face and continued, There was also once when Shiji blew up Shifu's alchemy furnace and ran to my room to hide. I was taking a bath at the time. And you even saw everything. Zhu Xian's face flushed red with embarrassment at this point, but Xiao Xian's voice did not stop. There's also. Zhu Xian blushed and pushed Xiao Xian away with her hands, saying hastily, Okay, I know it's you. Don't say any more. At this time, Xiao Xian smiled and replied, Actually, I've known for a long time that Shiji was teasing me. I just wanted to play with you a little, nothing else. Zhu Xian cleared her throat and regained her composure, then changed the subject. Shiji probably doesn't know yet. If the Hongmeng sect's Qi luck explodes, it won't be divided from the Hongmeng Qi, according to the individual's status in the sect. Now that the Hongmeng Celestial Book has chosen me to be the Zhongmen, then please help me in the name of Vice Zhongmen. Seeing Zhu Xian's favor towards him, Xiao Xian inadvertently called out, Shiji. His heart was full of emotion, and he secretly said to himself, Shiji always thinks of me first in everything. I should also do something. Thinking this, Xiao Xian bravely spoke and asked, That's right, does Shiji have a pair of yin-yang twin fish jade pendants? Zhu Xian raised her hand to channel her cultivation technique and confirmed. That's right, the technique I cultivate is Dual Swords Harmony, which requires the yin-yang 5 elements Qi to supplement it. This yin-yang twin fish jade pendant is what I use to help with cultivation. Saying that, she continued, but her voice was a little low, but when I found this item, it was already incomplete, so its effect is not very high. Xiao Xian didn't care about the incomplete part of the technique and made a suggestion, promising firmly, Can you give it to me to use for a while? I have a way to guarantee that I can return you a complete set in the future. Zhu Xian didn't hesitate at all and handed it towards Xiao Xian, saying kindly, Here, you are already the Vice Zhongmen of the Hongmeng sect in name, so you have the right to learn the dual swords Harmony technique. Take it. Xiao Xian received the technique, and his heart was as happy as if a festival had arrived. This time, I can borrow the system to upgrade again. The scene changed to night in the cultivation room. The system screen displayed a notification. The host has bestowed the Dual Swords Harmony technique, low-grade heavenly rank, upon a disciple. The reward is multiplied by 1,000 times. Receiving a technique fusion opportunity, valid for 1 day. The system screen displayed another notification. The host has bestowed the yin-yang twin fish jade pendant, incomplete. The reward is multiplied by 20 times. Receiving the yin-yang twin fish jade pendant, complete. Lin Ji held the Dual Swords Harmony technique in her hand, her eyes shining brightly, and said with joy, Thank you, Shizun. Xiao Xian sat cross-legged on the mat in the middle of the room and carefully instructed, Go and cultivate. Remember to share it with your shimmy too. Lin Ji happily replied like a child who had received a gift, yes. Then Xiao Xian turned to look at the system panel. He looked at the words receiving a technique fusion opportunity, valid for 1 day, and asked in confusion. Technique fusion? What is this function? The screen immediately displayed an explanation. Technique fusion can fuse similar techniques that the host cultivates into one. After fusion, the new technique will have all the characteristics of the fused techniques, and its rank and power will also increase greatly. Xiao Xian was interested. He pointed his hand at the screen and said, Interesting, let's try it. The system screen received the order and replied, The host is using technique fusion. The screen continued to notify, It has been detected that the host has cultivated a total of 57 Sword Dao techniques, including 32 human rank, 20 mysterious rank, 3 earth rank, 1 heavenly rank, in addition to a earth rank soul technique, divine sense 9 segments, which can be fused. Xiao Xian pondered and recalled, Divine sense 9 segments? It seems that I obtained it when I guided little Jir in her cultivation in Luoyun City before. The screen notified again, Technique fusion is successful, transferring. The successfully fused technique was loaded into Xiao Xian's mind by the system. Faced with the influx of a huge amount of techniques, Xiao Xian screamed in pain.